How is this possible? I have type O blood. How can my son be type AB? Doctor, are you mistaken? Chen Feng felt like he was struck by lightning when he looked at the report in his hand. Sir, medically it is indeed impossible for a person with type O blood to have a child with type AB blood, but our hospital's test report cannot be wrong either. The doctor looked at Chen Feng with sympathy. Nowadays, there are many men who are cheated on, and now I meet a cuckold who is raising someone else's child. At this moment, a child of 5 or 6 years old trotted to Chen Feng's side. His right hand was hung in front of his chest, but he raised his foot and kicked Chen Feng's calf viciously. Chen Feng, it's all your fault for not taking good care of me. I told Mom. Mom will be here soon. The child kicked harder and harder, using this method to vent his anger. The onlookers cast strange looks at the child's behavior, and some even pointed fingers at him. This kid has no manners. If this was my child, I would have hung him up and beaten him long ago. Naturally, Chen Xiaodian heard these discussions and became furious. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Chen Xiaodian walked forward, opened his mouth, and bit Chen Feng's arm. Chen Xiaodian used all his strength and refused to let go once he bit down. Chen Feng's face turned dark, and he swung his hand hard, sending Chen Xiaodian flying. Chen Xiaodian fell to the ground, and the intense pain made him wail like a pig being slaughtered. His eyes, filled with tears, were filled with doubts. Chen Feng, you dare to hit me. You wimp. I'm going to tell Mommy. Woohoo, I'm going to tell Mommy. Chen Xiaodian lay on the ground and cried, and at the same time, he kept beating the ground with his uninjured hand to vent the grievances in his heart. If it was the Chen Feng from the past who saw his son in such a miserable state, he would definitely step forward to help him up and apologize self-blamingly. But now he just stood there, watching the helpless crying of the little bastard with cold eyes. Chen Feng finally understood why Chen Xiaodian had never been close to him since he was a child, and had never called him dad. It turns out that he is not his own kind at all. Chen Feng's mind would not recall every detail of what he had experienced since marrying his wife Wang Mei. On weekdays, Wang Mei would beat and scold me at any time and never treated me well. Originally, Chen Feng thought that it was because Wang Mei got pregnant unexpectedly during her senior year, and because of him, Wang Mei was unable to study for the graduate degree she had already been admitted to, so she blamed him. Over the years, it was precisely because of his guilt towards Wang Mei that he let her do whatever she wanted and tried his best to make amends. He never thought that Xiaodian was not his child at all. All my efforts over the years have become a joke. In Wang Mei's eyes, I must be a ridiculous clown. Snapped. A crisp slapping sound brought Chen Feng's thoughts back to reality, and he was facing an angry face. Chen Feng, how dare you treat my child like this? How dare you hit him? Who gave you the courage? Wang Mei had already hugged Chen Xiaodian, who was lying on the ground, in her arms and was yelling and cursing at Chen Tian. Wow, Mom! Chen Feng, this coward, he hit me. Chen Xiaodian directly turned into a wronged child, showing a completely different face from before. Be good, Xiaodian, don't cry. Mommy is here. You don't have to be afraid as long as you have Mommy here. Wang Mei patted Chen Xiaodian's back lovingly and comforted him softly. Such a scene of loving mother and filial son made Chen Feng feel particularly ridiculous. It was not until now that Chen Feng realized that he had been just an outsider from the beginning to the end. After learning the truth, Chen Feng naturally would not tolerate the bullying from this mother and son anymore. Chen Feng had a dark face and walked up to Wang Mei with the report. Have you figured it out? Why don't you apologize to Xiaodian now? If Xiaodian doesn't forgive you, let's get divorced. Wang Mei looked at Chen Feng's appearance and became even more arrogant. Chen Xiaodian in his arms stopped crying and showed a smug expression. When Chen Feng apologizes, I will kick him hard in the face. Now my mother is here. Chen Xiaodian doesn't believe that this coward dares to hide. I must kick this loser until he cries. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's next move was beyond the expectations of the mother and son. Chen Feng slammed the report in his hand heavily on Wang Mei's face. You lut. Chen Xiaodian is not my child at all. He is your bastard from out there. I've been so good to you and your son over the years, and this is how you repay me. Divorce, we'll divorce right now. Chen Feng roared. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. On the first day of filing for divorce, a reward of 100 million yuan. To avoid property being divided, the reward amount will be credited after the formal divorce. Thanks to the current novels and short videos, how could Chen Feng not know that he has awakened the system? 100 million. A full 100 million. This directly allowed him to cross classes. As long as he divorced this disgusting woman in front of him, he could become a billionaire. Besides, with 100 million in hand, it would be easy for him to take revenge on Wang Mei and Chen Xiaodian. This disgusting mother and son must pay the price in blood. Just as Chen Feng was immersed in his fantasy, he felt a great force coming from his body, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Feng, who gave you the guts to hit my sister? How dare you ask for a divorce from my sister? If you hadn't made my sister pregnant unexpectedly, she would have graduated from graduate school long ago. How could she have divorced an orphan like you from the countryside? You are such an ungrateful bastard. I will beat you to death. Wang Mei's younger brother Wang Yao waved his fist and hit Chen Feng. Chen Feng is now a man worth over 100 million. How could he still be angry with Wang Yao? As an orphan, Chen Feng can only rely on his fists to avoid being bullied. Wang Yao is naturally no match for Chen Feng. In the past, Chen Feng would be more tolerant of this blood-sucking brother-in-law because of Wang Mei, but now that they are getting divorced, Chen Feng naturally has no scruples. Chen Feng immediately got up and hit Wang Yao on the nose with his elbow. Accompanied by a strong feeling of pain, Wang Yao covered his nose with both hands, and his whole body bent like a shrimp. Chen Feng clasped his fists and smashed hard on Wang Yao's exposed back, knocking him down. Then he raised his feet and kicked Wang Yao in the abdomen again and again. You bastard. I paid for your car. I still have to pay the mortgage for your house every month. If I raise a dog and treat it well, it will wag its tail at me. How dare you take advantage of me? Isn't it just a child trying to control me? I'm telling you, Xiaodian is the bastard your sister gave birth to with a wild man. If you want to suck blood, go find that wild man. Chen Feng cursed while increasing the strength of his feet, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered over the years. Chen Feng, stop it. How dare you hit my brother? Divorce, we'll divorce right now. Wang Mei roared and rushed forward, trying to pull Chen Feng away. Unfortunately, not only did Wang Mei fail to pull Chen Feng away, but she was slapped hard in the face. The bright red slap mark on Wang Mei's fair face looked particularly glaring. As for the little bastard Chen Xiaodian, seeing this scene aroused his fear in his heart. He cried at the top of his lungs as if his mother had died. The three of them had never thought that Chen Feng would have such a tough side. Where did the Chen Feng who used to only swallow his anger and accept everything go? How did he become a bomb that could explode at any moment? But this is a hospital after all. The commotion caused naturally attracted security personnel. Several security guards finally pulled the furious Chen Feng away. Looking at Wang Yao lying on the ground, beaten into a pig's head, Chen Feng felt extremely pleased. Wang Mei hurried forward and helped her beloved brother up. Chen Feng, you're done. I'm going to sue you. Just expect to spend the rest of your life in jail. Wang Yao spoke incoherently with a face that looked like a pig's head. If looks could kill, Chen Feng would have been torn into pieces long ago. You can try it. Chen Feng was not afraid of Wang Yao's threat at all. No matter how furious Chen Feng was, he still controlled himself when he made his move. Even though Wang Yao looks extremely miserable now, if he goes to the hospital, the most he can find out is a minor injury. What's more, this is a hospital and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. This proves that Wang Yao was the first to start the fight, so it was just a fight after all. What's more, Chen Feng has not divorced Wang Mei yet. Uncle Hat will at most mediate this issue or directly turn it into a family dispute. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, the uncles in hats who received the call from the masses also rushed to the scene and took both parties to the police station. As for Chen Xiaodian, he was taken away by her grandmother. The final result was the same as Chen Feng expected. What? You said this was a family dispute. I was beaten like this by this bastard. He doesn't even have to go to jail? Are you police officers biased towards him? In the mediation room, after learning the result, Wang Yao immediately stood up, pounded the table in front of him with his right fist, and vented his anger. Mr. Wang, this is the police station. Please be mindful of your attitude. If you are unwilling to reconcile, we will treat it as a mutual fight and both parties will be detained. After learning the whole story, the policeman naturally did not have a good impression of the brother and sister in front of him. He stood up and scolded them loudly. Wang Yao is a person who appears to be powerful but is actually weak. My morale weakened a bit when I heard the police scolding me, not to mention that I would be detained if I didn't reconcile. Wang Yao is the future of the Wang family. How can I have a criminal record? Wouldn't that ruin my life? However, Wang Yao was unwilling to bow his head, so he looked at Wang Mei. Wang Mei knew her brother's character very well, so she quickly smiled apologetically. Comrade police, we are willing to reconcile. After signing the guarantee, both parties left the police station. Sister, you should divorce this loser. Don't leave him a penny. Make him leave the house with nothing. I don't want to see this wimp again. Wang Yao immediately grabbed Wang Mei's hand and demanded, Divorce, of course we have to divorce. How can a piece of SHD like you be worthy of being my wife? Wang Yao's words hit the mark exactly what Chen Feng wanted, so he struck while the iron was hot. Wang Mei has always been a proud and arrogant person. She could not accept that Chen Feng, who was usually humble in front of her, was now acting so arrogantly. Okay, Chen Feng, let's get a divorce. Don't forget, the house and the car are all in my name. They have nothing to do with you. Wang Mei spoke. Previously, out of guilt towards Wang Mei, Chen Feng only wrote Wang Mei's name on the house and car. As for the savings, Wang Mei had used them all to subsidize her parents' home over the years, so there was not much left. Okay, Wang Mei, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get a divorce certificate. Chen Feng pretended to be furious and spoke. As long as he divorces Wang Mei, 100 million yuan will be transferred into his account. By then, he will have 100 ways to make Wang Mei's life miserable. Let Wang Mei be happy for a while. Wang Mei didn't expect that Chen Feng really didn't care about the ownership of the RV, and she immediately got a divorce certificate with Chen Feng. Fortunately, there is no cooling-off period for divorce in this world. In less than an hour, Chen Feng had a green book in his hand. When Chen Feng and Wang Mei came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a bright pink Lamborghini suddenly stopped in front of them. A young man got out of the car, and Chen Feng recognized him. He was Chen Qingyun, the future heir of Jiangxing Group, where Chen Feng worked. Mr. Chen, you are here. Wang Mei showed a flattering expression, twisted her waist, and ran towards Chen Qingyun. In just this moment, Chen Feng understood that the Chen Qingyun in front of him should be Wang Mei's adulterer and Chen Xiaoyin's biological father. You guys are going too far. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. Chen Feng, why do you think I married you? All this is just Master Chen's mission. If you don't have the same last name as Master Chen, what qualifications do you have to support Xiaodian? It's your honor to raise a son from Master Chen. Standing next to Chen Qingyun, Wang Mei acted like a bully. As for Chen Qingyun, he was admiring the expression on Chen Feng's face with interest. The pleasure of playing with other people's lives is unmatched by anything else. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's face did not show the expected collapse. This was not acceptable. Chen Feng, right? I'm telling you that you've been fired from Jiangxing Group. I don't think anyone in the industry will hire you. It's a pity that you are an orphan, so I can't target your relatives. This really makes me lose a lot of fun. Chen Qingyun's tone was full of regret, like a child who had lost his toy. Since the current blow is not enough, Chen Qingyun will continue to increase the intensity. Hurry up, and show that expression of despair and collapse. However, what appeared on Chen Feng's face at this moment was not despair, but anger. Damn Chen Qingyun. Not only has he fooled me for 5 years, he also wants to completely destroy me and even bring up my life experience. You deserve to die? Ding. Challenge mission released. Make Jiangxing Group bankrupt within 1 year. Task reward. Ownership of Junbao Capital of Qiani Group. As the leading enterprise in Jiangxing, Jiangxing Group has a scale of tens of billions, which is also Chen Qingyun's biggest reliance for doing evil. Now I am a man who has awakened the system, and it is not impossible for me to make the Chun family bankrupt within a year. And as long as you complete this task, the reward will be Junbao Capital, a $1 trillion group. You can then complete the class leap again and become one of the people standing at the top of this world. Chen Qingyun didn't know what Chen Feng was thinking, but when he saw his expression gradually relaxing, he became playful. But Chen Feng, I can still give you a chance. As long as you remarry Wang Mei now and treat them and their son with the same attitude as before, I can give you a promotion and a raise in Jiangcheng Group. All you need to do is to personally deliver the clean wang made to my villa every week. Chen Xingyun looked at Chen Tian with interest, looking forward to his answer. Chen Tian walked silently to the vending machine nearby, bought a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and poured all the water on Chen Xingyun. Haha, since you are not in your right mind, I will let you calm down. Will you let me willingly raise a child for you while wearing a green hat? As for your methods, just come on. I want to know if you can still be so arrogant if your family goes bankrupt. Chen Feng threw the empty mineral water bottle in his hand and spoke coldly. How could I, who have the system, be afraid of this second-generation rich guy? Chen Feng, you are crazy, Wang Mei said in disbelief. Chen Feng must have been overstimulated and turned into a mental patient. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? This is Mr. Chen from Jiangxing Group. Does Chen Feng not want to live anymore? Chen Xingyun wiped the water off his face and laughed a perverted laugh. Ha ha ha, funny. You're the one who bankrupted my family. Are you kidding me? I'm waiting for you to bankrupt me. But before that, please don't let anything unexpected happen. Chen Xingyun's eyes suddenly became dangerous. After staying on Chen Feng for a moment, he reached out and grabbed Wang Mei's collar, dragged her into the car like a toy, and drove away. It's fun to torture a tough guy like Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, don't surrender too early. Let me enjoy it for a while longer. After the Lamborghini drove away, Chen Feng's mobile phone received 2 text messages in succession. One was a statement that he was fired from Jiangxing Group, and the other showed that 100 million yuan had been deposited into his account. It seems that the system is not an illusion. In this case, I have to deal with this mad dog Chen Xingyun. Chen Xingyun, don't let me down. After dealing with these things, it was already dark. Chen Feng needs to find a place to live. Chen Feng, who has 100 million yuan in his account, naturally would not let himself down. However, it was too late to rent or buy a house now. So Chen Feng took a taxi and went to the nearest 5-star hotel. Help me get a business suite. Chen Feng walked to the front desk and spoke. The good-looking receptionist was very surprised, but her strong professional ethics did not let her surprise show. Sir, our hotel's business suite costs 2,888 per night. What day do you plan to check out? The receptionist replied in a sweet voice. Stay one night first. Chen Feng said this and took out his bank card. After completing the check-in, the receptionist respectfully handed the room card to Chen Feng, but in addition to the room card, there was also a business card. This is my business card. If you encounter any problems during your stay, you can contact me. The receptionist spoke with a professional smile. Chen Feng nodded slightly, then turned and left. The receptionist looked at Chen Feng's back and thought in her mind. Even though the clothes he wears don't look expensive, he can stay in a hotel that costs 2,888 a night so calmly, and he also has a handsome face. This must be some young master experiencing the life of a commoner. Fortunately, my attitude was appropriate, and I should have left a good impression on this young master. I just don't know if he will contact me. Chen Feng naturally had no idea what the receptionist was planning, and even the business card stained by perfume was thrown into the trash can in front of the elevator by Chen Feng. After arriving at the room, Chen Feng leaned comfortably in the bathtub, drinking a bottle of red wine while soaking in the bath. Looking at the bustling night view outside the window, he couldn't help but sigh. How good it is to live a life with money. In the past, I worked like a beast of burden, but let that disgusting mother and son enjoy it. I will never do that again in the future. As if remembering something, Chen Feng picked up his phone, opened his moments, and saw a post that Wang Mei had just posted. A green divorce certificate, a bright red property certificate, and a photo of her hugging Chun Xiaotian stubbornly. The accompanying text is, "It is liberation, it is rebirth." Below are comments from mutual friends. Sister Mei is the most beautiful. That rubbish man Chen Feng is not worthy of you. It seems that Wang Mei did not forget to delete herself, but just wanted to stimulate herself in this way. However, this little trick is too childish for me now. Chen Feng casually took a photo of his hand holding a red wine glass and the bustling night scene outside the window. Caption, "Respect freedom," coupled with the positioning of the Garden Hotel. After posting this message on his moments, Chen Feng turned off his phone and continued to enjoy his wonderful life. On the other hand, Wang Mei was refreshing her circle of friends while responding to inquiries about her safety from the girls, and she joined them in condemning the shameless behavior of Chen Feng, the scumbag. But soon Wang Mei's attention was attracted by the circle of friends posted by Chen Feng. The location and the content of the picture made Wang Mei recognize at once that this was the business suite of the Garden Hotel. Young Master Chen had brought himself to stay here several times before, but how could Chen Feng afford a price of nearly 3,000 per night? How could Chen Feng deserve to stay in such a good hotel? It must be that Chen Feng was so angry after seeing his circle of friends that he was trying to brag to prove that he was living a good life. Wang Mei quickly found reasons to comfort herself. So Wang Mei opened the dialogue box with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, is it fun to pretend to be rich? Do you have any savings? You lost your job, and you are still staying in such an expensive hotel. With this money, I might as well buy a plane ticket and live in a different city. After sending the message, Wang Mei waited for Chen Feng's reply. But Chen Feng seemed not to have seen the message, and there was not even a pop-up saying, "I'm typing on it." Humph! Now that coward Chen Feng must be broken. Wang Mei snorted coldly and put down her phone. I have to meet Mr. Chen tomorrow, and I don't have time to waste on this rubbish. I just don't know if Mr. Chen will like the new clothes I bought. The next morning, Chen Feng opened his eyes, and at the same time a mechanical prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! On the second day after filing for divorce, the system rewards Jiangqing's top luxury villa, Yulonghua No. 9 Villa. Chen Feng was cheered up when he heard the news. Yulongbei Villa is the most famous villa area in Jiangqing. The people who live here are all top figures from all walks of life, either rich or noble. Among them, the Yulongbei No. 9 Villa awarded to Chen Feng by the system is known as the King of Villas. To acquire a villa like this, it is not enough to rely on wealth alone. More power is needed. When the Yulongbei Villa area was first launched for sale, countless bigwigs were eyeing this villa, but in the end, this villa fell into the hands of a mysterious bigwig. The villas in Yulongbei are a symbol of status, not to mention this one is the King of Villas. Chen Feng didn't expect that this villa would fall into his hands as a reward. The system is really awesome. Chen Feng couldn't wait to see the mansion that the system rewarded him. After divorcing that shameless woman Wang Mei, my life has really been getting better and better. And according to the system's reminders, I must be able to get rewards every day. It would be easy to make the Chen family bankrupt within a year. However, this place is too far away from the Yulongbei Villa district, and it is indeed a bit inconvenient without a car. At the same time, another reminder sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Challenge mission released. As a child who grew up in Jiangqing Orphanage, please make a donation to Jiangqing Orphanage. Challenge time, 1 hour. Mission reward, a top luxury car. Indeed, Chen Feng, who was born an orphan, grew up in Jiangqing Orphanage. The director of the orphanage, Mother Jiang, provided Chen Feng with the necessary care. Now that Chen Feng is rich, it is natural for him to give some feedback. Chen Feng anonymously donated 5 million to the Jiangqing Orphanage, and also planned to find time to visit the orphanage. Ding! Donation mission for Jiangqing Orphanage completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the top supercar, Lycan Hypersport. When hearing this news, Chen Feng was even more excited than when he obtained Villa No. 9 in Yulongbei. Lycan Hypersport, translated into Chinese as Wolf Cub or Son of Wolf. This is a true supercar. This supercar is well known for the scene in Fast and Furious 7, where it flew over a tall building. Compared to the high price of 7 million, the fact that only units were sold worldwide makes it even more sought after by the super rich. In terms of scarcity, Yulongbei Villa No. 9 cannot compare with it at all. As for the other supercars, they all became younger brothers in front of the Wolf Cub. No man can resist a supercar, let alone a supercar among supercars. Chen Feng was so excited that he wanted to scream. The only pity is that Chen Feng cannot immediately experience the feeling of driving this top-level supercar. This top-level supercar is directly sent to the garage of Villa No. 9 in Yulongbei by the system. Now Chen Feng can't wait to receive his reward. After leaving the hotel, Chen Feng got into a taxi with a smile on his face. At the entrance of Yulongbei Villa, the security guard looked at the man who got out of the taxi with a strange expression. This is the Yulongbei Villa, and luxury cars are everywhere. This taxi is particularly eye-catching. What's more, Although Chen Feng's clothes were not cheap goods, they did not relate to the word rich. Such a person should not have any connection with Yulongbei Villa. However, as security guards in such a top-level community, their quality is required to be extremely high, and they naturally would not do such a thing as looking down on others. Hello, sir, which owner are you visiting? We need you to register here and contact the owner. We can only let you in after the owner's permission. The security guard spoke modestly with a smile on his face. I'm not a visitor, I'm the owner. Chen Feng spoke. Chen Feng's words surprised the security guard greatly. After all, from head to toe, there is nothing about Chen Feng that looks like the owner of this place. Before the security guard could question, a sharp voice came out. What's wrong with you security guards? How can we let people like this get close to the community? This is irresponsible to the owners of the community. This voice was extremely familiar. Chen Feng turned around and saw Wang Mei's angry face. Chen Feng, you don't think you can get to Yulong Lake community by spending a lot of money and staying in the Garden Hotel for one night. The people who live here are people you'll never come into contact with in your lifetime. You still want to go in? Why don't you look at what kind of person you are? Wang Mei started to attack Chen Feng. Chen Feng actually dared not to reply to my message and even dared to post such a message on WeChat Moments. Isn't this just a challenge to me? Now he even went to Yulong Lake community. I really don't know what this guy Chen Feng wants to do. In an instant, an idea appeared in Wang Mei's mind. Chen Feng, I don't know how you found out that young Master Chen lives here. I advise you to give up the idea of apologizing to Mr. Chen. If you offend Master Chen, you will die. Wang Mei's expression became even more mean. It's like watching a huge joke. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Mei coldly, then walked to the manual passage and entered the community by scanning her face. After the iron gate was closed, Chen Feng turned and spoke to the security guard. Our community is not open to just anyone. Yes, Mr. Chen, we will deal with it immediately. Since Chen Feng can open the door by scanning his face, it means that Chen Feng is an owner of the community. As security guards of the community, they naturally have to play a corresponding role. Madam, please leave our neighborhood immediately. We will not tolerate you harassing our property owners. The security guy spoke righteously. Residential complex owner? You were deceived by him. How could an idiot like Chen Feng be the owner of your community? He must have found a loophole to get in. Go and catch him. Wang Mei's tone became more urgent. Looking at Wang Mei's unreasonable attitude, the security guard naturally knew that words were useless. So he picked up the intercom, and within a moment, 5 or 6 security guards holding explosion-proof forks rushed out of the security booth. Ma'am, please leave immediately, or we will use force against you. The security guard opened his mouth to warn. Okay, you stinky security guards, just wait to lose your jobs. Wang Mei spoke in a fierce tone, then took out her cell phone and made a call. As the call was connected, Wang Mei's tone suddenly became extremely charming. Mr. Chen, I'm at the gate of the community. The stinky security guard in your community looked down on me and made things difficult for me by not letting me in. And they let that loser Chen Feng in there. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the door. After the call was hung up, Wang Mei's tone became vicious again. Mr. Chen will be here soon. Just wait to be fired. It took Chen Feng half an hour to walk from the gate of the community to Villa number 9. I was deeply shocked by this building that was as luxurious as a palace. After entering the villa through facial recognition, Chen Feng received a video introducing Villa number 9 on his mobile phone. The villa covers an area of 1,600 square meters on the ground floor, and there is a huge space of nearly 3,000 square meters underneath. There is no need to say much about the various luxurious decorations, and the underground part of the building is the most important. It was built completely according to the standards of a doomsday-safe house, and the cost of decoration was even higher than the selling price of the house. After getting a rough understanding of the villa, Chen Feng went to the garage without stopping. That top-level supercar is quietly waiting for me. When Chen Feng saw this top-level supercar, he was deeply attracted by it. The exaggerated car models have no intention of being restrained at all, arrogantly declaring that they are not annoying. In Chen Feng's opinion, his wolf cub is even cooler than the one in the movie. Chen Feng immediately got into the car and started the engine. The airwaves it emitted declared that it was a true steel monster. Chen Feng opened the garage door, started the sports car, and the wolf cub transformed into a black phantom and rushed out. When Chen Feng arrived at the gate of the community, a good show was happening here. At this time, Chen Qingyun had already rushed to Wang Mei's side, his face full of impatience. "What's wrong with you security guards? The people who should be let in are not let in, but the cats and dogs who shouldn't be let in are let in. My annual property fee of nearly 1 million is not for show. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, you'll be fired." Chen Qingyun vented all his anger on the security guards in front of him. These security guards were naturally still Chen Qingyun, and they knew that this was a difficult character to deal with, so they all fell silent. He even pushed the security guard to the front, hoping that he alone could ease Chen Qingyun's anger. "Mr. Chen, don't be angry. Xiao Lu, tell me what's going on." The property manager and the security captain also rushed to the scene, and the security captain asked in a serious tone, "Captain, that woman was causing trouble for the owners of our community, so I asked my brothers to drive her away." Xiao Lu seemed a little aggrieved. He was just doing things according to the rules and regulations. "The owner of the community," I said. "Chen Feng can't be the owner of the community. He just used some tricks to swipe the door open and get in." Wang Mei spoke quickly. "The cheapest townhouse in Yulong Bay community costs tens of millions. How could Chen Feng, a guy who was kicked out of the house with nothing, possibly afford it?" "Captain, supervisor, I really didn't lie. That man entered using facial recognition, and the system even reminded him of the owner's information," Xiao Lu argued. "Since it involves another owner, it is naturally impossible for the property manager to completely stand on Chen Qingyun's side. The owners of Yulongwan community are either rich or noble, and they cannot be offended at will. Mr. Chen, let me retrieve some information. If that person got in using special means, I will arrange for security to catch him out immediately. But if that person is the owner, although our security guard's behavior was a little inappropriate, I hope you can understand." The property manager spoke quickly. Chen Qingyun nodded and cast a glance at Wang Mei. "If Wang Mei dares to talk nonsense, I will make sure this woman pay. She just gave birth to a son for him, but he had more than one illegitimate children outside." Feeling Chen Qingyun's gaze, Wang Mei subconsciously shuddered. Fortunately, Wang Mei has enough confidence. How could that coward Chen Feng be the owner of the Yulong Bay community? Wait for the property manager to investigate clearly, then send the security guard in to catch that bastard. When that time comes, I will definitely teach that coward a lesson. Within a moment, the property manager inserted Chen Feng's information as the owner. Especially when he saw that Chen Feng was actually the owner of Villa Number 9, the property manager's attitude suddenly became tough. "This is Villa Number 9. To be the director of this villa, not to mention Chen Qingyun, even his father cannot afford to offend him. Not to mention that the person causing trouble now is only Chen Qingyun's lover. Mr. Chen, after verification, that gentleman is indeed the owner of our community." After hearing what the property manager said, Chen Qingyun slapped Wang Mei hard in the face. "Shame on you. Chen Qingyun is indeed a pervert, but he is not a fool." To him, Wang Mei was just a toy that he could manipulate at will. However, when facing the owners who live in the same community as him, Chen Qingyun will definitely face them with a correct attitude. Because Wang Mei offended the owners of the same residential complex as her, Chen Qingyun was not crazy enough to go back and do such a thing. Wang Mei was knocked to the ground by this sudden slap. No, Mr. Chen, I really didn't lie to you. The person who went in was Chen Feng. Chen Feng is a top student in the computer department. He must have hacked into the system and changed the data. How could he be the owner of Yulong Lake community? You have all been deceived by him." Wang Mei knelt on the ground, hugged Chen Qingyun's legs, and cried. "Wait, are you calling me a liar?" Chen Feng got out of the car and watched the farce in front of him with interest. "Yes, he is Chen Feng. He's the liar. You have all been deceived by him. Catch him now." Wang Mei spoke as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. But except Wang Mei, everyone else did not move. Even Chen Qingyun, who had been so arrogant in front of Chen Feng before, did not dare to act rashly when he saw the Wolf Cub supercar. "Ma'am, if you continue to be rude to our landlord, we will have to evict you." The property manager spoke in a firm tone. As the owner of Villa Number 9, this identity is enough to make the property team stand on Chen Feng's side without hesitation. "Mr. Chen, have you forgotten? He is Chen Feng. He is such a coward. There is no way he can be the owner of Yulong Lake Community. Chen Feng must have used some tricks. Wang Mei grabbed Chen Qingyun's hand a little tighter. Manager Wu, please verify this gentleman's identity. Is he really the owner of Villa Number 9? Chen Qingyun's figure was very light, but his hanging hands were clenched tightly. It would be best if all of this was done by Chen Feng, and that Wolf Cub supercar was also stolen by Chen Feng from Villa Number 9. If Chen Feng is really the owner of Villa Number 9, then he is in huge trouble. After hearing what Chen Qingyun said, Manager Wu subconsciously cast a questioning look at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen is a man of status, so he naturally wouldn't speak nonsense. Moreover, what Chen Qingyun and Wang Mei said was very convincing, so they should not be making it up. What's more, Villa Number 9 in Yulong Bay has been vacant for a long time. Even the property staff didn't know that anyone had moved in. Chen Feng's identity was indeed suspicious. But when Manager Wu's eyes met Chen Feng's, Manager Wu felt a tremendous pressure. Oh, are you questioning me? Chen Feng looked at Manager Wu with interest, his tone indescribably cold. Mr. Chen, I didn't mean that. But since other owners have raised reasonable questions, our property team must also give an explanation. Through our backend data, we are able to confirm your identity. It would be great if you are willing to work with our team to resolve other owners' doubts. But if you are unwilling to cooperate, we will handle the rest of the issues and will never disturb your life. Manager Wu spoke quickly. Chen Feng nodded. No wonder Manager Wu was able to become the property manager. There is really nothing wrong with such an attitude. Manager Wu's preference is more due to Chen Feng's identity as the owner of Villa Number 9. If he did not have this kind of identity, Manager Wu would never take the risk of offending Chen Qingyun. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want to encounter people who spread rumors and cause trouble in the community. Chen Feng left this sentence behind and got on the Wolf Cub supercar again. With a roar of air waves, the sports car sped away, leaving everyone with different expressions. Mr. Chen, the background information of our property is protected and there is no possibility of being hacked. That Mr. Chen Feng is indeed the owner of Villa Number 9 in Yulong Bay. Manager Wu spoke politely to Chen Qingyun, then turned and looked at Wang Mei. I just don't know why this lady would spread rumors about the owners of our community. I don't even know why this lady would want to stir up a dispute among the owners of our community. If this lady continues to behave like this, our property management team will take all necessary measures to protect the rights and interests of the owners of the community. At this time, Manager Wu's tone was not as polite and friendly as before towards Chen Qingyun. Manager Wu has also seen the world. He recognized at a glance that Wang Mei was just a lover of Chen Qingyun. Chen Feng and Chen Qingyun are both owners of the Yulong Bay community. Manager Wu has no way to get involved in the conflict between them. It would be better to transfer the conflict to a lover like Wang Mei who is not presentable enough. You are nothing but a shabby property manager. Who gave you the guts to speak like that? Okay, I get it. Did Chen Feng give you some benefits? You guys colluded to embarrass me. Wang Mei suddenly realized. Mr. Chen, these lousy properties don't respect you at all. Don't I know who that coward Chen Feng is? Mr. Chen, you must not be fooled by them. Wang Mei immediately put on a face and tried to please Chen Qingyun beside her. Unfortunately, what awaited Wang Mei was a ruthless slap from Chen Qingyun. After listening to what Manager Wu said, Chen Qingyun vented the anger in his chest directly on Wang Mei. Wang Mei was just a plaything of Chen Qingyun. If she hadn't given birth to a son for him, Chen Qingyun would have abandoned her long ago. Now, because of such a stupid woman, he has lost face and offended a person who is suspected to have a powerful background. How can Chen Qingyun not be angry? You'd better pray that Chen Feng doesn't have any background, otherwise, you're dead. Chen Qingyun said this viciously and then walked into the Yulong Bay villa. Chen Qingyun's top priority now is to confirm Chen Feng's identity. He doesn't have time to continue wasting on this stupid woman. Wang Mei was slapped hard by Chen Qingyun and fell to the ground. The intense pain brought out her tears. Wang Mei immediately got up from the ground and chased after Chen Qingyun. Mr. Chen, believe me, this must be a trick of that coward Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, don't be fooled by that loser. However, before Wang Mei caught up with Chen Qingyun, she was stabbed into the ground again by the explosion-proof fork in the hands of the security team. Miss, please stop harassing the owners of our community. You are not welcome in our community. Manager Wu spoke coldly, then waved his hand, and the security guards picked up Wang Mei from the ground and took her away. Wang Mei struggled and kept cursing. How dare you, you stinky security guards, do this to me? Do you know who I am? I am the mother of Chen Xiao's child. Let me go. Otherwise you will lose your job. Wang Mei's shouting not only failed to stop the security guards' actions, but made them even more violent. Security guards are also human beings and have tempers. He had been holding a grudge against Wang Mei, so he naturally took this opportunity to vent it. Manager Wu looked at the persistent Wang Mei and called the police directly. Since the incident involved Yulong Lake community, the police naturally rushed to the scene as soon as possible and then took the frantic Wang Mei away for detention on charges of disturbing public order. Chen Feng naturally knew nothing about the drama taking place at the entrance of the community. At this moment, he was driving this super sports car, of which there are only 7 in the world, roaring on the road, enjoying the ultimate experience brought to him by such a performance monster. This super sports car that appeared in Jiangxing quickly attracted a lot of attention and even dominated the hot searches. In an instant, the entire Chinese automobile industry was set off. Everyone is guessing who the owner of this supercar is. What kind of rich person can own such a sports car? As for Chen Feng in the car, he drove towards the destination of this trip, Marcel Restaurant. Chen Feng has heard of this 3-star Michelin restaurant in Jiangxing for a long time. Now that Chen Feng has such a fortune, he will naturally not compromise on his appetite. Soon, the supercar stopped at the door of Marcel Restaurant. Chen Feng handed the car keys to the doorman and walked straight into the restaurant. The doorman naturally did not dare to neglect this man who was dressed ordinary but got out of a top-of-the-line sports car. He carefully helped Chen Feng drive the car to the parking lot, for fear that he would bump into the top-of-the-line sports car. In case of an accident, he would not be able to afford the compensation even if he sold the car. As soon as Chen Feng walked into the hotel lobby, he was stopped by a man in a black suit. "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment?" Although the man's tone was polite, and he had a professional smile on his face, Chen Feng could feel the indifference in his eyes. "Can't we eat without a reservation?" "Can't we eat without a reservation?" Chen Feng asked. "I'm sorry, sir, we are a membership hotel and are only open to members. If you are not a guest of our members, we cannot accommodate you. In addition, our hotel also has regulations that require formal attire to enter." The man in the black suit spoke. At this time, the manager standing in the hall obviously noticed the dispute here and hurried over, waved his hand, drove away the waiter, and spoke. "Hello, sir. I am the manager of this hotel. Is there anything I can help you with?" Although the manager's tone was polite, it gave people an indescribable sense of arrogance. "I just want to have a meal here." Chen Feng looked at the hotel manager in a neat suit and spoke. "I'm sorry, sir. I should have told you earlier that our hotel only accommodates members. I understand that you want to enjoy our hotel's delicious food, but I'm sorry." The manager was interrupted by Chen Feng before he could finish his words. "Okay, I understand. Then I'll sign up as a member of your hotel. How much is the membership fee?" As Chen Feng spoke, he reached out to take out his bank card. The manager was obviously a little surprised by Chen Feng's answer. He adjusted his tone and spoke. "I'm sorry, sir. Sir, membership in our restaurant cannot be opened at will. There are only 2 ways to become a member of our restaurant. One is to be invited by other members, and the other is to pass the corresponding asset certification. You can't become a member of our hotel just by paying the membership fee." The manager spoke, his tone still humble, but the arrogance he revealed was even greater than before. "All right." Chen Feng reached out and interrupted the manager. "Just tell me if 100,000 yuan is enough for me to have a meal at your hotel." After hearing Chen Feng's words, the hotel manager was obviously stunned. The clothes on Chen Feng's body altogether cost less than 1,000 yuan. He didn't look like someone who could spend 100,000 yuan on a meal. The hotel manager also made a judgment in his mind. I guess Chen Feng said this because he felt he had lost face. He has seen a lot of people like this who try to show off their wealth. If 100,000 is not enough, then 200,000 is probably enough for a meal at your hotel. Chen Feng emphasized his tone again. However, in the eyes of the hotel manager, this behavior further confirmed his previous judgment. If 200,000 isn't enough, what about 300,000? Now the hotel manager has only one idea in his mind. How should I deal with the current problem? It is definitely impossible to let the security guards kick Chen Feng out directly. The most urgent task is to make Chen Feng leave willingly while preserving his face. At this moment, a panting voice sounded in the headset. Manager, I just parked the car for this guest. This guest is driving the Wolf Cub supercar that appeared in The Fast and the Furious. But he is dressed simply, so you must be careful, manager. The doorman carefully parked the super sports car, which could cost him a lifetime of damage if bumped into, in the parking lot, and then he remembered to report to the manager. If anything went wrong because I didn't report it in time, I would definitely lose this hard-earned job. After hearing what the doorman said, the hotel manager felt a chill running from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. The hotel manager immediately recalled his previous attitude and words, and after confirming that there was no problem, he quickly spoke. Sir, is that Lycan Hypersport your car? The hotel manager's attitude was still polite, but the arrogance had completely disappeared, replaced by flattery. The hotel manager had no doubt at all that this supercar was rented by Chen Feng. This is a magical car with only 7 of its kind in the world. Not to mention that it is impossible for someone to rent out such a car, even if it is really rented. The fact that Chen Feng is able to rent it shows that his network of contacts is extraordinary. Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Dear sir, please follow me. The hotel manager bent down slightly and stretched out his hand to guide Chen Feng. Why? Isn't this a membership hotel? Only serving members. Sir, given your qualifications, it is an honor for our hotel to have you become a member. Please follow me. The hotel manager's attitude was even more humble, and he took Chen Feng to a private room. Chen Feng did not order any dishes, but simply asked the hotel to prepare a few of the chef's specialties. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the hotel manager backed out of the box as if he had received an imperial decree. After closing the door, he immediately turned around and ran to the kitchen. In order to make up for possible previous mistakes, the hotel chef must use all his skills to appease Chen Feng. Chef Kane, we have a distinguished guest in our restaurant. Please use your best cooking skills to satisfy this guest's stomach. The manager spoke, but he got a bad answer. Chef Kane is on leave today and is not in the restaurant. Although the chefs in the kitchen can handle ordinary guests, they are definitely not as good as Chef Kane in cooking skills. The manager quickly took out his cell phone and called Chef Kane, hoping that he could come back quickly. I'm sorry, Gua. I'm fishing at sea right now. Even if I return right now, it will take me 3 hours to get to the restaurant. You can trust the little ones in the store more, especially Feng. She is a very talented cook, but she lacks the opportunity to show her talent. Manager Guo was so distraught and decisive on the phone that he felt as if the sky had fallen. Finally, Manager Guo could only try his luck and put his last hope on Feng, whom Chef Kane mentioned. Feng Xiao, there is a distinguished guest in our restaurant right now. You must use all your cooking skills to satisfy him. If you can do that, I will immediately give you a promotion and a raise. Manager Guo walked up to a young girl and spoke. The girl's petite body was wrapped in a loose chef's uniform, and she looked like a child pretending to be an adult. It's just a guest, leave it to me, the girl said with a look of disdain. When it comes to cooking, Feng Xiao has always been extremely confident. Feng Xiao stood in front of the stove, and his whole spirit and energy changed completely in an instant. At this point, she has completely transformed from a child who seemed to be playing the role of a chef into a leader in the kitchen. Under her skillful hands, the ingredients were turned into one exquisite dish after another and were served to Chen Feng's dining table. Sir, do you like the food in our hotel? The hotel manager asked humbly. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded. Chen Feng swore that he had never eaten such delicious food. Chen Feng even had the urge to treat this restaurant as his own canteen. It is an honor for our hotel to receive your recognition. The expression on the hotel manager's face became even more flattering. Satisfied is good. As long as you don't care about the little accidents that happened before, everything will be fine. Correct. Chen Feng's sudden words made the hotel manager feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Sir, is there anything that makes you dissatisfied? As long as you point it out, we will definitely correct it. The hotel manager immediately assured. That's not the case. I just prefer your rebellious look. You should recover a little. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the hotel manager, who had been nodding and bowing, raised his head again, revealing an expression that was both polite and arrogant. Then he handed the bill and a membership card to Chen Feng. Chen Feng paid readily. Such a meal certainly did not cost 100,000 yuan. It only cost less than 30,000 yuan. This was several months' salary for Chen Feng in the past, but for Chen Feng now, it is just a drop in the bucket. As soon as Chen Feng walked to the doorman had already driven the car to the door and opened the door for Chen Feng to get in. Just as Chen Feng fastened his seatbelt and prepared to drive away, the passenger door was suddenly opened, and a girl with heavy makeup squeezed in, holding a selfie stick in her hand, and seemed to be live streaming on her mobile phone. Before Chen Feng could say anything, the female anchor spoke first. "Hello, brother. My name is Xiao Kong. I'm a female anchor. You should know me. I have more than 3 million fans." Xiao Tsung spoke in a half voice. Then he looked at the phone screen again. "Brothers, I mustered up the courage to get on this car, so you can't withhold the rockets you promised me. Thank you for the big rocket, Brother Health. Thank you, Brother June, for the big plane." Xiao Tsung said this while making faces at the phone screen. "I said I don't know you. Please get out of my car." Chen Feng spoke bluntly. "Brother, if I am chased away like this, I will be punished by the brothers in the live broadcast room." "Brother, you don't want to see Xiao Tsung being punished, do you?" As Xiao Tsung spoke, she continued to twist her waist and made some small movements with her hands. She pulled her skirt up a little, revealing a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings, and then pulled the collar down with her hands, making the cleavage on her chest more visible. Just these small actions were enough for Chen Feng to conclude that Xiao Tsung was an indecent woman who took the initiative to approach him. Sure enough, once you have money, these bad women will come to you like flies. Chen Feng suddenly became interested and wanted to tease the female anchor. "Brother, if you are not kidding, you really don't know me. I am still a big anchor." Xiao Tsung spoke again. Chen Feng also heard the disbelief in Xiao Tsung's tone. It seemed that Xiao Tsung simply could not understand that someone of Chen Feng's age really didn't recognize him. He must be teasing him. "Do not know." Chen Feng repeated it again. "Brother, the fans in the live broadcast room said that your car is the legendary Wolf Cub. It is said that there are only 7 of them in the world. Is this true? Really? So please get off. You can't afford to pay for it if you damage the interior." Chen Feng's words instantly froze the smile on Xiao Tsung's face. Does this man in front of me know how to chat? Isn't it just because you are rich? You can look down on others like this. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, Xiao Tsung would never show it on his face. Perhaps she would only meet a rich man of this level once in her life. Even if she can't develop anything with the man in front of her, she must take advantage of the popularity of this Wolf Cub supercar. Now the number of people online in her live broadcast room has skyrocketed. "Brother, you are such a joker. I will be careful and will never damage your car. If it really breaks, I can just give myself as compensation to you." Xiao Tsung's tone was somewhat coquettish, but Chen Feng's next words gave her a heart attack. "Your car isn't as expensive as mine. I won't do business at a loss. Lies don't hurt. Truth is the knife." Chen Feng's words immediately broke Xiao Tsung's defense. After all, she is a big anchor and internet celebrity with more than 3 million fans. Although he is not as good as Chen Feng, he is also well known. However, the traffic in the live broadcast room forced Xiao Tsung to suppress the urge to slam the door and leave, and he continued to speak in a sweet voice. "Brother, I will be careful and will never damage your car. But brother, the viewers in my live broadcast room all want to know what it feels like to drive Wolf Cub. I've never ridden in such a nice sports car before. Can you take me for a ride, brother? I can agree to any conditions you have." As Xiao Tsung spoke, he continued to move closer to Chen Feng, as if he wanted to have more physical contact with Chen Feng. "Can you agree to any conditions?" Chen Feng was very interested. "Of course. I think my brother will definitely not embarrass me or ask me to do something that I can't do." Xiao Tsung was secretly happy. I thought Chen Feng was so difficult to deal with, but he turns out to be a lustful man. However, being able to spend a good night with such a man is not something difficult to accept. He is so rich and handsome, and maybe he can bring some resources to himself after something happens. Xiao Tsung has no reason to refuse the change. "You can go for a ride, but you have to pay for my ride. If it's okay, we'll go." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Tsung felt a black screen before his eyes. Even Xiao Tsong began to doubt his own charm. Don't I have even a little bit of appeal to Chen Feng? What I said just now was already an offer of my services, but in the end it wasn't as important as the fare. But soon, Xiao Tsong figured it out. All this was just Chen Feng's trick of playing hard to get. How could a wealthy man of this level care about gas money? I just want to tease myself in this way. No matter how rich he is just a stinky man. Okay, brother, let's get started. Xiao Tsong said as he fastened his seat belt. Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator, and Xiao Tsong felt a strong push on his back. Just when Xiao Tsong was about to scream, the speed suddenly dropped. This made Xiao Tsong feel like he was about to achieve his goal, but it suddenly stopped, and he felt very uncomfortable. After all, it was in the city, and Chen Feng couldn't be speeding. I'll give you $100 for that slam on the gas just now. Chen Feng's words made Xiao Tsong more resolute in his judgment. Chen Feng really wanted to play hard to get with me. Okay, whatever my brother says is what happens. In order to divert his attention, Xiao Tsong took a look at the comments in the live broadcast room. The whole screen was filled with comments mocking Xiao Tsong for trying to stick with Fugu, but still being rejected. Even though Xiao Tsong's die-hard fans firmly stand on Xiao Tsong's side and try their best to defend her, the die-hard fans are too insignificant in the face of this wave of traffic. The live broadcast room was completely one-sided. This also made Xiao Tsong even more angry. These viewers in the live broadcast room know nothing and are just talking nonsense. What does it mean that even if you give yourself away for something, you still aren't liked? These otakus who can't even have a relationship in real life simply don't understand the tug-of-war between them. Thinking of this, Xiao Tsong decided to do something to prove that he was not who they said he was. Brother, I don't have much money on hand, so don't ask for too much when I ask for the fare later. Xiao Tsong pretended to be shy. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng slammed on the brakes and the sports car stopped on the side of the road, which scared Xiao Tsong so much that he screamed. Brother, what are you doing? You are so bad. Xiao Tsong patted his chest with his hands, causing the majestic mountain in front of his chest to tremble. You said you had no money, so I'll drive here and charge you 200 yuan for the fare. Chen Feng spoke. Xiao Tsong suddenly realized that his previous guess seemed to be wrong, and it seemed that he really had given everything to others, but they still didn't want him. Brother, but I don't have any cash on me. Let's add a friend and transfer it to you. Xiao Tsong suddenly had an idea and gave his own answer. Perhaps this is why Chen Feng wants to collect money. Adding friends in this way is really innovative. As expected, it's not like no one wants me even if I give myself away for free. Chen Feng held his cell phone in front of Xiao Tsong. Xiao Tsong happily scanned the QR code, but a payment page popped up. Brother, did you click the wrong button? Is this the payment code? Xiao Tsong said in surprise. What else? Pay up and get out of the car. I don't have time to waste with you. Chen Feng's voice became a little colder. Originally, Xiao Tsong was planning to act up, but after feeling Chen Feng's attitude, he became as obedient as a quail. I paid the bill obediently, got out of the car, and watched the supercar drive away. Xiao Tsong now feels that he is the clown. No, that's not right. Although I was not able to establish a relationship with such a rich guy, the traffic it brought was real. Xiao Tsong was just about to interact to retain this group of fans, but before she could open her mouth, the number of people online in the live broadcast room dropped from hundreds of thousands to a few thousand in an instant. Apart from leaving behind a mockery of oneself, there is no other trace at all. Xiao Tsong had finally adjusted his mentality, but received a notification that his live broadcast room had been banned. Xiao Tsong looked at the black screen of his mobile phone, feeling lost. As for Chen Feng at this time, he was driving happily and enjoying the fun of driving. All the cars along the way kept an extremely long and safe distance from Chen Feng's supercar. After all, it looks like the car is not affordable to pay for, and no one would joke about their own savings. The ample space left also allows Chen Feng to drive more and more boldly. At an intersection, a Maserati president behind the right suddenly accelerated, obviously trying to squeeze in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng quickly stepped on the brakes. Chen Feng doesn't want his newly acquired supercar to be sent for repair. When the Maserati successfully squeezed in, a BMW in front saw the ambulance honking and immediately braked to make way. There was a loud bang, and the Maserati hit the BMWs but hard. Fortunately, the speed of the cars was not very fast, and no serious accident occurred. Chen Feng was just about to go around the two cars and go home when a heavily made-up woman in her 20s got out of the Maserati and blocked Chen Feng's car. You drive like that. If you hadn't stopped me, there's no way I would have had a car accident. You are fully responsible. The woman stood in front of Chen Feng's car and roared. You forced your way in, and you think you're right? I don't know if you bought your driver's license without knowing this kind of knowledge. Chen Feng said mercilessly. How dare you talk like that? Do you know who my husband is? Isn't it just a no-name sports car? What's so great about it? Your sports car is made in China, right? If you can't afford a sports car, don't buy one. There's no need to buy a no-name car and try to equip it. The woman put her hands on her hips and spoke arrogantly. The owner of the BMW that was rear-ended in front also got out of the car. What's wrong with you? You chased my car and you blamed others. You are fully responsible. I have contacted the traffic police. The BMW owner couldn't stand the woman's arrogant look and spoke with a sullen face. I'm fully responsible. Bah. It was obviously you who braked suddenly. Oh, I see you want to scam me. Don't think I'm easy to bully just because I'm a woman. You call the police, and I will call the police too. As she spoke, the woman dialed the police. Hello, police. I've been scammed and they're threatening me. Come quickly, save me. The woman spoke in a crying voice. The woman then made another call. Honey, I was in a car accident. It's so dangerous. You almost won't be able to see your beloved baby again. There are two men trying to embarrass me now. Honey, I'm so scared. Come and save me. As soon as the phone was connected, the woman started crying in a coquettish voice. She looked so pitiful. If Chen Feng was not the person involved, Chen Feng really thought that women should not be bullied. Just wait, the police and my husband will be here soon. When they get here, you'll be in trouble. As soon as the woman hung up the phone, she spoke viciously to Chen Feng and the BMW owner. Chen Feng and the BMW owner looked at each other and confirmed that this woman had something wrong with her brain. Chen Feng didn't have time to waste on this woman. Just as he was about to get in the car, he was stopped by the woman. What do you want to do? You want to run? You're doing a hit and run. I won't let you leave until my husband comes. The woman grabbed Chen Feng's hand and prevented him from leaving. Chen Feng didn't care about the woman's throwing a tantrum and simply shook off her hand. The woman took advantage of the situation and fell to the ground, lying directly in front of Chen Feng's car, and started crying. It's outrageous. He hit and ran after the accident and even beat a woman. The woman's unreasonable attitude made Chen Feng furious. Dude, don't you want to see this woman's expression when the traffic police arrive? The BMW owner walked up to Chen Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke. Only then did Chen Feng notice that the man was driving not an ordinary BMW, but a BMW M8, which cost more than 2 million yuan, much more expensive than the Maserati president driven by the woman. Anyone who can drive a BMW M8 at such a young age is definitely not an ordinary person. This woman has hit the nail on the head. Then I am somewhat interested. Chen Feng nodded and began to look forward to what expression this shrewd woman would have after the traffic police announced the result. Isn't it just a junky BMW? Why did you install it on me? If someone didn't know you, they would think you were driving some luxury car. The woman naturally heard the conversation between the two and immediately started to mock. Obviously, the woman didn't know the weight of this broken BMW she was talking about. I hope you won't cry too ugly later. The BMW owner glanced at the woman and spoke. Then he switched to an admiring tone and spoke to Chen Feng. Brother, this must be the legendary wolf cub. This is the first time I've seen one. The BMW owner looked at the wolf cub as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Brother, nice to meet you. My name is Lin Sa. I own a racing club. This is my business card. As the BMW owner spoke, he handed Chen Feng a business card. Chen Feng, I don't have a business card at the moment, but you can add me as a friend. Chen Feng saw that Lin Sa seemed to be attractive to him, so he spoke. The two of them quickly added each other as friends. During this period, Lin Sa also invited Chen Feng to join his racing club, but was naturally rejected by Chen Feng. Chen Feng is not a racing driver and has no interest in racing, so it is naturally impossible for him to join. However, he will be able to accept racing when the time comes. Lin Sa naturally expressed respect for Chen Feng's attitude. Of course, while Chen Feng and Lin Sa were chatting, the woman was still yelling and cursing. In order not to be affected by this woman, Chen Feng asked Lin Sa to get on his wolf cub and wait for the arrival of the traffic police. After getting in the car, Lin Sa carefully stroked the interior of the wolf cub supercar. This action was even more attentive than caressing a beauty. From this action, it is not difficult to see that Lin Sa is definitely a person who loves cars. Soon, the traffic police arrived at the scene. As soon as Chen Feng and Lin Sa got out of the car, they heard the woman turning the tables in front of the traffic police. "Comrade police, you are here at last. If you don't come, I'll be bullied to death. This person maliciously blocked my parking space, and that person deliberately braked at a green light to allow my car to pass through. Is this scam? You said I was fully responsible. The guy behind me even tried to run away. Luckily you guys came. Otherwise I would have nowhere to complain." The woman spoke. The traffic policeman in charge of handling the case doubted his own ears after listening to the woman's account. Does she mean that she rear-ended the car in front of her and now doesn't want to take responsibility? With the attitude of a responsible person, the traffic police confirmed with Lin Sa and Chen Feng, and also retrieved the surveillance and driving recorders. It was confirmed that the woman was trying to overtake by force and then rear-end the car. "Ma'am, this time you rear-ended the car in front of you, so you are fully responsible." The traffic police imposed a penalty. Hearing this, the woman became excited all of a sudden. "Full responsibility? Full responsibility for me. Okay, are you guys hooking up to put the blame on me? Even if I rear-ended them, don't they have any responsibility at all? How could it be that I am solely responsible? How on earth do you drive?" The woman yelled at the traffic police. "Ma'am, if you have any objections to my punishment, you can go to the traffic police brigade to appeal. Now please respect my punishment." The traffic policeman glanced at the woman and spoke bluntly. "Do you know who my husband is? You are just a small traffic policeman. I will make you lose your job immediately. Bah, when my husband comes, I'll make you suffer," the woman said viciously. At the same time, a Range Rover stopped near them and a big bald man with a big gold chain walked out of the car. "Hubby, you guys are finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death by them." The woman threw herself onto the bald man in a delicate manner. "My husband is here. He supports you. I want to see who dares to let my baby suffer." The big bald man spoke. "Well, my husband is here. I'm not afraid anymore." The woman snuggled in the bald man's arms like a little bird and spoke. However, when the man saw the BMW M8 that was rear-ended, his face froze and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Anyone who could drive a BMW M8 was definitely not an ordinary person. "Isn't this Wang Laosan? Why are you showing off in front of me? I heard you want me to look good," Lin Sa said with interest. Wang Laosan felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. He turned his head to look and was so shocked that his whole body trembled, and he pushed the woman in his arms out. "Husband, what are you doing?" The woman was surprised. "How dare you, a loser woman, offend young Master Lin?" Wang Laosan slapped the woman in the face and spoke. The woman covered her face in shame, as if she had lost her soul. "You hit me. You actually dared to hit me. You actually hit me just to be hit. Wang Laosan, we can't live like this any longer." The woman's voice gradually became shrill, but after the man's second slap, the woman became completely obedient. "That's fine. If young Master Lin doesn't forgive you, we'll get divorced right away. Who do you think you are?" After scolding the woman, Wang Laosan continued to speak in a flattering voice. "Mr. Lin, that stupid woman was ignorant and offended you. I apologize to you and will bear all the losses. Please forgive me and let me go." Wang Laosan was humble. "It's a pity that this stupid woman has offended more than just me." Lin Sa said this and looked at Chen Feng. Wang Laosan also shifted his gaze to Chen Feng. Although this man was quite handsome, he did not recognize his face and the clothes he wore were not expensive. Was he Lin Xiao's friend? At that time, when Wang Laosan noticed the wolf cub running supercar behind Chen Feng, his heart skipped a beat, and then his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. "Brother, this stupid woman has offended you. Please be magnanimous and let me go just like a fart," Wang Laosan said with a bitter face. "It's just a no-name sports car. What's there to be afraid of?" The woman obviously realized that something was wrong, but she still insisted. "You stupid woman, this sports car is a Wolf Cub supercar. There are only 7 of them in the world. It's worth more than 60 million, and there's still no one in demand. Why did I marry a stupid woman like you? Hearing this, the woman felt her feet go weak and she knelt on the ground. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The woman slapped herself hard and spoke in a trembling voice, her tone full of fear. I'm not some bully. Just follow the procedure. But if I were an ordinary person, I would probably be bullied to death by you. Chen Feng snorted coldly. He didn't have even the slightest fondness for the woman in front of him. Wang Laosan, it's not easy to save up some money. Don't let this woman squander it all. Lin Sa walked up to Wang Laosan and spoke. Mr. Lin, you taught me a lesson. Wang Laosan still maintained a fawning attitude in front of Chen Feng, but when he walked to the woman's side, his tone suddenly became tough. Wang Laosan raised his hand again and slapped the woman hard on the face, knocking her to the ground again. Get a divorce. Husband, you can't do this. We can't get divorced. We can't get divorced. The woman quickly hugged Wang Laosan's legs and begged for mercy, but Wang Laosan kicked her away mercilessly. Wang Laosan knew that this stupid woman had caused Lin Xiao to dislike him. If he doesn't cut ties with this woman in time, he won't be able to continue his business. Wang Laosan knows how to choose between a woman and his own future. That's enough, Wang Laosan. Don't make it so embarrassing in public. Go back and take care of your own affairs. Lin Sa frowned slightly and spoke. Wang Laosan naturally followed suit, and after finishing his work, he directly became Lin Sa's driver. Before leaving, Wang Laosan also gave Chen Feng a business card. General Manager of Urban Construction Group, Wang Qiangxing. The Urban Construction Group is also a well-known large group in Jiangxing, but in front of Lin Sa, it is like a lackey. It seems that Lin Sa's identity is indeed not simple. After receiving the business card, Chen Feng was inspired and drove to Jiangxing Orphanage. Originally, Chen Feng was planning to find time to go there, so he might as well go now. The Wolf Cub's supercar sped along the road and soon arrived at the Jiangxing Orphanage. However, what happened in front of the Jiangxing Orphanage at this time surprised Chen Feng greatly. 5 or 6 excavators were neatly blocked at the entrance of Jiangxing Orphanage. Inside the iron gate, the director, Mother Jiang, and several volunteers looked unhappy. The many children behind him were obviously frightened by the scene before them and kept crying and shouting. I said, we don't agree to demolition. Mother Jiang held a big loudspeaker and shouted to the workers outside the iron gate. Don't be ungrateful, old woman. It's great that they can offer 8 million for demolition costs. We will definitely demolish this orphanage. The leading worker wearing a white safety helmet shouted. The Jiangxing Orphanage was indeed short of funds and could not continue. But not long ago, Mother Jiang received a donation of 5 million yuan, which immediately solved the difficulties faced by the orphanage. Although 8 million yuan in demolition compensation sounds like a lot, it is not enough to support Mother Jiang to open another orphanage. However, these demolition teams were like a dogskin plaster, sticking to the orphanage. Even though Mother Jiang had clearly refused several times, they still came to harass her. This also made Mother Jiang, who was already lacking in energy, even more exhausted. We are from the Urban Construction Group. I advise you to just take the demolition money and leave. Otherwise, not only will I demolish the orphanage, but you won't even get the compensation. If you don't believe me, just try it. The leading man spoke. At the same time, a worker nearby picked up a shovel and chopped it hard on the iron gate of the orphanage. The flying sparks scared Mother Jiang so much that she took a few steps back. What are you doing? Are you trying to demolish it by force? Chen Feng rushed forward and asked, where did you come from, you young brat? It's not your turn to give orders about what our urban construction group is doing. The leading man spoke. At the same time, with a wave of their hands, several workers prepared to step forward and pull Chen Feng away. City Construction Group? Are you Wang Laosan's people? Chen Feng immediately recalled the business card that Wang Laosan had handed him earlier and spoke. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the leading man was obviously stunned. Then he began to look at Chen Feng's clothes carefully. There was nothing expensive on him from head to toe. Although his face was handsome, it looked very unfamiliar, and his whole temperament did not seem like that of a rich man. Xiaofeng, leave quickly, you can't afford to offend them. Mother Jiang spoke immediately. In Mother Jiang's eyes, Chen Feng was just an employee of Jiangxing Group, and he certainly couldn't afford to offend the Urban Construction Group. Not only will you fail to stop these people's rude behavior, but you will also suffer the consequences yourself. It's not worth it. Mother Zhang's words made the leading man more resolute in his judgment. How can a person who just came out of an orphanage become a powerful person? He must have gotten the name Wang Laosan from somewhere and used it to scare people. He almost got fooled. Who the hell are you? You are not worthy of calling our general manager like that. What are you guys standing there for? Get this brat out of here right now. If he doesn't know what's good for him, just take good care of him. I'll pay for his medical expenses. Then several workers came forward and prepared to start. Wang Laosan doesn't even dare to speak like that in front of me. Who gave you the courage? Chen Feng snorted coldly. At this time, a worker walked up to the leader and spoke. Boss, this guy doesn't seem to be a simple guy. Look at the car he drives. Hearing this, the leading man turned his head and looked. When I saw the Wolf Cub supercar, I almost scared myself to death. At this time, Chen Feng had already taken out the business card that Wang Laosan handed to him. When the man saw the business card, his legs went weak. If the younger brother beside him had not been quick to help him, he would have knelt on the ground. Sir, are you acquainted with our boss? The man asked in a servile manner, his tone full of flattery. So we know each other. Chen Feng nodded. Then how about I call our boss and ask his opinion? The man asked cautiously. Chen Feng nodded. The man immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. The man made several calls before he finally got through. Huangpi, I am accompanying Lin Xiao now. If you don't have something important to do, you are dead. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Laosan's roar was heard. Boss, something's up, something big. We were doing some demolition work, and a gentleman said he knew you and had your business card, so I called you to confirm it. Huangpi said flatteringly. You have my business card? Ask him who he is. Wang Laosan's tone also became serious. In order to facilitate communication, Huangpi turned on the speakerphone from the beginning, and Chen Feng gave his name. Chen Feng. He said his name is Chen Feng. Huangpi immediately reported his name. Chen Feng? I have no impression of him. Wang Laosan just felt that the name seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. I guess this is a person who is not very important. Huangpi suddenly felt confident. As expected, what kind of big shot could emerge from an orphanage? This guy named Chen Feng in front of me is really a bluff. I almost fell into his trap. The boss is accompanying Mr. Lin now, and I have disturbed him because of this matter. This account will definitely be held against me in the future. All this is because of that bastard Chen Feng. I have to teach him a lesson. Chen Feng naturally felt that Huang Pai's gentle eyes gradually became fierce, and he spoke in a cold voice. Wang Laosan, you are really a noble man who forgets things easily. I just saw you on the road, but now I don't recognize you. Chen Feng's words came through the phone, causing Wang Laosan to shudder. No wonder this name sounded so familiar to me. It turns out it belongs to that big shot. Mr. Chen, it's you. How come I can't even remember your name? Excuse me, what happened? Have these employees under my command offended you? Wang Laosan said modestly. If Lin Xiao wasn't sitting in his car, Wang Laosan would definitely rush to the scene as soon as possible and apologize to Chen Feng. I heard that, Boss Wang. You are very tough. We live in a society ruled by law, and you still want to resort to forced demolition. Chen Feng's voice became colder. Mr. Chen, you are joking. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I do anything illegal? We have procedures for demolition, and we have also paid for the demolition. How can this be considered forced demolition? Wang Laosan smiled apologetically. Then I'll tell you, if Director Zhang of the orphanage doesn't agree to demolition, you'll just have to give up this place, got it? Chen Feng's tone became a little tougher. Okay, since you've spoken, Mr. Chen, I'll have my employees withdraw right away. Wang Laosan continued to make assurances. If you lose this business, you can still take on another one, but if you offend the big shots, they can lose your jobs. Wang Laosan knows exactly which is more important. Since the boss has spoken, Huangpi naturally would not have any objections and directly called his employees to act immediately. And many more. Chen Feng's voice made Huang Pai's body tremble. I was planning to leave quietly, but I was spotted by the giant Buddha in front of me. The phone call just now proved that Chen Feng was a big shot whom even his boss could not afford to offend. So what was he in front of Chen Feng? Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I was ignorant. I apologize to you. Huangpi slapped himself hard in the face. It was so severe that tears came out of his eyes. However, there was still a hint of a flattering smile on the corner of Huangpi's mouth. It's okay if you know you're wrong. You two are not allowed to continue harassing this orphanage. Do you understand? Chen Feng said coldly. Of course, Mr. Chen. We will be more careful about our behavior in the future and will never harass the orphanage again. Please rest assured. Besides, wasn't it me who was ignorant before? I didn't expect that the orphanage had such a relationship with you. Isn't this like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple? Huangpi's tone became even more flattering. You can't force demolition without my connections, understand? Chen Feng emphasized his tone again. Yes, we remember it, and we will definitely keep it in mind in the future. Huangpi immediately assured. Chen Feng waved his hand and sent them away. But Huangpi had just turned around when he heard Chen Feng's voice again. By the way, you guys should be responsible for what you did to the orphanage's door. Yes, Mr. Chen, we will fix the door right away. What are you guys standing there for? Come over and fix the door. Huangpi ordered immediately. I mean for you to fix it. Chen Feng's gaze stayed on Huangpi, which brought great pressure to Huangpi. But Mr. Chen, I only know how to manage, not how to do maintenance. Huangpi said with some distress. You don't know how to do it, so let someone who knows teach you. If you can't fix it, you don't have to leave. Chen Feng said sternly. Mr. Chen is right. If you don't know how to do it, I will learn it. I will definitely satisfy Mr. Chen. Then Huang Mao asked a few workers to teach him how to repair the iron gate. As for Chen Feng, he entered the orphanage, ready to reminisce with Mother Jiang. At this time, Chen Feng heard Huangpi screaming in pain continuously. He must have been splashed with sparks during welding. Xiao Feng, how did you get a chance to talk to their boss? And they are very respectful to you. Xiao Feng, you didn't take the wrong road. Listen to the dean. If you do something wrong, turn back as soon as possible. You must not go down the same path all the way to the end. Mother Jiang held Chen Feng's hand and gave instructions. Obviously, in the eyes of Jiang's mother, the workers who came from the urban construction group to carry out the forced demolition are evil forces. The fact that they listened to Chen Feng meant that Chen Feng was also one of them and was even more powerful than them. Mother Jiang, you misunderstood. I didn't do anything wrong. I just happened to know their boss. Besides, forced demolition is illegal in the first place. As long as we insist on it, they won't be able to demolish it by force. Chen Feng hurriedly comforted him. Mother Jiang couldn't believe all of Chen Feng's words for a moment. Especially after seeing Chen Feng's super sports car that looked very valuable, his doubts grew even more. Xiao Feng, then tell the dean honestly how you suddenly became so rich. The way Mother Jiang looked at Chen Feng was like a mother who was worried that her child would go astray. Mother Jiang, this is a long story. In short, I found my parents. They are very rich, and I am now a second-generation rich. Naturally, Chen Feng would not tell Mother Jiang about the system, so he made up a lie. That's fine, that's fine. By the way, Xiaofeng, that 5 million donation not long ago was made by you, right? After hearing what Chen Feng said, Mother Jiang recalled what happened a few days ago and started asking. Yes, Mother Jiang, nothing can be hidden from you. In order to make his words more convincing, Chen Feng did not deny it. Good boy, the dean was right about you. Mother Jiang patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, her face full of relief. At this moment, a sharp shout attracted everyone's attention. Hey, what do you want to do? We live in a society ruled by law now. If you dare to demolish it by force, I will call the police immediately. A petite girl got out of a taxi and spoke to the people from the urban construction group. However, the people from the urban construction group obviously did not take this late-coming woman seriously. He just looked at her suspiciously and then left on his own. This scene made the girl a little angry. What's wrong with these guys? They don't even take me seriously. Hey, did you hear me? The girl locked onto the yellow-skinned leader immediately, ran up to her, and spoke. Miss, are you sure? Our urban construction group is a legal and compliant company. How could we possibly do something like forced demolition? Since the dean doesn't want to demolish it, then we won't demolish it. Why? Are you still hoping that we will demolish it by force? Huang Pai said unhappily. The girl's expression became a little embarrassed. What's going on? This is different from what I heard on the phone. Xiao Xiao, come here. The orphanage has not been demolished and will not be demolished. Don't worry. Mother Jiang waved at Feng Xiao Xiao and spoke. Luo Xiaohua, what's going on? Didn't you tell me that some bad guys were going to demolish the orphanage? I skipped work despite the pressure from my manager. My job is going to be ruined. I worked so hard to find that job. Feng Xiaoxiao rushed to the group of children, picked out a little girl, and spoke. Little miss, I don't know either. Those people were really bad, but they were dealt with by that big brother. Luo Xiaohua kept shrinking her body back and spoke. Forget it, there's nothing you can do about it. I'll go back and apologize to the manager, hoping to keep my job. Feng Xiaoxiao sighed and spoke. Although Feng Xiaoxiao is only a kitchen helper in Marcel restaurant, he can still get a 5-digit salary every month. If we lose this kind of income, it will be difficult to continue to provide support to the orphanage. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, Feng Xiaoxiao always sends money to the welfare home every month after he becomes able to earn money. Thank you for saving the orphanage. Feng Xiaoxiao walked up to Chen Feng and began to thank him. At the same time, he felt emotional in his heart that Chen Feng did not look too old and was so capable. With his help, the welfare home would definitely become better in the future. You're welcome. I was also a kid from an orphanage, and this is what I should do, Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng also developed some good feelings towards Feng Xiaoxiao. The fact that she can do this for the orphanage shows that she is definitely a good person. What's more, Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao have similar experiences, which makes it easier for them to empathize. Feng Xiaoxiao was even more surprised after hearing what Chen Feng said. This man actually walked out of an orphanage. Then he is really amazing. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao also became curious about Chen Feng. How did Chen Feng achieve his current success? You are all good boys. Mother Zhang looked at Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao and spoke proudly. Xiao Feng and Xiao Xiao, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay in the welfare home today. Especially Xiao Xiao, the children in the welfare home are really envious of the food you cook. Mother Zhang added. Of course, no one can resist my cooking skills. When Feng Xiaoxiao said this again, his tail was almost lifted up to the sky. Then Feng Xiaoxiao rushed straight to the kitchen and soon prepared dinner. Although it is just the simplest vinegar-fried potato shreds and green pepper scrambled eggs, it has a unique flavor. Chen Feng also ate with a good appetite. After dinner, Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao helped Mother Jiang and the volunteers of the welfare home to wash dishes and sweep the floor. After they were done, Mother Jiang arranged a place for them to rest. Chen Feng slept soundly. Early the next morning, as soon as Chen Feng opened his eyes, he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! On the third day after filing for divorce, the full controlling stake of Marcel Restaurant Group was awarded. This time, the system gave away more than just the Marcel restaurant in Jiangxing. There is a Marcel restaurant in every economically developed city. Currently, there are a total of 18 Marcel restaurants in the whole of China. This is also the first real industry reward given to Chen Feng by the system. Yesterday, Chen Feng was still wondering whether he could order takeout from Marcel restaurant. Now that he has become the owner of the Marcel restaurant, it is only a matter of a word for him to ask the chef of the Marcel restaurant to come to his home to cook. The system is really considerate. Chen Feng walked out of the room, said goodbye to Zhang's mother, and prepared to leave. At the gate of the welfare home, Chen Feng happened to meet Feng Xiaoxiao, who was hailing a taxi using an app. The Jiangxing welfare home is located in a remote area, and it is not easy to get a taxi. Feng Xiaoxiao, where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. Chen Feng spoke. Thank you, Chen Feng. I had a conflict with my manager yesterday. If I'm late again today, I'm sure I'll lose my job. If I can keep my job, I'll treat you to a meal, Feng Xiaoxiao said happily. However, when Feng Xiaoxiao saw the super sports car whose door Chen Feng opened, her face was full of surprise. Chen Feng, how rich are you? This car must be very expensive. If it gets damaged, I can't afford to pay for it. Feng Xiaoxiao joked. Then be careful. If you really break it by accident, I won't ask you to pay for it. Chen Feng smiled and helped Feng Xiaoxiao fasten her seatbelt. By the way, I haven't asked you where you're going yet. Marcel's restaurant. Where do you work? Yes, I'm a great cook. Now I'm a kitchen helper at Marcel restaurant. Our head chef has high hopes for me. Having said that, Feng Xiaoxiao showed a confident smile on her face. I can see that yesterday's shredded potatoes and green peppers and eggs tasted very good. I'm looking forward to you keeping your job and treating me to a meal. But don't worry. If your manager gives you a hard time, I will help you solve it, and I will definitely save your job. Chen Feng spoke. Now that he was the owner of the Marcel restaurant, it was not excessive for him to exercise such power. Then I'll leave it to you. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke, but obviously didn't take Chen Feng's words to heart. In Feng Xiaoxiao's opinion, no matter how powerful Chen Feng is, he cannot influence the manager's thoughts. I just hope that if I apologize sincerely to the manager today, he will forgive me. This job is very important to Feng Xiaoxiao. Perhaps because Feng Xiaoxiao was preoccupied, Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao did not have much conversation afterwards. When the car was about to arrive at Marcel's restaurant, Feng Xiaoxiao got out first and sneaked into the kitchen through the back door. Feng Xiaoxiao planned to sneak into the kitchen quietly, and if the manager didn't bother with her, she would pretend that nothing had happened. But if the manager pursues the matter, I will apologize immediately. No matter how humble I have to be, I have to keep this job. But as soon as Feng Xiaoxiao appeared, she was caught by the sharp-eyed manager. Ms. Feng, your behavior of leaving your post without permission yesterday, despite my dissuasion, seriously violated the rules and regulations of our hotel. I'm going to expel you according to the rules and regulations. Your salary will also be settled immediately. Please leave the hotel. The hotel manager spoke bluntly. Chef Kane was on vacation yesterday, and the entire kitchen of the Marcel Hotel was run by Feng Xiaoxiao. As a result, after receiving a phone call, Feng Xiaoxiao left the hotel directly regardless of the situation and her own objections. Fortunately, Manager Guo promptly seconded several chefs from other hotels with high salaries. Otherwise, the operation of the Marcel Hotel would have been in chaos. In the eyes of a manager like Manager Guo, no matter how good Feng Xiaoxiao's cooking skills are, this attitude of disobeying management is absolutely not allowed. It was for this reason that Manager Guo was determined to fire Feng Xiaoxiao. Manager Guo, I really had something important to deal with yesterday. This job is very important to me. Please let me go. At worst, I don't want this month's salary. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke in a low voice. Ms. Feng, the current status of our Marcel restaurant is inseparable from the strict rules and regulations. I have always been a person who respects rules, and I must act according to the rules. Since you have violated the rules and regulations, you must resign. Our Marcel restaurant is a law-abiding company. Not only will we not delay your salary, we will also pay you an extra month's salary as compensation. Of course, we can still write you a letter of recommendation, but we cannot accept you continuing to work at Marcel's restaurant. Manager Guo spoke with an extremely firm tone. Feng Xiaoxiao also realized that it was impossible for her to continue working at the Marcel restaurant, and she couldn't help feeling disappointed. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Let her stay. Feng Xiaoxiao raised her head and saw Chen Feng's handsome face. Chen Feng, how did he get to the kitchen? At this time, Feng Xiaoxiao recalled what Chen Feng had said to her before. Could it be possible that Chen Feng could really help me? Mr. Chen, logically speaking, I can't refuse your request. But this involves the internal management of our restaurant, so please forgive me. Manager Guo spoke with a smile on his face. Of course, I am also a reasonable person. As a diner, I am not qualified to say this, but I think I can still make such a decision as the owner of Marcel Restaurant. Manager Guo was shocked by Chen Feng's words. Mr. Chen, you are kidding. It took Manager Guo a long time to say this. Haven't you received any news about the share changes of Marcel Restaurant Group? I can give you time to call and confirm. Chen Feng spoke. Excuse me. Manager Guo immediately picked up his phone and called the board of directors. It turned out that Chen Feng was not lying. Just this morning, the ownership of the Marcel Catering Group changed. Now the name of the group's boss is Chen Feng, the same name as the man in front of him. Manager Guo understood it all at once. No wonder Chen Feng came to the restaurant dressed like that yesterday. No wonder Chen Feng can afford a Wolf Cub supercar at such a young age. All of this is a test for myself. Manager Guo immediately recalled the details of his reception of Chen Feng yesterday, fearing that he might lose his current job if he did not handle that matter well. Before he knew it, Manager Guo was sweating profusely. Manager Guo, have you confirmed? Chen Feng coughed lightly and spoke. Mr. Chen, I have confirmed your identity. On behalf of the Jiangqing branch of Marcel Restaurant, I welcome you to visit us for guidance. Manager Guo spoke in a humble manner. So Feng Xiaoxiao can continue to work here. It would be a loss for our restaurant to fire such an excellent employee. Chen Feng said. Of course, everything will be done according to your wishes, Mr. Chen. Manager Guo quickly agreed. By the way, who was the chef who cooked for me yesterday? The food she cooked was very much to my liking. Chen Feng took the opportunity to ask. Mr. Chen, you have a keen eye for talent. That chef is exactly Feng Xiao, whom you wanted to keep. Xiao, why are you standing there? Mr. Chen mentioned you. Feng Xiao finally came back to her senses after hearing Manager Guo's voice. Even now, Feng Xiao still finds it hard to believe that Chen Feng is actually her boss. So today the boss is driving me to work? Mr. Chen, you like my cooking, which is the greatest recognition of my cooking skills. Feng Xiao spoke quickly. Just call me Chen Feng like before. Let me give you a task. From now on, you will be responsible for my 3 meals a day. I'll give you an extra 20,000 yuan a month. Is that a problem? Chen Feng asked. Manager Guo immediately gave Feng Xiao a look. Compared with entertaining the restaurant's guests, it is more important to serve the restaurant's owner well. No problem at all. Feng Xiao already had a good impression of Chen Feng. Moreover, she only needed to cook a few more meals for Chen Feng to earn an extra 20,000 yuan per month. Feng Xiao had no reason to refuse. Okay, I'll wait for you to make me breakfast. After leaving these words, Chen Feng walked towards the box. Manager Guo immediately followed behind Chen Feng and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Chen, how do you think I am doing at my job? If there are any problems, just let me know and I will correct them immediately. Manager Guo asked in a humble voice with a flattering smile on his face. Xiao Guo, you did a great job. Remember what I told you yesterday? I still prefer your rebellious look. Go and do your work. Chen Feng patted Manager Guo on the shoulder and spoke. Chen Feng still recognized Manager Guo's abilities, and Chen Feng himself believed that he did not have much management talent, so naturally he would not make drastic changes. Hearing this, Manager Guo immediately raised his head, resumed his polite yet arrogant look, and began to patrol the restaurant. Manager Guo inspected the place and returned to the kitchen. At this time, Feng Xiao had already finished preparing breakfast for Chen Feng. Manager Guo walked up to Feng Xiao and spoke. Xiao, your main job from now on will be to take care of Mr. Chen's 3 meals a day. Mr. Chen is very busy. If it is inconvenient for him to come to the restaurant for dinner, you can take the initiative to cook for him at his home. I'll reimburse you for your commuting expenses. But manager, this will affect my work in the store. Xiao, taking care of Mr. Chen's 3 meals a day is more important than working in the store. As long as you can take good care of Mr. Chen, you will still be paid even if you don't come to the store. Manager Guo made a decision. Since Manager Guo said so, Feng Xiao naturally would not refuse. Manager Guo took the dishes prepared by Feng Xiao with satisfaction, delivered them to Chen Feng's box personally, and told Chen Feng the good news. Chen Feng was very satisfied with Manager Guo's independent decision. Xiao Guo, you've done a great job. I'm relieved to leave this restaurant to you. After receiving Chen Feng's praise, Manager Guo appeared calm on the outside, but was ecstatic in his heart. After leaving the box, he finally couldn't help laughing out loud. The breakfast prepared by Feng Xiao was seafood porridge and some pastries, which made Chen Feng happy. After breakfast, Chen Feng planned to take Feng Xiao to his villa to familiarize himself with the door, and at the same time informed the security guards to let Feng Xiao in later. In response to Chen Feng's request, Manager Guo naturally let him go and helped Feng Xiao select some high-quality ingredients from the restaurant for her to take over. In the future, ingredients will be delivered directly to Chen Feng's villa through the restaurant's supply channels, so Feng Xiao will not need to carry them herself. Feng Xiao naturally would not refuse such a request to slack off at work and keep her salary. She happily followed Chen Feng with the ingredients in her hand. Let me carry the ingredients. As Chen Feng said this, he was about to take the bag from Feng Xiao's hand, but Feng Xiao dodged him. Chen Feng, I also grew up in an orphanage. I'm not that spoiled. Besides, you are my boss and this is my job. I will not feel at ease if you take my salary. Feng Xiao spoke playfully. Seeing Feng Xiao's firm attitude, Chen Feng no longer insisted. The two had just reached the door of Marcel's restaurant when a man in a suit walked quickly forward. Xiao, why did you come out? The man's eyes were filled with excitement when he saw Xiao. Feng Xiao took a few steps back and kept a safe distance from the man in the suit. Wueming, we are not familiar with each other. Please don't call me Xiao. A helpless look appeared on Feng Xiao's face. Xiao, you know I am sincere to you. As long as you agree to my pursuit, I will definitely treat you well. Wueming said as he took out a bouquet of roses from behind him and spoke with a serious look on his face. Wueming, We are just a chef and a diner. I don't like you, and I won't agree with your pursuit. Please don't harass me anymore. Feng Xiaoxiao emphasized. Judging from the situation, this is definitely not the first day Wu Enming has been harassing Feng Xiaoxiao. After all, Feng Xiaoxiao is pretty and a great cook, so it's not surprising that people would target her. Xiaoxiao, I won't give up. I believe that one day you will understand my sincerity and accept my pursuit. Wu Enming was determined not to turn back until he hit the wall, which made Feng Xiaoxiao very helpless. Sir, Xiaoxiao has already made it clear that he has no feelings for you. Please stop harassing him. Chen Feng spoke. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to interfere in what's going on between Xiaoxiao and me? Wu Enming will not give Chen Feng a good look, especially after they realized that Chen Feng had a very unfamiliar face and was not from their circle at all. Their attitude became even more arrogant. Who is worthy of talking to me like this? Wu Enming, watch your attitude. Feng Xiaoxiao naturally stood on Chen Feng's side and spoke for Chen Feng. Xiaoxiao, you actually treated me so harshly for such a stranger. Oh, I see. You're attracted to him, right? Feng Xiaoxiao, you shameless woman. I pursued you so seriously, but you ignored me. And now you are sticking to a gigolo like this. I really misjudged you. Wu Enming seemed to understand something. He threw the rose in his hand to the ground and spoke angrily. Wu Enming, there is nothing between us. Who I agree to pursue is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Feng Xiaoxiao is not the kind of person who would suffer from anger, so she spoke directly. Yuich, is this how you treat my sincerity? I'm going to tell your manager that if he doesn't fire you, I'm going to cut off the supply to your restaurant. All the ingredients of the high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng are delivered by my company. As long as I give the order, no restaurant in Jiangcheng will let you work. But if you just stay as my girlfriend, I can pretend that nothing happened. Wu Enming snorted coldly and spoke. Wu Enming, you are shameless. Without your family's support, you are nothing. Even if you kill me, there is no way I can become a boyfriend or girlfriend with a despicable person like you. Feng Xiaoxiao was very angry. Feng Xiaoxiao, who grew up in an orphanage, despises people who take advantage of their power to bully others the most. Are you saying that you will stop supplying goods to Marcel restaurant if I say so? Chen Feng snorted coldly and spoke. Chen Feng also had no good feelings towards Wu Enming in front of him. Who do you think you are to ask me this? Wu Enming's attitude became even more arrogant. Upon learning that Chen Feng had a conflict with someone at the door, Manager Guo rushed to the scene as soon as possible. This is their big boss. How could he be wronged in his own restaurant? Xiao Guo, are the ingredients for our restaurant supplied by their company? Chen Feng's tone was cold. Yes, boss. Xiao Guo replied immediately. Change suppliers from now on and don't cooperate with them anymore. Chen Feng's tone was firm. Yes, boss. Although changing a supplier will increase some costs, it will not affect operations. And since Wu Enming has offended the boss, it is naturally impossible for their company to continue supplying goods. Although the Wu family's company is relatively large, it has not yet reached the level of monopoly, and they are not the only one who needs the Marcel restaurant. After hearing the conversation between Chen Feng and Manager Guo, Wu Enming couldn't help feeling a little frightened. I seem to have gotten into trouble. By the way, add his name to our restaurant's blacklist and don't allow him to dine in our restaurant anymore. Chen Feng spoke as if he remembered something. Yes, boss. Manager Guo nodded quickly. Before Wu Enming could ask something else, he was sent away in a tough manner by the security guards under the command of Manager Guo. Chen Feng took Feng Xiaoxiao into the car and drove towards the Yulong Bay Villa. Chen Feng, thank you for this time. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke while holding a bag of food. It's just a piece of cake. If that guy doesn't know what's good for him and dares to harass you again, just tell me and I'll help you deal with him. Okay, then I will definitely not be shy. A bright smile appeared on Feng Xiaoxiao's face. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao also made up her mind that she must use her best cooking skills and the best dishes to repay Chen Feng. Wu Enming, who was driven away, felt even more uneasy, especially after he felt Manager Guo's attitude of turning his back on him. He became even more frightened. Marcel Restaurant was his company's first big client. Wu Enming had never thought of really terminating the cooperation with Marcel Restaurant. It was just a rhetoric used to control Feng Xiaoxiao and force her to submit. The result is the current situation. At this time, Wu Enming's phone rang. He took out the phone with trembling hands and was even more at a loss when he saw the note, "Dad," on the caller ID. After preparing himself mentally, Wu Ming finally answered the phone before it automatically hung up. "You bastard. What on earth have you done? The manager of Marcel Restaurant just called me and terminated our cooperation. Do you know how much profit our company will lose?" Wu Ming was so frightened by his father's roar that he trembled all over, and his cell phone almost flew out. "Dad," Wu Ming wanted to say something, but was interrupted by his father. "You little bastard, get to my office within half an hour. My company may not be yours in the future." After leaving this sentence, Father Wu hung up the phone. Wu Ming turned off his cell phone, got in his car, and drove away at full speed, fearing that he would not arrive within half an hour. "Wow, Chen Feng, you actually live here. You are so rich." Feng Xiaoxiao sighed. It was found by the rich parents. Chen Feng continued to explain with fabricated reasons. After informing the security guard and registering Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Feng drove back to his villa. Feng Xiaoxiao was already extremely shocked when she saw the residential area, but when she saw Chen Feng's villa number 9, she was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. Feng Xiaoxiao considered herself to have seen the world during the time she worked at Marcel Restaurant, but only now could she finally imagine the life of a wealthy man like Chen Feng. Chen Feng brought Feng Xiaoxiao to the kitchen of the villa. There are all kinds of kitchen utensils needed to prepare dishes, and they are all the most expensive. The professionalism of this kitchen is no less than that of the one at Marcel Restaurant. However, there is still some time before lunch, and Chen Feng also felt Feng Xiaoxiao's curiosity about this villa, so Chen Feng simply took Feng Xiaoxiao to have a good look around the ground part of the villa. As for the safe house below, Chen Feng did not intend to reveal it. After a quick tour of the villa, Feng Xiaoxiao simply commented, "Rich dog owner," and went back to the kitchen to cook. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao was also fantasizing in her heart that it would be great if she could also live in such a nice villa. While Feng Xiaoxiao was cooking, Chen Feng was playing VR games in the game room. He waited until Feng Xiaoxiao had prepared the meal, and then invited Feng Xiaoxiao to dine together. "By the way, Xiaoxiao, you will be responsible for my 3 meals a day from now on. Sometimes I will also need midnight snacks and afternoon tea. If you like, you can choose a room in my villa to stay." Chen Feng spoke. "Chen Feng, can I take this as your invitation to live together with me?" Feng Xiaoxiao spoke playfully. "No, this is just a job benefit provided by the boss to employees. If you don't want to, forget it. I'll reimburse you for your travel expenses." Chen Feng said casually. "Who said I don't want to? If I can live in such a nice villa for free, I'd be a fool to refuse." Feng Xiaoxiao spoke quickly. Although Feng Xiaoxiao and Chen Feng had just met, both Chen Feng's behavior and Zhang's mother's evaluation of Chen Feng were enough to show that he was a reliable person. Feng Xiaoxiao spends more than 1,000 yuan on rent every month, and she can save a lot of money by living in Chen Feng's villa. In that way, Feng Xiaoxiao can donate more to the welfare home every month. "Well, then pack up and move to my villa." Chen Feng nodded and spoke. "Thank you, boss. The boss is very generous." Feng Xiaoxiao said sarcastically. "By the way, boss, you are so rich now, why don't you buy some better clothes? Or are you really like the protagonists in those novels, enjoying the process of pretending to be awesome and then getting slapped in the face?" Feng Xiaoxiao still asked this question. This question also stunned Chen Feng. "I have only been rich for a few days, and I have not bought myself any decent clothes. Moreover, according to the rewards from the system, I will definitely attend some important occasions in the future, so it is indeed important to dress appropriately. And appropriate clothing can help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Okay, you can go shopping with me and buy me some clothes. Besides that, I'll buy you a few sets as work clothes." Chen Feng spoke. "Okay, boss, you are so generous," Feng Xiaoxiao said with a smile. At this moment, Chen Feng's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Manager Guo from Marcel Restaurant. "Xiao Guo, what's wrong?" Chen Feng picked up the phone and spoke. "Boss, Wu Qingshan, the president of Wu Group, wants to meet with you. He will ask Wu Enming to apologize to you and discuss cooperation again." Manager Guo said modestly. "No need. Just tell them directly that there is no way we can continue to cooperate." Chen Feng hung up the phone directly. In the office, Wu Qingshan became even more furious after learning what Manager Guo had conveyed. "Isn't he just a young boy? I've already apologized, but you're still so arrogant. So what if I'm the boss of Marcel Restaurant Group? Even a powerful dragon can defeat a local snake. In this small piece of land in Jiangcheng, who dares to deliver food to Marcel Restaurant without my permission? Don't beg me to continue cooperating with me then. Wu Qingshan's face was full of ferocity. In Wu Qingshan's opinion, even if Chen Feng is the owner of the Marcel Restaurant, the restaurant still has to depend on the suppliers. How can the restaurant continue to operate without ingredients? He had already taken the initiative to show goodwill, but this young boy Chen Feng still had this attitude, which directly annoyed Wu Qingshan. Wu Qingshan plans to give Chen Feng a good beating, and at the same time establish his company's position in Jiangcheng, and at the same time deter some companies that have ulterior motives. In this line of work, he still has the final say. Chen Feng had no idea about Wu Qingshan's plan. At this time, he drove to the mall with Feng Xiaoxiao. Chen Feng took Feng Xiaoxiao directly to a luxury goods store. The waiters in this kind of luxury goods store are always very discerning. Although the clothes Chen Feng was wearing were very cheap, they were notified that Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao got off the famous Wolf Cub supercar. After this period of fermentation, basically everyone in Jiangcheng knows that there is such a top supercar in Jiangcheng. The staff in luxury stores like theirs have long been prepared and are always ready to welcome a big customer. From the moment the Wolf Cub supercar entered the parking lot, all employees in the mall received an alert. "Sir, is there anything we can do for you?" The manager of this luxury store asked with a professional smile. "I need to buy some clothes, and also buy some for this lady next to me." Chen Feng said, "Okay, sir, please follow me." The manager smiled and directed the other employees in the store to temporarily close the store. For a distinguished guest like Chen Feng, their store would naturally provide the best service. This is also a common practice in luxury stores of this type. It was just that some unpleasant things happened during the closing process. "What's wrong with you guys? Why don't you let me in?" A sharp voice came. At the door, a woman tried to squeeze into the store. "I'm sorry, young lady, we can't let you in. There is a distinguished guest in the store now. Please come back later." The clerk spoke. "I have spent nearly 300,000 in your store. I am considered a VIP of your store, but how come I have never enjoyed the closing service? Get out of the way and let me in, or I'll complain to your store manager." The woman's tone became even more arrogant. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I have to go deal with some issues first. Selena, you accompany Mr. Chen to choose clothes first." The manager found a beautiful shopping guide. "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Selena spoke with a smile on her face. "I want to see the excitement first." Chen Feng waved his hand, and Selena waited quietly beside Chen Feng. "Miss, our store is serving a distinguished customer. Please cooperate with us." The manager spoke. "What's wrong with me not cooperating?" The woman crossed her arms over her chest, her face full of impatience. "Ma'am, if you refuse to cooperate, we will blacklist you and refuse to provide you with services in the future. Please leave." The store manager's tone became more serious. "Block me? Do you know how much I spend in your store? You're just a lousy waiter, and you want to ride on my head? Believe it or not, I'll talk to my boyfriend and make you lose your job. I'm not afraid to tell you that my boyfriend is Chen Qingyun, the future heir of Jiangxing Group. Can you afford to offend him?" The woman's voice was even more arrogant. After hearing this conversation, Chen Feng also walked towards the door. As expected, Chen Feng saw a familiar face. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar before. The person now standing at the door and confronting the manager is Chen Feng's ex-wife Wang Mei. Even with concealer, the two dark circles under Wang Mei's eyes could not be completely covered, and her whole body revealed a listless state. It seems that Wang Mei hasn't been having a good time these days. Wang Mei also noticed Chen Feng approaching. "Chen Feng, why are you here?" Wang Mei's tone became even sharper. "If someone like you can be here, why can't I be here? But how come you are doing so badly now? It seems that your master Chen has really taken good care of you." Chen Feng's tone became heavier, sounding particularly sarcastic. "Bah, Chen Feng, if it weren't for you, would I be treated like this?" After hearing what Chen Feng said, Wang Mei became even angrier. It was because of the conflict at the gate of Yulongwan community that Chen Qingyun took his anger out on Wang Mei. That night, Chen Qingyun severely punished Wang Mei. Wang Mei also blamed all of this on Wang Mei. If it weren't for Chen Feng, how could she have ended up like this? At this time, Wang Mei also noticed Feng Xiaoxiao beside Chen Feng. Okay, Chen Feng, I was wondering why you decided to divorce me so decisively. It turns out you already have a new lover. Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao, who was better looking and more charming than herself, Wang Mei became even more furious. Chen Feng, who is she? Feng Xiaoxiao asked. They are just insignificant people. We just need to continue doing our own things. Chen Feng's attitude was indifferent. Chen Feng, you are such a heartless man. I'm going to sue you. At least half of your current property belongs to me. Wang Mei said viciously to Chen Feng. As for suing Chen Feng and demanding the division of property, Wang Mei had just thought of it. In Wang Mei's opinion, everything Chen Feng has now should be considered as the common property between them. At least give her half. Although Wang Mei didn't know where Chen Feng's wealth came from, she absolutely could not miss such a huge fortune. Okay, I'll wait for you to sue me. We still need to settle accounts for some of the original property. Chen Feng's tone became even colder. In order to quickly divorce Wang Mei, Chen Feng didn't even take the house. Now that Wang Mei has put forward her opinion, let's settle the previous accounts together. Not only does Chen Feng want to take the house back, he also wants to ask Wang Mei for compensation for mental damage because of Chen Xiaoyan's problem. Wang Mei is living a very comfortable life now, and Chen Feng can't stand seeing such a woman living a good life. Wang Mei could only watch angrily as Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao walked into the store and were then dragged out by the clerk. Wang Mei did not hesitate any longer and immediately went out to find a lawyer. If he could just take away half of Chen Feng's property, he would become a rich man. With such a large amount of property, she and Chen Qingyun could be considered a good match. By then, she might be able to marry Chen Qingyun and become Mrs. Chen in a legitimate sense of the word. It has to be said that clothes make the man. After Chen Feng changed into the clothes picked out by his manager and Feng Xiaoxiao, he looked noble and his handsome face became even more handsome. Even Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help blushing after seeing Chen Feng changing his clothes. Chen Feng bought all the clothes he tried on, and someone would deliver them to his home. After seeing Chen Feng buy clothes, Feng Xiaoxiao was about to take Chen Feng away, but was stopped by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you bought all the clothes. Why aren't you leaving yet? Feng Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Didn't you forget that I said I would buy you some clothes for work? Please recommend some suitable clothes for this lady. Chen Feng turned his head and looked at the manager. The manager naturally knew that Chen Feng, who paid the money, was the financial sponsor, so he started to select clothes that were suitable for Feng Xiaoxiao. Chen Feng, the clothes here are too expensive. It's not appropriate for you to give them to me. Even if you want to give something away, give something cheap. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke. Although Feng Xiaoxiao agreed readily at first, he actually just took Chen Feng's words as a joke and never thought that Chen Feng was serious. I never joke. Chen Feng's tone was firm. Chen Feng, any piece of clothing in this store may be worth more than my monthly salary. If you really want to give me a gift, you might as well just give me the money. I can also buy some delicious food for Xiaohua and the others. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke. Let's put it this way. As long as the food you cook satisfies me, I can give you a raise, but I have to buy you clothes today too. Chen Feng insisted. Oh, Feng Xiaoxiao finally chose to give in and accepted the dress that Chen Feng bought for her. Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't believe that the little fairy in the dress in the mirror was herself, and she accepted Chen Feng's gift shyly. After Chen Feng took Feng Xiaoxiao to continue shopping in other stores in the mall, he took Feng Xiaoxiao back to his villa. Feng Xiaoxiao also rushed into the kitchen immediately and prepared dinner for Chen Feng. At the dining table, looking at Chen Feng who was eating happily, Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress her curiosity. Chen Feng, who was that woman we met in the mall just now? My ex-wife. Chen Feng poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and spoke. What? Although Feng Xiaoxiao had already guessed such an answer, she was still very surprised when she heard it from Chen Feng. I didn't expect that Chen Feng was already married and is now divorced. You can't tell at all. And looking at Wang Mei's appearance, she is not worthy of Chen Feng at all. If it's convenient, could you tell me what happened between you? Feng Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Chen Feng was silent for a while, but he also needed someone to talk to about such a bad thing. Chen Feng also poured a glass of red wine for Feng Xiaoxiao. After clinking glasses with Feng Xiaoxiao, he slowly told Feng Xiaoxiao what had happened between him and Wang Mei. Feng Xiaoxiao was also shocked by Wang Mei's shamelessness. This itch, Chen Feng. Hiccup. Believe me, if that BTCH dares to come to you again, I will tear her mouth apart for you. Feng Xiaoxiao's alcohol tolerance was not very good. After just a few drinks with Chen Feng, she started burping. However, this confused look of wanting to stand up for oneself is indeed cute. After Chen Feng confided all these things, he felt very happy. After Chen Feng carried the drunk Feng Xiaoxiao to the guest room, he returned to the bedroom and had a good sleep under the influence of alcohol. Perhaps because he had poured out the pent-up emotions in his heart, Chen Feng slept particularly peacefully. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up at 8 o'clock. As Chen Feng opened his eyes, the system's prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! On the 4th day of filing for divorce, reward to Jixian Cold Chain Logistics Company. Although this logistics company cannot reach the leading position in the industry, it is still ranked among the best. At least in front of the Wu family's company, it can be considered a behemoth. Chen Feng did not expect that he had just refused to cooperate with the Wu family yesterday, but today he was rewarded with such a company. It seems that the system still favors me very much. Chen Feng picked up his mobile phone in a good mood and found that there were more than a dozen missed calls, all from Manager Gua. Is there something wrong at the restaurant? Before Chen Feng could think, Manager Gua called again. This time Chen Feng answered the call directly. Boss, you finally answered the phone. Manager Gua's tone was full of anxiety. What happened? Chen Feng's tone was calm. Boss, didn't we refuse to continue cooperating with the Wu family yesterday? We had already found a new supplier, but today they rejected our cooperation. I found several new suppliers and they all said the same thing. I used some connections to find out that the Wu family is targeting us. They threatened other companies not to supply us. Manager Gua's tone became more urgent. How many days will the restaurant have enough food to last? 3 days at most. That's enough. From now on, our company's ingredients will be provided by Jixian Cold Chain. I'll give you a number later, and you can contact them. Chen Feng's tone was very calm. Good boss. Manager Gua also calmed down. The boss is worthy of being the boss. No wonder he is in control of the Marshall Catering Group at such a young age. The connections he has are truly extraordinary. No matter how arrogant the Wu family is, they are nothing but clowns in front of Jixian Cold Chain. After receiving the call from Chen Feng, Manager Gua immediately communicated with the person in charge of Jixian Cold Chain. While finalizing the cooperation, Manager Gua also learned a piece of news that made him extremely serious. Chen Feng was actually the boss of Jixian Cold Chain? My boss is really a hidden talent. It seems that the Wu family is in trouble this time. Manager Gua guessed correctly. Chen Feng had no intention of letting the Wu family go. Chen Feng first gave the contact information of the person in charge of Jixian Cold Chain's East China region to Manager Gua through the system, and then directly called the mobile phone of Jixian Cold Chain's CEO. After the call was connected, Chen Feng only gave one order. The wind is blowing. It's time for the Wu family to go bankrupt. At Wu Group, a secretary wearing high heels and black stockings hurriedly pushed open the door of Wu Qingshan's office. How reckless. What's the matter? Did the people from Marceau restaurant come to us to ask for mercy? Wu Qingshan glanced at the secretary, then continued to pour tea on the tea pets on the tea table. Chairman, our business has been hit by the ultra-fresh cold chain. In just a few hours, we have already lost a large number of customers. Now our group's share price has begun to dive. The secretary spoke hastily. Wu Qingshan lost his concentration for a moment, and the scalding hot tea poured directly onto his hands. Wu Qingshan swung his hand subconsciously, and the expensive teacup was thrown out and broke into pieces. What did you say? Wu Qingshan couldn't believe his ears. He immediately took out his mobile phone and checked his company's stock price. After the opening, the stock price fell like jumping off a cliff and hit the limit down directly. Wu Qingshan only felt that his eyes went dark. Fortunately, the secretary was quick to bring him the anti-hypertensive medicine. Otherwise, Wu Qingshan might have died. After Wu Qingshan finally recovered, he immediately started making phone calls, obviously wanting to get some inside information through his connections. Our company has no grudges against Jixian Cold Chain, so why are they targeting us? Unfortunately, Wu Qingshan made several calls in a row, but none of them answered. In the eyes of his partners, Wu Qingshan is now like a moving plague god, and anyone who gets close to him will be unlucky. Wu Qingshan made more than 10 calls before he finally got through one. Old Wu, Think carefully about who you have offended. Jishin Cold Chain has made it known that they want your company to close down. That's all I have to say. Don't call me next time. I'm afraid they will misunderstand me. As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other end hung up the phone, leaving Wu Qingshan dumbfounded. Have you offended someone? Who did I offend? Now there is only this question in Wu Qingshan's mind. But soon, a name appeared in his mind. That was Chen Feng, the owner of Marcel Catering Group, the young man whom he looked down upon and wanted to give him a warning. After ruling out other possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how outrageous it is the truth of the matter. What's more, the fact that Chen Feng was able to become the boss of the Marcel Catering Group at such a young age is enough to show that the power behind him is definitely not simple. How could I have ignored this problem? At this moment, the secretary spoke in a trembling voice. Boss, I just received news that the equity structure of Jishin Cold Chain has changed this morning. The actual controller of Jishin Cold Chain is now named Chen Feng. After hearing what the secretary said, Wu Qingshan's heart finally settled down. How could I have offended such a big Buddha? Wu Qingshan naturally would not put the blame on himself. All these troubles were caused by his disappointing son. Now Wu Qingshan had only one thought in his mind, which was to bring his evil son to apologize. In this way, the Wu family may still have hope of survival. Get that bastard Wu Enming over here right now. As soon as Chen Feng walked out of the room, he smelled an enticing fragrance. At this time, Feng Xiaoxiao was preparing breakfast in the restaurant. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, Feng Xiaoxiao brought him the prepared breakfast. Boss, it was you who sent me back to my room yesterday? Feng Xiaoxiao lowered her head and spoke in a muffled voice. Oh. Chen Feng nodded and continued to enjoy his breakfast. I didn't do anything weird when I was drunk yesterday, did I? Feng Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time before finally asking this question. Chen Feng also wanted to tease Feng Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, if you can't drink alcohol in the future, then don't drink. Last night, hey. Chen Feng put down his cutlery and let out a long sigh, as if he had just remembered something terrible. Feng Xiaoxiao's already lowered head lowered even lower, and her little face turned red with shame. Damn it, I can't drink much. I really don't know what embarrassing thing I did last night. I hope Chen Feng won't look down on me. Feng Xiaoxiao felt extremely ashamed and had all kinds of strange thoughts. Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao like this, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, I lied to you. You drank a lot last night and slept very soundly. You didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Feng Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she didn't do anything embarrassing. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would get along with Chen Feng in the future. However, it only took a few seconds for Feng Xiaoxiao to finally react. Was I just fooled by Chen Feng? Chen Feng. Feng Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and even made a gurgling sound in her throat, like an irritated puppy. What happened? Chen Feng's tone was normal. Only then did Feng Xiaoxiao realize that Chen Feng was her boss, and she was just a salaried employee. How could she be so arrogant to her boss? No. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately put away her emotions and spoke with an indifferent expression. Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao looking so frustrated, Chen Feng found it even funnier. This girl Feng Xiaoxiao is really interesting. After Chen Feng finished his breakfast, Feng Xiaoxiao put the dishes away and put them in the dishwasher, then prepared to leave. Xiaoxiao, where are you going? Chen Feng asked. Go to work. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke as a matter of course. Actually, you don't have to go. Cooking is my hobby, Feng Xiaoxiao insisted. In addition to eating, Feng Xiaoxiao has a more important reason. Feng Xiaoxiao will not give up her original job because of Chen Feng. Feng Xiaoxiao, who grew up in an orphanage, has had a sense of crisis since childhood. Although cooking for Chen Feng is indeed a great job now, what if one day Chen Feng no longer needs me? Feng Xiaoxiao must consider her future. The work experience at Marcel restaurant and the cooking skills I have mastered are truly mine. Even if I lose this job in the future, I will be able to find a better job with my skills. Rather than trusting others, Feng Xiaoxiao prefers to rely on herself. Okay, I'll take you to work. It's not convenient to take a taxi here. It just so happens that I also have something to ask Manager Gua. Chen Feng spoke. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and did not reject Chen Feng's kindness. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard the doorbell ring. Through the surveillance camera, Chen Feng saw an old man and a young boy standing at his door. The young man was Wu Enming, with whom he had a conflict yesterday. I guess that old man is the helmsman of the Wu group, Wu Qingshan. Chen Feng did not expect that the father and son would find their home so quickly. But since others have come, I need to meet them too. Looks like we'll be out a little late. Chen Feng spoke to Feng Xiaoxiao, and then took Feng Xiaoxiao to the door. Chen Feng had no intention of opening the iron gate. He only planned to talk to the Wu father and son through the iron gate. Mr. Chen, I am sorry for not recognizing the great man. I have offended you. I know my mistake. I hope you will be magnanimous and let me go and give me a meal. Wu Qingshan didn't care about his dignity at all. He leaned his hands on the iron gate and shouted at Chen Feng. Wu Qingshan was even more frightened when he learned that Chen Feng was the owner of Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay than when he learned that Chen Feng was the boss of Jixian Cold Chain. This is Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay. To be able to live in this villa, Chen Feng's background is definitely not as simple as Marcel Restaurant and Jixian Cold Chain. At this time, Wu Qingshan only regretted that he did not shoot Wu Wenming, the evil son, against the wall, which brought him such a huge disaster. I guess you are Mr. Wu. Didn't you say you wanted to shut down my restaurant? Why are you coming to my door now? Chen Feng snorted coldly and spoke. Dad, he's just a restaurant owner. He still has to depend on us for food. Why are you being so humble? Wu Wenming's face was full of impatience, and he obviously couldn't understand his father's behavior. Snapped. Wu Qingshan slapped Wu Wenming hard on the face without any mercy. Wu Wenming only felt his ears buzzing and his vision became blurry. I leaned on the railing for a while before I finally calmed down. Dad, why did you hit me? He's just a restaurant owner, and you beat me up for him. I need to tell my mom. Wu Wenming covered his face and spoke in disbelief. You evil boy, do you know how much trouble you have caused? If Master Chen doesn't forgive us, our family will be ruined. Wu Qingshan's face was full of ferocity. Wu Wenming just felt that his father's words were so strange. His own company is considered to be one of the best in Jiangqing. How could Chen Feng have deserved to let his own company go bankrupt? Did my dad do something wrong? Wu Wenming is a second-generation rich man who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. He has always been indifferent to his family's company. Naturally, he has no idea what changes have taken place in his company that morning. Mr. Wu, I don't see any intention of you to apologize. And I don't have time to continue watching the shenanigans between you and your son. After saying this, Chen Feng prepared to take Feng Xiaoxiao away. It was impossible for Wu Qingshan to watch the company he had devoted his entire life to go to ruin. Wu Qingshan gritted his teeth, raised the crutch in his hand, and smashed it hard on Wu Wenming's knee. Wu Qingshan used all his strength on the crutch, and there was a sound of broken bones. Wu Wenming's legs were broken directly, and he fell to his knees, wailing continuously. Wu Qingshan even fell to his knees. Mr. Chen, our Wu family has done something wrong, and we apologize to you. You are a magnanimous person. Please let us go. Please give me a chance to live. Wu Qingshan fell to his knees and begged in a low voice. It's impossible to let you go, but I can give you a chance to survive. Chen Feng's tone was cold, but it gave Wu Qingshan hope. Wu Qingshan raised his head and waited for Chen Feng's next words. Extreme Fresh Cold Chain will acquire your Wu group. I will leave you some shares. As for you, you need to fully cooperate with Wu and hand over all the supply chains to Wu. Do you have any opinion? Before Chen Feng said a word, Wu Qingshan's face turned paler. By the time Chen Feng finished speaking, Wu Qingshan's face had turned pale. The supply chain is the lifeblood of a logistics company. Handing over the supply chain to Chen Feng means that Wu Qingshan will never have a chance to turn the situation around. But now Wu Qingshan has no other choice. Even if he refused, the only solution waiting for him from Wu's company would be to be completely devoured by the giant Jixian cold chain, and he would even have to bear a huge debt. If you actively cooperate, you can at least leave some wealth behind. This is the best choice nowadays. Everything is up to Master Chen. Wu Qingshan spoke slowly. After saying this, Wu Qingshan's originally straight spine became a little hunched, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Okay, let's go. Someone will take over your company next. After leaving these words, Chen Feng took Feng Xiaoxiao to the garage and drove to Marcel Restaurant. Do you think it's cruel? In the car, Chen Feng suddenly asked. These sudden questions caught Feng Xiaoxiao off guard. But soon Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. No, if you are not strong enough, you will be the one in trouble. Feng Xiaoxiao, who grew up in an orphanage, knew early on that this society was cruel. She was not an ignorant little girl. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao became more curious about Chen Feng's background. What kind of person is Chen Feng who was able to force Wu Qingshan to come to his house, even break his own son's legs, and even use his own company to make amends? Chen Feng, how rich are you? Feng Xiaoxiao asked. I don't know either. Anyway, he is very rich. Chen Feng said casually. I really envy you for finding such rich parents. Feng Xiaoxiao sighed. I envy myself, too. Chen Feng said sincerely. If the system had not appeared, he would have been manipulated by Wang Mei and Qin Qingyun, two scums. Fortunately, everything is different now. After dealing with Wang Mei, we will deal with that scum Qin Qingyun. What's so great about Jiangxing Group? Just wait for it to go bankrupt. Feng Xiaoxiao felt a dangerous aura suddenly burst out from Chen Feng's body, like a terrifying beast. Chen Feng. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke softly. Oh. Chen Feng's tone returned to its gentle and easygoing tone, which made Feng Xiaoxiao feel relieved. Xiaoxiao, do you have a driver's license? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Yes, I passed the exam before. You want me to be your driver? Your car is so expensive, I don't dare to drive it. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke quickly. While learning to cook, Feng Xiaoxiao also found time to take a driver's license test. Before that, he would take time out after get off work to drive a few jobs. I'm going to buy you a grocery card. Otherwise, it will be too inconvenient for you to go to work. Chen Feng spoke. No, that's too expensive. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly refused. Feng Xiaoxiao was already embarrassed enough about the skirt she wore yesterday, not to mention that Chen Feng was going to buy her a car now. Write my name, and you can just drive normally. This makes it more convenient for me to ask you to come over and cook at any time. Chen Feng's tone did not allow for rejection. Well, you are such a jerk. Feng Xiaoxiao complained that this was still acceptable to her. Of course not. I have money. Just be my cook whenever I call. Chen Feng's tone became more proud. Yes, boss. Feng Xiaoxiao said sweetly. The previous solemn atmosphere disappeared, and Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao both had faint smiles on their faces. Soon, the car arrived at the Marcel restaurant. Feng Xiaoxiao went to the kitchen, while Chen Feng went to find Manager Gua. Has the problem been solved? Chen Feng spoke casually. Yes, boss. I have contacted the person in charge of extreme cold chain, East China. The supply problem has been resolved. In addition, I also received news from the headquarters that the Marcel Catering Group will further cooperate with extreme cold chain, and the cost of our restaurant will be further reduced. Manager Gua said respectfully. Now Manager Gua can be said to be convinced by Chen Feng, a boss with a mysterious and powerful background. Well done. Chen Feng said sincerely. Chen Feng had no experience in company management, and it was great that his company was able to start deeper cooperation after receiving instructions. Boss, I just received a message that the CEO of Jixian Cold Chain can't come right away, but the person in charge of the East China region is on his way to Jiangcheng and hopes to meet you. Then let's meet. Chen Feng nodded slightly. After all, it is his own business, so it is necessary to meet the person in charge. A fiery red Ferrari sped all the way and stopped at the door of Marcel's restaurant. A woman in a black and white professional suit got off a Ferrari. Her pair of long legs tightly wrapped in black stockings were extremely eye-catching, and the suit highlighted the woman's curvy figure. The woman's expression was indifferent, which formed a sharp contrast with her hot body. The pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her high nose bridge made her look more intellectual. The woman stretched out her long legs and walked into the restaurant step by step. The tapping sound of her heels hitting the ground seemed to be captivating. It even took the doorman a long time to realize that he should park the car for the woman after he got her keys. There are many beautiful women among the guests at Marcel restaurant, but they are far inferior to the woman in front of him. This woman is none other than Gao Huan, the head of the East China region of Jixian Cold Chain, who is known in the industry as the Iron Lady. Don't knock on the door of Chen Feng's box. Please come in. Manager Gui took Gao Huan into the box. The moment Gao Huan appeared, Chen Feng's attention was focused on Gao Huan. Gao Huan also looked at his young new boss carefully with a scrutinizing gaze. Hello, boss. My name is Gao Huan, and I'm the general manager of Jixian Cold Chain, East China. Gao Huan walked up to Chen Feng and gave a brief self-introduction. Chen Feng nodded slightly. You have great abilities. I feel relieved that you will be in charge of the East China region. You are quite good to have been able to snatch several big projects from the transportation company. Chen Feng stood up and extended his hand to Gao Huan. After Chen Feng learned that Gao Huan was coming to see him, he also spent some time getting to know Gao Huan. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Gao Huan, known as the Iron Lady, has always been successful in the business world. Without sufficient performance, the 28-year-old Gao Huan would not have been able to secure her position as the head of the East China region. That business is also the one I am most proud of. Gao Huan shook Chen Feng's hand tightly and spoke in a proud tone. At the same time, there was a hint of inquiry in Gao Huan's eyes when he looked at Chen Feng. Originally, Gao Huan thought that Chen Feng was just a rich second generation who relied on his family's protection. She didn't expect that Chen Feng would actually know something about her. The current operating model of Jixing Cold Chain is very good. I don't plan to make any random changes. Everything should be as usual. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Gao Huan once again felt more favorable towards Chen Feng. But now that you are here, I have something for you to do. Next, you will be responsible for acquiring the Wu Group. As for the price to be paid, it's up to you. I just need this result. Chen Feng said calmly. Gao Huan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement, as if he had spotted his prey. As the head of the East China region, Gao Huan was very interested in the channels that the Wu Group controlled in Jiangxing. And Gao Huan didn't think that Chen Feng's task was aimless. Although Gao Huan doesn't have enough information now, something must have happened between Chen Feng and the Wu Group. In Gao Huan's view, the acquisition of Wu was a test given to him by Chen Feng. Gao Huan has already begun to consider how to complete the acquisition of Wu with minimal effort. Of course, Chen Feng was not as scheming as Gao Huan imagined. Wu's spine had been broken by herself. No matter how outrageous the conditions he proposed were, Wu Qingshan would never refuse. Even now, Wu Qingshan is hoping that Chen Feng will acquire his company as soon as possible to give him a chance to survive. It's almost time. Stay and have lunch together. Chen Feng said. Gao Huan naturally would not reject Chen Feng's proposal. Chen Feng pressed the dinner bell on the table. Soon, the door of the box was pushed open. But this time, it was not Manager Gua who delivered the food. Feng Xiaoxiao pushed the dining cart and walked into the box. As soon as she entered the box, Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes stayed on Gao Huan. This posture seemed as if he was trying to see through Gao Huan. Feng Xiaoxiao heard in the kitchen that a beautiful woman came to the restaurant today, and she was after Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng is a wealthy man, his vision is terrible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a disgusting ex-wife. I must help Chen Feng to keep a close eye on things and never let him be deceived by a bad woman. Xiao, why are you delivering the meal today? Chen Feng asked with some curiosity. Because this dish is not yet finished, the last step needs to be done in front of the diners. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke. Feng Xiaoxiao then poured alcohol on the iron plate and set it on fire. The flames quickly roast the air-flown Wagyu beef, leaving beautiful marks on its delicate texture. When the alcohol is completely burned, the dish is also completely done. Feng Xiaoxiao pushed the prepared dish in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng immersed himself in tasting the tender and juicy Wagyu beef slices with the aroma of wine, and did not notice the strange aura between Feng Xiaoxiao and Gao Huan at all. Miss Chef, your cooking skills seem very good. But your eyes will become dull if they are often burned by fireworks. Gao Huan obviously noticed Feng Xiaoxiao's hostility and spoke. I have a good eye. Feng Xiaoxiao insisted. Then consider this as my concern. Thank you for the food you made. It tastes very good. Gao Huan simply ignored Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze and just enjoyed the food in front of him. Boss, I'll leave after I finish eating. After leaving these words, Gao Huan turned and left. Feng Xiaoxiao stared at the direction where Gao Huan left, feeling as powerless as if she was punching cotton. Xiaoxiao, are your eyes uncomfortable? Chen Feng noticed that Feng Xiaoxiao was acting strangely and asked. No. Chen Feng, I feel that woman just now is not a good person. Don't be fooled by her. Feng Xiaoxiao speaks frankly. What? She is my subordinate. She is responsible for acquiring Wu Corporation. Chen Feng's tone sounded a little helpless. What? Feng Xiaoxiao obviously didn't expect such a result, and her little face turned red in an instant. I have misunderstood Chen Feng. Well, After she's done with Wu's acquisition, she'll leave. Chen Feng said with a smile. I was worried that you would be cheated by a bad woman, but you laughed at me. Feng Xiaoxiao curled her lips. Then I thank you for your enthusiasm. Let's go. Chen Feng stood up. Where? Feng Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Buy a grocery cart for my little cook. Do you want me to be your driver every day? Chen Feng teased. Oh. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, Chen Feng is his own boss, so what does it mean to have someone be his own driver? But for some reason, when Feng Xiaoxiao heard Chen Feng say this, her mood was obviously not very good. Not long after, Chen Feng brought Feng Xiaoxiao to a BMW 4 store and bought a BMW Mini with full payment. This kind of car is indeed suitable for shopping, and its small body can freely enter and exit some congested city roads. With this car, Feng Xiaoxiao can now take time to visit the orphanage. Chen Feng had just finished the car purchase procedures when he heard someone calling his name from behind. Chen Feng turned around and saw Lin Sa, whom he had met once. I didn't expect to see you here. You're here so soon. Chen Feng greeted him. It's still about that car. They said it's been repaired. I came to take a look. Lin Sa spoke. Only then did Chen Feng remember the BMW M8 that was rear-ended. Don't talk about me, Chen Feng. I heard that you made a big move. The Wu family's company really collapsed. Lin Sa spoke. How do you know? Chen Feng was a little puzzled. Is Lin Sa so well informed? The circle in Jiangcheng is only this big. You caused such a big commotion. I think it's hard for them not to know. But buddy, what kind of background do you have? Wu's is a big company, so you can do whatever you say. Lin Sa asked curiously. Chen Feng just smiled and did not answer Lin Sa's question. At this moment, Chen Feng was more concerned about what Lin Sa said. The whole Jiangcheng knew about it. I guess Chen Qingyun has also received the news. I wonder if he is panicking now? Office of the Chairman of Jiangcheng Group. Dad, I'm in trouble. Chen Qingyun knelt directly in front of Chen Jianjun and spoke humbly. After meeting Chen Feng again at the gate of Yulongwan community, Chen Qingyun began to investigate Chen Feng's background. When Chen Qingyun learned that Chen Feng was the person in charge of the Marcel Catering Group, he was not panicked. In front of Jiangcheng Group, Marshall Catering Group can't make any waves at all. Not to mention that Chen Feng had also offended the Wu Group. That old dog Wu Qingshan was not someone to be trifled with. If he offended him, the Marcel restaurant in Jiangcheng would definitely not be able to continue operating. Unfortunately, today Chen Qingyun received the news that Wu Qingshan, in order to apologize to Chen Feng, broke his own son Wu Yiming's legs with his own hands, and even sacrificed his own company to finally buy a way out. This news almost scared Chen Qingyun to death. Only then did he immediately go to his father's office to admit his mistake. Chen Jianjun's face turned dark. He picked up his crutch and hit Chen Qingyun's back hard. Chen Qingyun gritted his teeth and endured the beating from his father. After being beaten with the cane 3 times, Chen Jianjun finally put away the cane. You've caused me so much trouble just for a woman. Do your best to repair your relationship with Chen Feng. Chen Jianjun said coldly. Yes, father. Chen Qingyun said weakly, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Qingyun turned and left Chen Jianjun's office, his eyes instantly becoming extremely vicious. Chen Qingyun took out his cell phone and called Wang Mei. To the mountain house, now. Chen Qingyun's tone was extremely cold. Chen Qingyun now had a ball of anger in his chest and wanted to vent it out immediately. Yes, master. Wang Mei gritted her teeth and shouted out this shameful name in a trembling voice. When Wang Mei thought of the various torture instruments in the villa, she trembled with fear, but in front of Chen Qingyun, Wang Mei had no ability to refuse. There will be a car race in our club in a couple of days. How about it? Are you interested in coming and watching? Lin Sa asked. As long as I don't go out and run on my own, I'm quite interested. Chen Feng spoke. Okay, I'll send you the time and place then. But you have to drive the Wolf Cub. My friends in the club are very interested in your car. Lin Sa immediately became interested. Row. Chen Feng nodded. He was still very curious about this circle that he had not been qualified to get involved in before. After completing the formalities, Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao went to the villa. Chen Feng asked Feng Xiaoxiao to drive in front, and he followed behind. Feng Xiaoxiao's driving skills are pretty good, so Chen Feng can rest assured to let her go on the road alone. By the time Chen Feng got home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Chen Feng's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Chen Feng's former supervisor. When Chen Feng was working before, this supervisor was quite caring towards Chen Feng. So Chen Feng answered the phone. Chen Feng, when will they take away the junk on your workstation? Our Jiangxing Group's workstation is not a garbage station for these junky things. If you don't come over to take your junk away, I'll have the cleaning staff throw it all away. The supervisor spoke viciously. His tone was extremely unfamiliar. The reason why the previous supervisor took care of Chen Feng was because Chen Feng had outstanding abilities and potential for advancement. But now Chen Feng was fired by the HR department, personally ordered by Chen Qingyun. The supervisor was afraid that his previous care for Chen Feng would cause Chen Qingyun to misunderstand him. So he called Chen Feng in this tone in front of everyone and severely humiliated Chen Feng to express that he and Chen Feng were completely broken off. Okay, I'll go back to the company tomorrow. Chen Feng snorted coldly and hung up the phone. The supervisor who had the phone hung up became even more furious. At this point, he had already made up his mind that when Chen Feng arrived at the company tomorrow, he would severely humiliate Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what's wrong? Feng Xiaoxiao sensed something was wrong, so she asked, I have a little thing to take care of tomorrow. It's a pity that I can't take you to work tomorrow. Chen Feng had a playful smile on his face. Who asked you to send me there? I can go to work by myself. Feng Xiaoxiao's tone was full of stubbornness. Feng Xiaoxiao pretended to be angry, went straight into the kitchen, and started preparing dinner for today. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao was also thinking about what kind of breakfast she would make for Chen Feng tomorrow. Chen Feng will definitely have to deal with some important matters tomorrow. If he doesn't eat well, it will definitely affect him. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! On the 5th day of filing for divorce, Qilin Building will be awarded. Since obtaining the system, waking up every day has become the moment Chen Feng looks forward to most. Chen Feng was very familiar with this Qilin Building. This building, located in the center of Jiangxing City, is the location of Chen Feng's company. Chen Feng's previous company was a subsidiary of Jiangxing Group and was not eligible to live in the Jiangxing Building built by Jiangxing Group, so it rented 2 floors in Qilin Building as an office area. After receiving such a reward, Chen Feng was also looking forward to what would happen in his former company today. Anyway, things are going to be interesting today. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Feng drove to Qilin Building. Chen Feng walked into Qilin Building with ease and took the elevator to the floor where his former company was located. As soon as Chen Feng stepped into the company, he saw the annoying face of his supervisor. The supervisor has been waiting for Chen Feng here for a long time. Chen Feng, a loser who offended Mr. Chen and was kicked out of the company and had a bleak future, actually dared to hang up on him. The supervisor had never seen such an arrogant subordinate. The supervisor had already made up his mind to humiliate this loser and let Chen Feng know how powerful he is. Isn't this Chen Feng who was kicked out of the company? Is he here to collect your junk today? The supervisor looked at Chen Feng with a sarcastic tone. Didn't you ask me to come? Chen Feng folded his arms across his chest and spoke in a defiant tone. Although the other employees seemed to be staring intently at the screen in front of them, they had actually already focused all their attention on their ears, listening to the conversation between Chen Feng and his supervisor. When hearing Chen Feng's sarcasm, most employees felt secretly happy. This damn supervisor deserves to be scolded. Chen Feng, how can you talk like that? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Oh, I almost forgot. You are an orphan. No wonder you don't have a tutor. The supervisor spoke viciously. Snapped. A crisp slap echoed in the office. The supervisor was stunned by Chen Feng's slap. The supervisor's face flushed red. It was unclear whether it was because Chen Feng's slap was too strong, or because he felt too embarrassed after receiving such a slap, or perhaps both. You hit me? Chen Feng, are you crazy? The supervisor covered his face in disbelief. You have a dirty mouth. Let me teach you how to speak. Chen Feng pulled out a wet wipe and wiped his hands carefully, as if he had touched something dirty. Security, where's the security? Catch this madman. The supervisor roared. As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, the security guards of Qilin Building arrived and prepared to drive Chen Feng out. This building is mine. Are you going to do anything to me? Chen Feng spoke to the security guard who came over. Chen Feng, I think you are really crazy. Who do you think you are? You said Qilin building is yours, and I said the Forbidden City is mine. The supervisor's tone became even more intense. But at this time, his left cheek was swollen and his speech was unclear, making him look even more ridiculous. However, seeing Chen Feng's serious look, the security guards did not dare to act rashly. Chen Feng didn't intend to make things difficult for these workers, so he took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of Qilin building. Soon, the call was connected. I'm Chen Feng. I'm on the 18th floor now. Come here immediately. After saying this, Chen Feng hung up the phone. Chen Feng, who are you pretending for? I want to see who you can call. The supervisor's tone was cold. He absolutely did not believe that Chen Feng would be the owner of this building. If Chen Feng really had such a powerful background, how could he be kicked out of the company? Not to mention that he used to be under his command, and he could exploit his labor like cattle and horses. It must be that this guy Chen Feng couldn't accept the cruel reality and went crazy. Yes, that must be the case. Chen Feng, kneel down and apologize to me now, and then slap yourself, and I will not care about your behavior just now. The supervisor snapped. It was just a slap in the face, and the supervisor had no way to hold Chen Feng responsible. It would be better for him to make such a request now to vent his anger. It seems you still haven't learned how to speak. Chen Feng said this and was about to step forward. Seeing Chen Feng's actions, the supervisor immediately recalled the fear of being slapped and slowly backed away. He accidentally stepped on a trash can and fell heavily backwards. The supervisor stretched out his hand to hold on to something, but instead of being able to support his body, he brought down a cup of hot coffee from the table next to him. The coffee spilled all over the supervisor, causing him to squeal like a pig. His white shirt was stained with coffee, making him look extremely disheveled. Whose coffee is this? Who told you to drink coffee at your workstation? From now on, you are only allowed to drink coffee in the tea room. Anyone who dares to drink coffee at their workstation will have their salary deducted. The supervisor staggered to his feet and roared. But now, with his miserable appearance and leaky mouth, his words not only did not have the slightest deterrent effect, but instead seemed particularly ridiculous. Ha ha ha. I don't know who couldn't hold back and burst into laughter first, and then almost all the employees laughed together. At this moment, the embarrassed supervisor just felt like a clown. The culprit behind all this was none other than Chen Feng in front of him. Chen Feng, this is all your fault. Don't be arrogant, kid. Do you think you are so handsome? Let me tell you, you have offended the eldest master of our group. Just wait and see. As long as you are in the industry, I don't believe anyone will hire you. I'm waiting for the day when you can't eat and become a beggar on the street. The supervisor roared at Chen Feng, wanting to vent all his anger on Chen Feng. It turns out you can't do anything except talk tough. As a human being, you are such a failure. Chen Feng's tone remained cold. Lies don't hurt. Truth is the knife. Chen Feng's light words broke the supervisor's already fragile psychological defenses. Chen Feng, you're a lunatic. You think no one can cure you, right? The supervisor roared and rushed forward, while constantly winking at the people around him, signaling them to stop him. The supervisor was already an old man in his 40s who had not exercised for a long time and had a huge beer belly. He was definitely no match for Chen Feng in a fight. However, in response to Chen Feng's words, the supervisor must take some action, otherwise he will lose face. At this time, the elevator had stopped on the 18th floor, and a man in a suit and tie rushed in. This person is the person in charge of Qilin building, Manager Xia Sudong. Manager Xia was confused at first when he received Chen Feng's call. Chen Feng, who is this guy? Why do you sound so condescending? He even asked me to go see him. He must be crazy. But when Manager Xia recalled that he had received a notice of change in ownership of the building today, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Feng, isn't this the new owner of this Qilin building? And judging from the tone of Chen Feng's previous phone call, something must have happened to Chen Feng in Qilin building. Manager Xia immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. Manager Xia had just walked in when he saw a fat man covered in stains and with a wandering look like a lunatic, rushing towards him while calling Chen Feng. Such an action almost scared Manager Xia to death. If something happens to the new boss in the building he is responsible for, his job is over. Stop! Are you security guards dead? Why don't you stop that psychopath? Manager Xia roared. The supervisor also noticed Manager Xia, who had rushed to the scene, and took this opportunity to stop his actions. As for the security guards, they walked towards Chen Feng, obviously wanting to take coercive measures against Chen Feng. Do you have poor eyesight or don't understand what I say? I told you to control that psychopath. Manager Xia almost went berserk. The building's security team is simply terrible. I must strengthen their training. If training is really not possible, then just change the security team. Hearing this, the security guards realized something was wrong and surrounded the dirty Manager Xia. Manager Xia, you must have made a mistake. I'm Qian Ziyuan, the director of Jiangxing Technology. The guy sitting opposite me named Chen Feng is the psychopath. Not only did he come to my company to cause trouble today, he also called his friends to continue causing trouble. Hurry up and control him. The supervisor spoke immediately. After hearing what his supervisor said, Manager Xia confirmed that the handsome man in front of him was his new boss, Chen Feng. But at the same time, Manager Xia was also very unhappy. How could Qian Ziyuan, such a short-sighted guy, dare to offend his new boss and even dare to say that he was just a small supervisor of a subsidiary of Jiangxing Group? I don't know who gave him the courage. Who gave you the guts to yell at our boss? How dare you slander our boss? Are you so impatient to receive the lawyer's letter? Manager Xia's tone was stern. This attitude also made Qian Ziyuan confused. This is how the same thing. Could it be that what this psychopath Chen Feng said was true? Is he really the owner of Qilin Building? The sun didn't rise from the west, and the sow didn't climb the tree. What a joke. Manager Xia, did you make a mistake? Chen Feng is just a small employee fired by our company. How could he be your boss? There are so many scammers nowadays. Don't be fooled, okay? Qian Ziyuan's tone softened a bit, and he seemed very guilty. Xia Sudong couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. If this is true, could it be that the young man in front of me is really lying? You must be Xia Sudong, right? I was the one who called you just now. You should have received the notice of the change of ownership. Chen Feng's tone was calm, but it completely dispelled Xia Sudong's doubts. He had just received the notice of change in ownership. If Chen Feng was not his new boss, how could he know about it? Boss, I don't doubt you. Xia Sudong quickly expressed his loyalty. It doesn't matter how long their lease is left on it. Chen Feng waved his hand and spoke. For months. Their lease is up in 4 months. Xia Sudong checked his phone and immediately gave the message. After the expiration date, get them out immediately. I don't need this kind of company in my building. Chen Feng's tone was cold, but Qian Ziyuan's heart was even colder. Am I kicking on a rock? There are many office buildings in the city, but it is not easy to find an office building with such a prime location as Qilin Building. Not to mention that this company has been open in Qilin Building for more than 10 years, and it is not an easy task to relocate in such a short period of time. What's even more frightening is that the company was forced to relocate because of its own fault. Although Qian Ziyuan has reached the position of supervisor, he is by no means omnipotent in Jiangxing Technology. If the general manager of Jiangxing Technology knew about this, he would probably lose his job and might even be blacklisted by the industry. Qian Ziyuan didn't know whether Chen Feng would become a beggar, but if he lost this job, he would definitely fall into a midlife crisis. The monthly car loan and mortgage payment will overwhelm me. In a few months, the car and house will be repossessed, and I will be burdened with huge debts and become a beggar praying on the street. Chen Feng, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. No, Boss Chen, you still remember how much I took care of you before. I didn't control my emotions for a moment and offended you. I apologize to you. Please forgive me for this. My colleagues in the company are innocent. They haven't offended you. For their sake, please be merciful and spare us. Qian Jiqiang immediately changed to a flattering expression and spoke in a low voice. I don't remember how you took care of me, Director Qian. I only remember you calling me an orphan with no upbringing, and you said that if I kneeled down and slapped myself, you would let me go. I don't think I'm mistaken. Chen Feng's tone became even colder. Boss Chen, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real master. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. Qian Jiqiang gritted his teeth, knelt down on the ground, and used both hands at the same time to slap his mouth continuously. The so-called dignity and face are not important at this moment. He must give everything to win Chen Feng's forgiveness, otherwise his life will be ruined. Everyone present was shocked by Qian Jiqiang's actions. No one expected that Manager Qian, who was usually so high and mighty, would do such a thing. Manager Qian, what are you doing? Why don't you even care about your own skin? Did I force you? Chen Feng snorted coldly. No, I did everything voluntarily. I can't speak. Please forgive me. Qian Jiqiang seemed to have seen hope and quickly spoke, his face full of flattery and ingratiation. Okay, I forgive you. Chen Feng smiled. So we don't have to move? Qian Jiqiang's tone suddenly became high-spirited. As long as Chen Feng is willing to give in, he can keep his job. As for the lost face, just let it be. As for the employees who saw this scene, I will fire them sooner or later. You still have to move out. Chen Feng's tone remained cold. Chen Feng, how can you go back on your word? Didn't you say you forgave me? Why do you want us to move away? Qian Jiqiang became angry and embarrassed. He just stood up and was about to rush towards Chen Feng, but froze in place after seeing the bodyguards beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you can't do this, you can't do this. Maybe I didn't kneel long enough, or maybe I didn't fan hard enough. As long as you ask, I can do anything. Qian Jiqiang's tone softened again, and he switched to a flattering attitude. I think you misunderstood. I have indeed forgiven you. It's just Jiangxing Group that disgusts me. Remember, move out immediately when the lease expires. Also, say hello to Chen Qingyun for me. After saying this, Chen Feng turned and left. Xia Sudong and the security guards followed Chen Feng, staring at Qian Jiqiang with a wary look, fearing that Qian Jiqiang would do something irrational. At this moment, Qian Jiqiang's heart was as dead as gray. His life is over. When he finally came to his senses, he found that all the employees' eyes were focused on him. These gazes were like iron nails, nailing him to a pillar of shame. What are you looking at? Do you have a lot of free time? Do you still want this month's performance? Qian Jiqiang roared. The employees immediately turned their attention back to the screen in front of them. But even so, Qian Jiqiang still felt as if he heard a tiny voice of discussion. These oxen and horses that don't work hard must be talking about me. Now he is still a supervisor and has not been fired yet. Who gave them the courage to talk about me secretly? Just as Qian Jiqiang was about to lose his temper again, an even angrier roar resounded throughout the entire floor. Qian Jiqiang, I went out to discuss a cooperation and you ruined our company. Who gave you the guts? The CEO of Jiangxing Technology rushed back, his voice filled with suppressed anger. General Manager, please listen to my explanation. Qian Jiqiang's back suddenly softened, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain, but he heard something that made him even more frightened. Explain. There's nothing to explain. Young Master Chen will be here soon. You can go and explain to him. The general manager's tone became even colder, and there was a hint of worry about himself in his eyes. I don't know if that madman Chen Qingyun will vent his anger on me. Young Master is coming in person? General Manager, is it too late for me to leave right now? Qian Jiqiang's forced smile was uglier than crying. What do you say? You still have parents and family. The general manager's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. Go wait in my office, so it won't be too embarrassing later. The general manager spoke again. Qian Jiqiang walked into the general manager's office step by step, like a puppet that had lost its soul, as if waiting for the judgment of the god of death. Not long after, Chen Qingyun, carrying a golf club, wearing gloves and a hat on his head, walked briskly into Jiangxing Technology. Behind him was a bodyguard holding a takeaway box. Everyone has worked hard. Don't worry about the company's affairs. I will take care of them. I'll treat everyone to some milk tea. Everyone, get your milk tea and go home. I'll give you half a day off. Chen Qingyun's smile is warm, just like the brother next door. The employees of Jiangxing Technology immediately began to favor Chen Qingyun. The future successor of their group seems to be a good person. Not only does he not hold them accountable, he is also willing to give them vacations. They are lucky to be able to work for such a boss. The employees packed up their things, got a cup of milk tea from the bodyguard, and left the company. After everyone left, Chen Qingyun gave the bodyguard a look, and the bodyguard locked the door very skillfully. Then the two of them walked into the general manager's office. At this time, Qian Ziyuan's face was pale and sweaty. Chen Qingyun heard the noise from the moment he entered the company, and every minute and every second that followed was torture for him. Why are you so scared? Do I look scary? Chen Qingyun said with a smile. No. Qian Jiqiang quickly denied it. Why would you sweat so much if you're not here? Relax, I'm not a bad person. Come, have a cup of milk tea, everyone has it. Chen Xingyun smiled and handed a cup of milk tea to Qian Jiqiang. Qian Jiqiang took the milk tea flattered and drank it quickly. Have you offended Chen Feng? Chen Xingyun suddenly asked. This sudden question scared Chen Xingyun so much that he choked and started coughing violently. Why are you in such a hurry to drink? Don't worry, I also offended Chen Feng. It seems that we get along well. Chen Xingyun's smile became even more intense. Hearing this, Qian Jiqiang also saw a glimmer of hope. Chen Feng and Chen Xingyun have a grudge. So does that mean I'm standing up for Chen Xingyun? No wonder Mr. Chen was so friendly to me. It turned out that not only did I do nothing wrong, but I also did a great deed. Master Chen, that blind bastard Chen Feng not only beat me up like this, but he also dared to offend you. If he hadn't bullied me, I would have made him pay. Qian Jiqiang immediately expressed his loyalty. Manager Qian, how does the milk tea taste? Do you want to add some toppings? Chen Xingyun suddenly spoke. It tastes so good, there's no need to add any toppings. Qian Jiqiang quickly declined. Okay. Chen Xingyun snorted lightly, revealing some displeasure in his tone. Add more. Young Master Chen said add more, so we must add more. Qian Jiqiang was used to changing his attitude according to the situation. Sensing the displeasure in Chen Xingyun's tone, he quickly changed his words. Okay, let me give you some more ingredients. Chen Xingyun's smile was even more dangerous. The bodyguard next to Chen Xingyun suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Qian Jiqiang's head with one hand, and pressed him to the ground. Chen Xingyun found a pair of scissors from the desk nearby and walked towards Qian Jiqiang step by step. Mr. Chen, for my loyalty to you, please forgive me this time. Qian Jiqiang heard the click sound approaching and immediately begged for mercy. What are you talking about? Am I not adding more ingredients to your meal? As Chen Xingyun spoke, he used a pair of scissors to cut a bunch of hair from Qian Jiqiang's head. Then he cut the hair into pieces and added it to the milk tea that Qian Jiqiang had not finished drinking. Come on, drink it. Chen Xingyun brought the milk tea with added ingredients to Qian Jiqiang with a gentle tone. Young master. Qian Jiqiang struggled continuously, but was still pinned to the ground by the bodyguard, unable to move. Be obedient, come and drink. If you don't like the taste, maybe your wife and daughter will like it. Girls all like to drink milk tea, don't you think? Chen Xingyun's smile became even more exaggerated. Drink, I'll drink right away. Master Chen, please forgive my wife and daughter. They have done nothing wrong. Qian Jiqiang spoke quickly. What are you talking about? It's just a cup of milk tea with something added to it. If you drink it, it will be gone. Chen Xingyun gave the bodyguard a look, and the bodyguard immediately let go of Qian Jiqiang. Looking at the milk tea with added ingredients in front of him, Qian Jiqiang gritted his teeth and drank it all in one breath. The fine hair stubble was like a steel needle. It went along the esophagus into Chen Xingyun's body, piercing his esophagus and stomach with numerous holes. Every time Qian Jiqiang swallowed, he felt extremely painful, but he did not dare to slow down his swallowing at all, because he knew that if he did not finish drinking it in one breath, even more terrible torture would be waiting for him. Mr. Chen, I'm done drinking. Qian Jiqiang endured the intense pain and forced a smile. How is the taste? Chen Xingyun looked curious. It tastes really good. Qian Jiqiang continued to smile apologetically. Manager Qian, you are such an interesting person. In that case, play another game with me. If it weren't for the trouble you caused, I would still be playing golf on the course now. Then I'll punish you by making you play a round of golf with me. Chen Xingyun spoke. Okay, Mr. Chen, it's my honor to play golf with you. Chen Xingyun quickly responded. Did you hear that? Manager Qian wants to play golf with me. Why don't you help him? Chen Xingyun looked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard pushed Qian Jiqiang to the ground again. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Don't you want me to play golf with you? Qian Jiqiang showed a look of panic again. Come on, open your mouth wide. As soon as my golf ball goes into the hole, the game is over. As Chen Xingyun spoke, he placed a golf ball in front of Qian Jiqiang, waving the golf club in his hand, looking for the hand pole. After Chen Xingyun found the feeling, he discovered that Qian Jiqiang refused to open his mouth obediently. Manager Qian, this is where you are ignorant. It's okay, I'll get someone to help you. As soon as Chen Xingyun finished speaking, the bodyguard reached out and pulled Qian Jiqiang's chin, dislocating it. Qian Jiqiang could only keep making aw sounds and watched Chen Qingyun swing the golf club. Call out. The golf ball flew straight into Qian Jiqiang's mouth and hit his teeth hard, directly breaking all of Qian Jiqiang's good teeth. Eagle ball, Chen Qingyun said excitedly. Then he threw the golf club in his hand and walked out of the company. The bodyguard reached out and dragged the unconscious Qian Jiqiang up as if he were a dead dog. Chen Qingyun whispered as he left. What kind of person is this? How dare you offend the same person as me? Boss, what instructions do you have for my work? In the office on the top floor, Xia Sudong asked cautiously. You are a conscientious person. I feel relieved to leave Qilin building to you. I'm just here to take care of some personal matters today. Don't feel any psychological burden. Chen Feng's tone was relaxed. Don't worry, boss. As soon as the lease expires, I will kick Jiangxing Technology out of our building. Xia Sudong patted his chest and assured. Seeing Xia Sudong's understanding appearance, Chen Feng felt very satisfied. Afterwards, Xia Sudong actively and proactively asked to report on his work. Chen Feng did not refuse. He just turned his boss chair and looked down at the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He was filled with lofty sentiments. As for Xia Sudong's report, he did not listen to a single word of it. As for Xia Sudong, he looked at Chen Feng's back with trepidation and reported diligently. After seeing Chen Feng's casual attitude, he became even more respectful to this mysterious boss. This new boss of mine is definitely not a simple person. Xia Sudong had just finished his report when his secretary knocked on the door and walked in, then walked up to Xia Sudong and whispered something in his ear. Boss, Chen Qingyun from Jiangxing Group is outside the door and wants to see you. Xia Sudong spoke. Let him in. Chen Feng turned around in his boss chair and spoke. Chen Feng was very curious. What did Chen Qingyun intend to do by coming to see him? Do you want revenge? Soon, Chen Qingyun walked into the office, and the bodyguard behind him was holding Qian Jiqiang, whose mouth was covered in blood. The bodyguard threw Qian Jiqiang heavily to the ground, and the intense pain woke Qian Jiqiang up from his coma. Qian Jiqiang looked at the scene in front of him and knew that he had no right to interfere. He endured the pain all over his body without making even a sound, trying his best to reduce his presence. Chen Qingyun, are you here to protest against me? Chen Feng frowned slightly. No. Chen Feng, you misunderstood me. I just heard that this blind fellow offended you, so I taught him a lesson for you and brought him here to apologize to you. Chen Qingyun spoke with a smile, as if there had never been any unpleasantness between him and Chen Feng. Then I really have to thank you very much. Chen Feng snorted coldly and spoke. Chen Feng doesn't have even the slightest favorable impression of Chen Qingyun, the psychopath. Chen Feng, please don't be so hostile to me. There were misunderstandings between us. Actually, we don't have any conflicts. Of course, if you're unhappy, I can send Wang Mei to you. Don't worry. No matter what you do to her, she won't dare to have any opinions. After all, in our hands, she is nothing more than a toy. Of course, I gave her a good lesson for you before that. You may be interested in these photos. Chen Qingyun said with a smile. As Chen Qingyun spoke, he opened the photo album on his phone and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng only took a glance and saw Wang Mei, naked and covered with scars, being put in a shameful posture. But there was no hatred in her eyes, more of a kind of flattery. I couldn't help but feel happy when I saw that trash woman Wang Mei become like this. Is this the life Wang Mei has been trying to live? Then she got what she wanted. At the same time, Chen Feng also felt that it was not worth it for himself. How could I be so blind to fall in love with such a broken piece of junk? But fortunately, all these are in the past. Not only did I kick this garbage away, but I also started a new life. When he thought of this, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose unconsciously. When Chen Qingyun saw the smile on Chen Feng's lips, he felt relieved. What do you think, Chen Feng? Do you see my sincerity? We just had some misunderstandings before. It was all this woman's fault. I have punished her well. Of course, you are welcome to vent your anger on her. People of our status and position don't need to confront each other, don't you think? Chen Qingyun's tone was cheerful. Chen Feng shifted his gaze away and refocused his attention on Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun, you are such a scumbag. Chen Feng's tone was blunt. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun was not angry at all. Instead, he felt quite complacent and even nodded slightly to Chen Feng. It seemed that Chen Feng was not scolding himself, but praising himself. Then Chen Feng picked up his cell phone and called the police in front of Chen Qingyun. Hey, this is the top floor of Qilin building. A malicious wounding incident has occurred. Please come here quickly. Chen Feng had just put down the phone when he saw Chen Qingyun's eyes becoming increasingly dangerous. Chen Feng, do you want to offend me just for such a small matter? I represent Jiangqing Group. As long as we shake hands and make peace, we can make money together in Jiangqing. Why do we need to cause trouble? Do you really want to offend me and Jiangqing Group? Chen Qingyun looked puzzled. He had no way of understanding Chen Feng's behavior. Jiangqing Group. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm sorry, is Jiangqing Group so great? What the hell is Jiangqing Group? Chen Feng's tone suddenly became tough. For Chen Feng, who owns the system, Jiangqing Group, a large group with a scale of over 10 billion, is indeed nothing. Anger appeared on Chen Qingyun's face for the first time. Jiangqing Group is Chen Qingyun's greatest confidence. Chen Feng, who gave you the courage to look down on Jiangqing Group? A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Even if you have a great background in Jiangqing, if you offend our Jiangqing Group, you will only end up dead. Chen Qingyun's tone became increasingly cold. I'll be waiting here, you can try. But now you should think about how to deal with the police. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, several policemen walked in. Qilin Building is one of the best commercial buildings in the city center. It has always been a focus of attention, and there is a police station nearby. After learning that it was an incident in Qilin Building, he rushed to the scene immediately. After seeing Qian Jiqiang with blood all over his mouth and a disheveled face, the police immediately became alert. How is this going? A heroic-looking female police officer spoke. Chen Qingyun slowly turned around and obviously recognized the identity of the policewoman. Isn't this Sister Qingxue from the Song family? Why? You've been living an easy life, and now you're a policeman. Being a police officer is hard and tiring. What's the point? Chen Qingyun spoke in a drawn-out voice. Such a nonchalant attitude clearly showed that he did not take Song Qingxue seriously. Chen Qingyun, now is not the time for you to be so playful. Be serious. When she saw Chen Qingyun's face, Song Qingxue had already concluded that Chen Qingyun was the culprit. Everyone in the circle knows that Chen Qingyun is a complete pervert. Song Qingxue must bring this guy Chen Qingyun to justice. Sister Qingxue, why are you so serious? I have always abided by the law. This is all just a misunderstanding. Right, Director Qian, please tell this officer Song. Has anyone attacked you? Chen Qingyun looked at Qian Jiqiang. Qian Ziyuan quickly shook his head. No, no one attacked me. This wasn't done by young Master Chen. Qian Jiqiang quickly denied it. However, this kind of excuse of trying to cover up the truth naturally aroused Song Qingxue's suspicion. If it wasn't Chen Qingyun who did it, why did you mention his name? Song Qingxue asked back. Anyway, this wasn't done by Master Chen. I just didn't stand firmly and fell. Qian Jiqiang insisted on his statement. Don't be afraid, sir. I will take care of the situation and give you justice. I just need you to tell me who the culprit is. Song Qingxue calmed her tone and asked again. You, a policeman, don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already told you that I fell down by myself. It has nothing to do with Master Chen. Are you trying to force me to falsely accuse someone? Qian Jiqiang's tone suddenly became excited. Qingxue, I told you it was all a misunderstanding. How could you not believe me? I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Chen Qingyun spread his hands and spoke, his face full of arrogance as if he could do nothing to me. Looking at the scene in front of her, although Song Qingxue was furious, she could do nothing. Officer, if you need evidence, I can provide it. The surveillance system at Qilin Building is very complete. Manager Xiao, please show the footage of Chen Qingyun committing violence to Officer Song. Chen Feng spoke. Hearing this, Xia Sudong walked up to Song Qingxue with a tablet. The scene playing on the tablet was the clip where Chen Qingyun forced Qian Jiqiang to play a golf game. The evidence is irrefutable. Chen Qingyun, come with me. Song Qingxue directly pulled out the handcuffs from her waist and handcuffed Chen Qingyun without giving him time to react. As for Qian Jiqiang, he was taken away by another police officer. During this process, Qian Jiqiang was still struggling. Officer, you've got it wrong. This was all an accident. Young Master Chen didn't hurt me. This video is fake. There is no conflict between me and Mr. Chen. Qian Jiqiang didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if Chen Qingyun was put in jail because of him. When Chen Qingyun was being taken away, he turned around and gave Chen Feng a vicious look. Chen Feng, you are very good. But do you think this little trick can handle me? Too naive. Chen Feng also stood up and clapped softly. Chen Qingyun, of course I know I can't send you in like this. But how much do you think the news that the heir of Jiangxing Group beat up his subordinates and was detained by the police will cause the share price of Jiangxing Group to evaporate? How will your good father treat you? A troublesome and foolish son. Chen Qingyun has always been a fearless and lawless person. But in this world, there is something that can make Chen Qingyun feel fear from the depths of his soul. Chen Jianjun's crutch was the thing that made Chen Qingyun afraid. In Chen Jianjun's heart, what he cares about most has always been the Jiangxing Group that he founded. Just because he offended Chen Feng and left a hidden danger, he was beaten with a cane by Chen Jianjun. If the stock price of Jiangxing Group fell because of his own problems, Chen Qingyun couldn't imagine how Chen Jianjun would treat him. Chen Feng, you dare. If you dare to do this, I will kill you. Chen Qingyun struggled frantically. Be honest. Song Qingxue exerted force with both hands, and although her body was slender, she still easily controlled Chen Qingyun. As for the bodyguards brought by Chen Qingyun, they naturally did not dare to attack the police. Officer, Chen Qingyun threatened me. How do you decide to deal with this? Chen Feng said to Song Qingxue with a smile. Sir, we will follow the rules and regulations. But I hope you don't provoke the suspect. Song Qingxue spoke. Song Qingxue had no good impression of Chen Qingyun, and she also had no good impression of Chen Feng, who said those words. Yes, officer, I will cooperate with you. Chen Feng smiled. Then he watched Chen Qingyun being dragged out while shouting and cursing. Manager Xia, didn't you hear what I just said? Spread the news. Chen Feng spoke. Boss, do you really want to do this? That's Jiangxing Group. Xia Sudong's tone was a little hesitant. It is not a wise move to offend Jiangxing Group in Jiangxing. If you are not willing to do it, I don't mind replacing the management of Qilin Building with someone who is willing to do it. As for Jiangxing Group, what the hell is that? Chen Feng's tone was firm. Chen Feng's mission is to bankrupt Jiangxing Group. From the very beginning, Chen Feng stood on the opposite side of Chen Qingyun. There has never been even a little room for buffer between Chen Feng and Jiangxing Group. It was the first time that Xia Sudong felt such tremendous pressure on his shoulders. This means making enemies with Jiangxing Group. As long as I do this, what awaits me will definitely be endless revenge from the Jiangxing Group. Although the salary for this job managing Qilin Building is very attractive, even if I lose this job, I can still find a similar job based on my own abilities. Xia Sudong tried hard to raise his head and was about to reject Chen Feng's request, but he saw Chen Feng's confident expression. Chen Feng's expression was extremely indifferent, as if he was not targeting the Jiangxing Group, a giant in Jiangxing, but an unknown small company. In Xia Sudong's opinion, there were only two reasons why Chen Feng acted so calm. First, Chen Feng had no idea how terrifying and huge the Jiangxing Group was. Second, Jiangxing Group is really nothing in front of Chen Feng. As the owner of Qilin Building, it is impossible for Chen Feng to know nothing about Jiangxing Group. Then there is only one answer left. In front of Chen Feng's huge background, Jiangxing Group was just a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. Xia Sudong's mood suddenly became very excited. Xia Sudong understood that he was about to make a decision that would affect his life. Xia Sudong felt his breathing become heavy. Manager Xia, if you don't want to, you can resign. I will give you N+1 compensation. You don't have much time left for you. Tell me your answer. Chen Feng walked up to Xia Sudong, patted him on the shoulder gently, and spoke in a gentle tone. Xia Sudong raised his head again and saw Chen Feng's eyes that were as calm as water. It was this pair of eyes that gave Xia Sudong great confidence and the courage to make a decision. This was a gamble that would determine his life, and he planned to bet everything he had on the young man he was meeting for the first time. Boss, I'm going to create public opinion right now. Xia Sudong took action immediately. Chen Feng also showed a satisfied smile. Now that things here have been resolved, it's time for me to go find my little cook for dinner. I just don't know what delicious food the little cook has prepared for me. Chairman, The young master was taken to the police station for malicious wounding. It was Miss Song Qingxue of the Song family who personally delivered it, and she filmed a video and circulated it widely on the internet. The Public Relations Department has tried hard to control public opinion, but can only barely contain the spread of this news. The stock price of the company in front of me has fallen by 3 points. The secretary hurried into Chen Jianjun's office and started reporting. Let the Ministry of Justice find a way to get that evil boy out of the police station first. Take full control of bad news. We will buy back as many shares as are sold in the market and try our best to keep the stock price stable. Chen Jianjun spoke in a calm tone. Yes. The secretary immediately went out to convey Chen Jianjun's intention. Just after the secretary left, Chen Jianjun smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground, breaking it into pieces. The turbidity in his eyes was burned away by anger, revealing a deep and sharp gaze like an eagle. These things are definitely not accidental. Someone is trying to target Jiangxin Group behind the scenes. All enemies of Jiangxin Group deserve to die. Thanks to the efforts of the Ministry of Justice, Chen Xingyun and Qian Jiqiang were taken out separately. Looking at Chen Xingyun's leaving back, Song Qingxue gritted her teeth and knew that sooner or later she would send this scum Chen Xingyun to jail. Chen Xingyun now is not as relaxed as he appears. After coming out of the police station, he was taken to Chen Jianjun's office. Here, he will have to face the wrath of Chen Jianjun. Chen Xingyun walked into the office and immediately closed the door, then knelt down in front of Chen Jianjun. You came. Chen Jianjun spoke as he flipped through the report that his secretary had sent him on the causes and consequences of Chen Xingyun's incident. Oh. Chen Xingyun responded softly, like a well-behaved child. Do you remember what I asked you to do? Chen Jianjun seemed to be having a heart-to-heart talk with Chen Xingyun, like a father and son. Go and apologize to Chen Feng and resolve the conflict. Chen Xingyun answered truthfully. Then what did you do? Chen Jianjun suddenly picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it hard at Chen Xingyun. The teacup hit Chen Xingyun's forehead, breaking it instantly. A stream of blood flowed down his cheek, making Chen Xingyun look extremely embarrassed. Now the whole Jiangxin is telling jokes about our family. The share price of Jiangxin Group has dropped by 3 points. That's how you apologize. Chen Jianjun stood up suddenly, and at this moment, he looked like a roaring lion. Chen Xingyun lowered his head and remained silent. This silence not only failed to calm Chen Jianjun, but instead made the rage in Chen Jianjun even more intense. The crutch was swung by Chen Jianjun, leaving an afterimage, and every time it hit Chen Xingyun, it was a critical hit. Maybe it feels like this isn't enough. Chen Jianjun even pulled out the belt from his waist and hit Chen Xingyun with it. Chen Xingyun gritted his teeth and endured it, and even when blood oozed from his lips, he remained silent. After venting his anger, Chen Jianjun sat back in his boss chair. Chen Xingyun, I am very disappointed in you. If you can't satisfy me, I won't hand over Jiangxin Group to you. But my Jiangxin Group is not something that anyone can offend. I will take care of Chen Feng's matter. You should stay here honestly during this period of time and don't cause any more trouble. Chen Jianjun's tone was cold. Yes, father. Chen Xingyun spoke with difficulty. After leaving Chen Jianjun's office, Chen Xingyun did not choose to return to Yulongbei community, but went to the mountain villa. Every time Chen Xingyun got angry with Chen Jianjun, he would find a place to vent his anger. At this time, there was a toy in the mountain villa that allowed him to vent his emotions. In a mountain villa, in a hidden basement, Wang Mei was locked in a dog cage with a collar around her neck. The dog cage was not big enough for Wang Mei to stand inside. There was not even enough space for her to lie down, so she could only kneel inside. Ever since Chen Xingyun left the mountain villa in the morning, Wang Mei has been locked in this dog cage and has not eaten anything during this period. At this time, Wang Mei was hungry and thirsty and extremely tired. However, the small space and the pain from her knees and wrists made it impossible for her to fall asleep. She could only hold on and wait for Chen Xingyun to come back. Finally, Wang Mei heard the long-awaited footsteps. Just when Wang Mei thought she could finally escape the torture, she saw Chen Xingyun's distorted face. Chen Xingyun opened the dog cage, roughly grabbed Wang Mei's collar, and pulled her out. Then he picked up a whip and beat Wang Mei hard. Wang Mei would scream every time she was whipped. Master, please forgive me, please forgive me. Wang Mei cried and begged for mercy, but this only aroused Chen Qingyun's desire to commit more sadism. Dogs can't speak human language. Chen Qingyun swung the whip faster, and the woof-woof sounds complemented the sound of the whip hitting his body. At this time, Chen Feng had no idea that his short-sighted ex-wife was being tortured by Chen Qingyun again. Chen Feng was sitting in the restaurant of the villa, wholeheartedly enjoying the food prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao. "Have you resolved today's matter?" "No trouble, eh?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked with concern. "No big deal, just dealing with a mad dog." Chen Feng's tone was very casual. In Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Qingyun was indeed a mad dog. Seeing Chen Feng's attitude, Feng Xiaoxiao also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the problem had indeed been solved. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Who was coming to see him at this time? Chen Feng took out his cell phone and saw a woman standing at the door through the surveillance camera. Chen Feng became even more curious. However, when Chen Feng walked to the door, he finally recognized that the woman in front of him was the policewoman named Song Qingxue whom he had seen during the day. However, Song Qingxue had already changed into her own clothes at this time, so Chen Feng did not recognize her at first. "Officer Song, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chen Feng had no intention of opening the door for Song Qingxue and spoke through the iron gate. Chen Qingyun was released. Song Qingxue is concise and to the point. "Well, I see." Chen Feng was not at all surprised by such an answer. It would be strange if Chen Qingyun could be sent to jail easily because of such a small matter. The director said there was insufficient evidence. "I hope you can help me find more evidence." Song Qingxue expressed her request directly. "Why should I help you?" Chen Feng looked at Song Qingxue with interest. "Because you also want to send Chen Qingyun in. Is this a sufficient reason?" Song Qingxue's face was full of confidence. "That's a very good reason." Chen Feng nodded. Afterwards, Song Qingxue and Chen Feng added each other's contact information to facilitate future communication. After adding the friend, Song Qingxue turned and left. However, judging from the direction Song Qingxue was heading, she was not leaving Yulong Lake community, but going deeper into the area. It seems that Song Qingxue is also an owner of Yulong Lake community. Chen Feng was not surprised by this. From Chen Qingyun's words in the morning, Chen Feng also learned that Song Qingxue was the daughter of the Song family. The Song family's power is mainly concentrated in the military and police. If it weren't for the power of the Song family, Song Qingxue would not have been able to kill Chen Qingyun, the future heir of Jiangqing Group. However, Chen Feng did not expect that Song Qingxue's purpose in coming to him this time was not just to cooperate in finding a destination that could send Chen Qingyun in. After learning about Chen Feng's information, Song Qingxue also became extremely curious about Chen Feng. Mingming was just a small employee of Jiangqing Technology not long ago, but he acquired such huge assets in just a few days. Where did these assets come from? Was it through some shady channels? Song Qingxue approached Chen Feng with a skeptical attitude. If she really found any clues, Song Qingxue would definitely send Chen Feng in without hesitation and wipe out the evil forces behind Chen Feng. As a partner of justice, Song Qingxue cannot coexist with evil. Chen Feng, who knew nothing about this, fell asleep peacefully after enjoying a wonderful night. When Chen Feng opened his eyes, he arrived at the part he looked forward to most every day. Ding! On the 6th day of filing for divorce, Longhu Manor will be awarded. Longhu Manor is the most exclusive private club in Jiangqing. It is no exaggeration to say that the membership card of Longhu Manor is a pass to the high-end circles in Jiangqing. Even more than 50% of business cooperation was finalized on the golf course of Longhu Manor. The significance of Longhu Manor cannot be measured by money. The connections behind this are the real value of Longfu Manor. A knowing smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. During this period, the rewards given to Chen Feng by the system were indeed huge wealth for an ordinary person, but compared with the Jiangqing Group, it was really not enough. However, now that he owns Longhu Manor, Chen Feng truly has the confidence to challenge Jiangqing Group. Not long after Chen Feng was immersed in joy, the phone rang. The caller ID shows Xia Sudong. After Chen Feng answered the phone, he learned a piece of news from Xia Sudong. After the expiration of their leases, the tenants of Qilin Building chose not to renew their leases. Such concerted action must have been directed. It seems that Jiangqing Group has taken action. Okay, I understand. You will continue to be responsible for the management of Qilin Building. As for the tenants of Qilin Building, I will take care of them. Meet at Marcel's later. Chen Feng's tone was calm. Collective lease termination was not a serious problem for Chen Feng at all. If these were the only means, Chen Feng would look down on Jiangcheng Group, which spans the fields of medicine, technology, real estate, etc. As for the vacant Qilin Building, Chen Feng has already found a new tenant. Gao Huan, go to Marcel restaurant later. We have something to discuss. After calling Gao Huan, Chen Feng took Feng Xiaoxiao directly to the Marcel restaurant. After the breakfast made by Feng Xiaoxiao was served, Gao Huan also appeared in Chen Feng's exclusive box. As for Xia Sudong, he arrived in the box earlier than Chen Feng. Boss, what do you want to see me so early? There was a hint of laziness in Gao Huan's tone. However, after seeing there was a strange man in the box, Gao Huan's attitude suddenly became serious. I plan to move the Jixin Cold Chain East China branch to Qilin Building. This is Xia Sudong, the manager of Qilin Building. The specific details will be finalized by the two of you. Chen Feng's tone did not allow for rejection. Given the nature of the company, the location of the company is not important as long as the warehouse location remains unchanged. Gao Huan and Xia Sudong had no problem with Chen Feng's decision. At the same time, the two also gained a deeper understanding of the assets owned by Chen Feng. Chen Feng is really a hidden talent. It is their honor to work for such a boss. Chen Feng happily enjoyed the delicious food prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao, while Gao Huan and Xia Sudong were professionally finalizing every detail. Although Jixin Cold Chain and Qilin Building are both Chen Feng's assets, he still has to be fair and impartial when finalizing the cooperation. Even though Chen Feng seems to be concentrating on the food now, maybe he is listening carefully to the details they are discussing. In front of their boss, they must demonstrate their professionalism to prove their ability and value. By the time all matters were finalized, it was already noon. Manager Guo also brought up the prepared Chinese food. But Chen Feng discovered that Manager Guo's face looked a little unhappy. Xiao Guo, what happened? Chen Feng asked. Boss, there are no customers in the restaurant today. Guests who had made previous reservations also canceled their reservations. Manager Guo said with a bitter face. This kind of thing has never happened to Marcel restaurant before. After finishing his words, Manager Guo observed Chen Feng's expression out of the corner of his eye, fearing that Chen Feng would suspect that the poor business of Marcel restaurant was due to his own incompetence. After hearing this, Chen Feng understood that the poor business of Marcel restaurant was closely related to the targeting of Jiangqing Group. Don't worry, Xiaoguo. This matter has nothing to do with you. It should be the action of Jiangqing Group. Chen Feng spoke. Now all the industries owned by Chen Feng and Jiangqing have been targeted by the Jiangqing Group. This is definitely a demonstration from the Jiangqing Group. If Chen Feng did not have the help of the system, just such a small difficulty would be enough to force Chen Feng out of Jiangqing. However, Chen Feng, who has the system, will never bow to Jiangqing Group. Xiaoguo, are you okay? Chen Feng noticed that Manager Guo's expression had become extremely ugly. Obviously, Manager Guo still couldn't easily accept the fact that Marcel restaurant was targeted by Jiangqing Group. Jiangqing Group cannot threaten the entire Marshall Catering Company, but it can keep the Jiangqing store open. Boss, I'm fine. Manager Guo forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Xiaoguo, let's cancel the membership system in the restaurant and open it to the public. Chen Feng spoke. For Chen Feng, who now owns Longhu Villa, the value that the membership of Marshall Restaurant can bring to him is not much, so it is better to cancel the membership directly. Moreover, no matter how powerful the Jiangcheng Group is, it can only affect the members of the Marcel Restaurant at most. The changes will not be able to affect ordinary people. Manager Guo was very surprised at Chen Feng's decision. Good boss. Manager Guo still chose to listen to Chen Feng's opinion and made a decision that went against the purpose of Marcel Restaurant. After canceling the membership system, the status of Marcel Restaurant will also decline, which is the most difficult thing for Manager Guo to accept. After resolving these issues, Chen Feng was also ready to accept his new assets. Chen Feng is not a person who will suffer losses. Since Jiangqing Group is targeting him, Chen Feng will naturally fight back. Jiangqing Group can indeed target Marcel Restaurant, but it has no way to target Longhu Manor. After all, Longhu Manor is the only one in the entire Jiangqing that has a golf course, and Chen Qingyun is a frequent visitor to Longhu Manor. If Jiangxing Group forces other partners to boycott Longhu Manor, your Jiangxing Group will be excluded from the circle. What Chen Feng has to do now is to cancel the membership of Jiangxing Group's Longhu Manor. 3 of you, accompany me to inspect a new industry. Chen Feng spoke. Then he took the 3 of them to Longhu Manor. When the car drove into Longhu Manor, the expressions of several people changed. Combined with what Chen Feng said earlier, Manager Gua came up with a bold idea. Boss, Longhu Manor is also your property. Manager Gua asked in disbelief. Although Xia Sudong said nothing, his eyes were fixed on Chen Feng, and he was also looking forward to Chen Feng's answer. Gao Huan didn't know much about Jiangxing, but he knew that Longhu Manor was definitely not simple. Yes, it is my property. The ownership change was just completed today, so I just happened to bring you to have a look. Chen Feng's tone was calm, but it sounded like thunder in the hearts of several people. Manager Gua and Xia Sudong couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Being able to take over Longhu Manor quietly, the background behind Chen Feng, is really unfathomable. Jiangxing Group is nothing compared to Chen Feng's background. Today, all members of Longhu Manor received a message. The ownership of Longhu Manor changed, and the new owner of Longhu Manor held a temporary dinner and invited members of Longhu Manor to participate. The dinner is scheduled for 2 days later. All members will not miss such a dinner, as they are very curious about the new owner of Longhu Manor. Who took over this manor? Dragon Lake Manor has a new owner? Chen Jianjun couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he received the news. I understand. I will attend the dinner in 2 days. Chen Jianjun made a decision. Although Longhu Manor looks like just a manor, the power behind this manor is immeasurable. Longhu Manor owns the only golf course in Jiangxing. The main structure of the manor is located on an island in the middle of Long Lake. The interior decoration is extremely extravagant, and all the prominent figures in Jiangxing are members of Longhu Manor. Longhu Manor is Jiangxing Group's first choice for entertaining distinguished guests. And behind Longhu Manor, there is such a huge background. Otherwise, there would be no way to acquire such a large piece of land and operate Longhu Manor as it is now. Chen Jianjun has already made up his mind that he must establish a good relationship with the new owner of Longhu Manor. Chen Jianjun had a hunch that this mysterious new master might change the situation in Jiangxing. Even if he couldn't make friends with him, he absolutely could not make enemies with him. Dragon Lake Manor has a new owner? This is really an interesting thing. I want to see who this mysterious new owner is. Lin Sa was full of curiosity when he heard the news. I didn't expect so many new things to happen in Jiangxing recently. For some reason, Chen Feng's face suddenly appeared in Lin Sa's mind. Then a bold idea came to Lin Sa's mind. Isn't Chen Feng the owner of Longhu Manor? Soon Lin Sa found her own inexplicable idea ridiculous. How could I have such an outrageous idea? No matter how powerful Chen Feng's background is, there is no way he can take over Longhu Manor. Perhaps the owner of Longhu Manor handed over the ownership of the manor to his younger generation. Qingxue, the reason behind the change of owner of Longhu Manor this time is definitely not simple. You are on a special mission and can't make it back. You will attend the party on behalf of our Song family and try your best to find out the details of the new owner of Longhu Manor. Mr. Song said, Grandpa, leave it to me. Song Qingxue nodded heavily, and a scrutinizing look appeared in her eyes. Who is the new owner of Longhu Manor? At this time, the new owner of Longhu Manor, who was talked about by many bigwigs in Jiangxing, was wholeheartedly enjoying the delicious food carefully prepared by the chef. Boss, the notice has been sent out, and basically all members have expressed that they will be on time for the appointment. Wang Quanqing, the steward of Longhu Manor, spoke. Very good. The task of preparing the dinner will be left to you. I hope this dinner will be very memorable. Chen Feng nodded slightly. As you wish. Looking at the polite Wang Quanqing, Manager Gua felt more stressed. No matter from which level you look at it, Wang Quanqing is an upgraded version of himself. If he doesn't change the track, he will never be able to let Chen Feng see his abilities. Manager Gua originally had some complaints about Chen Feng's decision to cancel the membership system at the Jiangxing branch of Martial Restaurant. But after arriving at Longhu Villa, Manager Gua has firmly stood on Chen Feng's side. Martial Restaurant must reform. This way you will have room to develop your abilities. Otherwise, he would always be overshadowed by Wang Chuanqing's brilliance. And if this continued, he would be fired by Chen Feng sooner or later. As for Gao Huan, he contacted Wang Quanqing on behalf of Jixin Cold Chain, hoping to further expand the cooperation between the two parties. Ding. On the 7th day of filing for divorce, reward to the Elephant Guild. As Chen Feng opened his eyes, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Elephant Guild is currently the largest MCN agency in China. There are no less than 20 internet celebrities with a net worth of tens of millions signed by Elephant Guild, and hundreds of them with a net worth of millions. It is no exaggeration to say that Elephant Guild occupies half of the short video platform. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with receiving such a reward, not to mention the huge income that the Elephant Guild can bring to himself in the era of self-media. The public opinion that can be created through these internet celebrities is what Chen Feng really values. And now Chen Feng needs these internet celebrities to do things. The news that Marcel Restaurant abandoned its membership system and began to receive ordinary guests has not yet been spread. As long as Chen Feng invites these internet celebrities to check in at Marcel Restaurant and shoot store exploration videos, he can easily bring huge traffic to Marcel Restaurant. At the same time, it can also help Marcel Restaurant accelerate the transformation process. Chen Feng immediately called the head of the Elephant Guild and informed him of his decision. The person in charge of the Elephant Association said that internet celebrities near Jiangcheng will rush to the Marcel Restaurant to check in as soon as possible. As long as the internet celebrities from the Elephant Guild bring about such a wave of popularity, internet celebrities from other guilds will definitely not give up such a wave of traffic. As for other details, Chen Feng asked Manager Gua and the person in charge to discuss them. After washing up, Chen Feng and Feng Xiaoxiao went to the Marcel Restaurant together. Today, some local internet celebrities from Jiangcheng will come to shoot store exploration videos, and Chen Feng is also preparing to see how they shoot the videos. Chen Feng sat in his private room, enjoying the breakfast made by Feng Xiaoxiao while listening to Manager Gua's work report. Manager Gua has formulated a series of plans for the transformation of Marcel Restaurant. Just after Chen Feng finished his breakfast, a waiter reported that an internet celebrity from the Elephant Guild had arrived at the store to shoot a video. After getting Chen Feng's instructions, the waiter brought this internet celebrity directly in. But Chen Feng didn't expect that he actually saw an acquaintance. "Hello, my name is Xiao Tsong, and I'm an internet celebrity in the Elephant Association with more than 3 million fans." Xiao Tsong spoke in a sweet voice. Xiao Tsong was extremely excited when he learned that the Elephant Guild would cooperate with Marcel Restaurant, especially when he knew that the boss of the guild would also be at Marcel Restaurant today. He rushed here as soon as possible. Along the way, Xiao Tsong was trying to leave a good impression on his boss so as to bring himself traffic support. But when she looked up and saw Chen Feng's handsome face, it was as if she had seen a ghost. "Isn't this the man who kicked me out of my sports car last time and asked me to pay for the fare? Will my boss target me because of what happened last time?" "Boss." Xiao Tsong forced a smile and spoke. "It is you." Chen Feng nodded slightly at Xiao Tsong, obviously still having some impression of her. "Boss, maybe there is some misunderstanding between us again. I hope you can listen to my explanation." Xiao Tsong showed a fawning expression. "I didn't misunderstand you. You are just a gold digger." Chen Feng smiled faintly. Xiao Tsong didn't expect his boss to speak so directly. If someone dared to say this to him, Xiao Tsong would definitely get angry on the spot. But now the person who said this is his boss, so it's a different matter. "Boss, you are really good at judging people." There was a stronger hint of flattery on Xiao Tsong's face. "You are quite self-aware. Okay, go and shoot the video. If you have any requests, just tell Xiao Gua and he will cooperate with you." Chen Feng spoke. Xiao Tsong nodded quickly and left the private room with Manager Gua. At this moment, Xiao Tsong relaxed a lot. Although he was ridiculed by his boss, it seemed that the boss did not have too many prejudices against him. Although it is unlikely to rely on Chen Feng to obtain resources, at least he will not be targeted, which is a good thing for Xiao Tsong. Xiao Tsong doesn't want to leave the big tree of Elephant Guild. "Wait, the boss just said that she is a gold digger. It seems that he didn't mean to completely reject me." Xiao Tsong's thoughts became active again, and she quickly turned around and went back to the box. "Boss, if you have any other requests, Come to me, and I can satisfy you. Xiao Tsung spoke in a coquettish voice, while once again showing off her curvy figure. Xiao Tsung didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. After all, her boss said she was a gold digger, and if she didn't do something that matched her identity, she would be unworthy of Xiao Tsung's evaluation. Roll. Chen Feng spoke bluntly. Boss, don't be angry. I'm leaving now, but if you change your mind, you can always come to see me. I can really do anything. After Xiao Tsung said these words, he left the box with a smile. Chen Feng also felt emotional in his heart. It seemed that he had overestimated Xiao Tsung's moral bottom line. By noon, Xiao Tsung had completed the video shooting. As soon as the video was edited, Xiao Tsung sent it to Chen Feng and asked Chen Feng to review it. Chen Feng did not reject Xiao Tsung's kindness. However, when Chen Feng saw the finished product, he was also impressed in his heart. He didn't expect Xiao Tsung to have some skills. No wonder she has more than 3 million fans. After expressing his appreciation for the video, Chen Feng immediately told Xiao Tsung to get out with the video. Chen Feng also didn't want to have any relationship with Xiao Tsung in his private life. In the afternoon, several internet celebrities from the Elephant Association came one after another to shoot videos. By the time evening came, some guests who had watched the video had already come. Seeing that the situation had improved, Chen Feng didn't plan to stay in the restaurant any longer, so he prepared to return to the villa. Just as Chen Feng turned to walk out, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Chen Feng, why is it you, a wimp? Chen Feng turned around and found that the person who said that was Wang Mei's younger brother Wang Yao. Brother Wang, who is he? Next to Wang Yao, a woman with an internet celebrity face hugged her arms and spoke. He is my sister's loser ex-husband. Not only did I lose everything, I even lost my job. After Wang Yao explained to the woman beside him, he turned and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, this is Marcel's restaurant. Even if the membership system is cancelled, a poor bastard like you can't afford to eat here. So, you country bumpkin, are you scared to death by the prices here? I'm afraid your savings can't even afford one dish here. Oh, I must have misunderstood. How can someone like you be worthy of eating in such a nice restaurant? You are here to apply for the position of waiter, right? Even though you can't do anything, your face is still good enough. But I don't think a restaurant like this would hire violent employees. Wang Yao snorted coldly and spoke. Naturally, Wang Mei could not tell Wang Yao that Chen Feng was now a rich man. In Wang Yao's eyes, Chen Feng was just a cuckold who had no house, no car, no job, no savings, and who was raising other people's children. However, Wang Yao was furious when he found that Chen Feng did not feel ashamed after hearing what he said. Instead, he looked at him as if he was a clown. Chen Feng, a loser, has the qualifications to look at himself like this. Manager, where is the manager of your restaurant? Wang Yao roared. I'm the manager of this restaurant. Sir, is there anything we can help you with? Manager Gua spoke with a polite yet contemptuous attitude. You are the manager, right? This person has violent tendencies and is not suitable to be a waiter in your restaurant. Fire him now, or I will not eat in your restaurant anymore. Wang Yao raised his head and spoke proudly. Manager Gua frowned slightly. Sir, if you have a mental illness, you are not welcome to dine in our restaurant. Please leave. Manager Gua looked at Wang Yao with sympathy. From childhood to adulthood, Wang Yao had never suffered any injustice except being beaten by Chen Feng. How dare you call me a psychopath? Is this how your restaurant treats us guests? I'm going to expose you guys on the internet. I'm telling you, don't think I'm some ordinary person you can just get away with. My brother-in-law is Chun Qingyun, the heir to Jiangxin Group. Just wait for your restaurant to close. Wang Yao spoke viciously. Hurry up and apologize to my boyfriend, and fire that person, or you will be in trouble. The woman next to Wang Yao also spoke in agreement. Xiaogua, why are you talking to a psychopath? Get him out of here. Chen Feng said coldly. Yes, boss. Manager Gua nodded and signaled the security guard to drag Wang Yao out. Brother Wang, I'm scared. The woman shrank behind Wang Yao and spoke in a delicate voice, which also aroused Wang Yao's desire to protect him. I can't embarrass myself in front of a woman. How dare you? Are you sick? Chen Feng is just a loser. How can he be your boss? Wang Yao roared. But the security guards had no intention of letting Wang Yao go and continued to move forward. The enraged Wang Yao picked up a vase beside him and threw it towards the security guard. The expensive vase hit the ground and broke into pieces. Xiaogua, send him directly to the police station, make him pay for the damages, and keep him in jail for a few more days. Chen Feng said coldly. Send me in. Great. That's how you treat your guests at Marcel Restaurant. You guys are bullying customers because of your size. Believe it or not, I will expose you online. I wonder who will come to your restaurant then. Just apologize to me right now. Fire Chen Feng, the loser, and waive our expenses for today, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Wang Yao took out his cell phone and shouted while filming the scene. I have 500,000 fans on the internet. If you don't apologize, I'll post the video online and you'll be done for. The woman next to Wang Yao echoed with a smug look on her face. Wang Yao, you are just like your sister, a complete fool. No, you're dumber than your sister. Looking at the arrogant Wang Yao, Chen Feng shook his head. Chen Feng, what are you talking about? You wimp, how dare you say that to me? Wang Yao's tone became even more excited. Who do you think you are? My boyfriend is Mr. Chen's brother-in-law. How can a waiter like you afford to offend him? Don't think that you are the boss just because you are pretending to be the boss. How could the owner of Marcel Restaurant care about someone like you? Hurry up and apologize to my boyfriend, or you're done for. The woman's tone became even more arrogant. Xiaogua, tell them whether I am the boss here or not. And tell them how much that vase costs. Chen Feng snorted coldly. This gentleman, and this lady. Mr. Chen Feng is indeed the owner of our Marcel Restaurant. Since you have repeatedly insulted our restaurant owner, we will sue you for insult. Besides, the vase you just broke is worth 80,000 yuan. We have called the police. Please wait for them to come and handle the matter. Manager Guo's tone was unusually cold. They were just two unpresentable people, yet they actually offended their boss in front of him at the Marcel Restaurant. If I don't teach these two guys a lesson, my boss will doubt my ability. What kind of broken vase is worth 80,000 yuan? Isn't it just a work of art? I know, you are blackmailing me. I won't come to a shady shop like yours. Wang Yao said this and prepared to pull the woman beside him away. Mr. Wang, you can't leave until the police arrive. As soon as Manager Guo finished speaking, several bodyguards in black came forward and stood in front of Wang Yao. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Wang Yao couldn't help swallowing and took a few steps back. What do you want to do? You are illegally detaining me. Get out of my way now, or I'll call the police. Wang Yao said in a stern but weak tone. Bullying people. If you can't blackmail me, I won't let you go. This is a shady shop. The woman next to Wang Yao started crying at the top of her lungs. Obviously, he wants to use his gender advantage to break the current deadlock. Unfortunately, the news of the opening of Marcel Restaurant was not widely spread. The store was full of videos shot by internet celebrities from the Elephant Society. Manager Guo ordered the store to be temporarily closed as soon as the conflict occurred. The woman learned about the opening of Marcel Restaurant from other anchors with whom she had a good relationship. She then begged Wang Yao, whom she had just hooked up with, to come to this restaurant, which she had never been qualified to enter before, and planned to shoot a video to share some of the traffic. Even though many people in the hotel are focusing their attention on the woman and Wang Yao, they are actually just shooting video footage. Marcel Restaurant is owned by their boss. How could they possibly empathize with the shrewish woman in front of them? After finding out that someone was paying attention to her, the woman cried even harder and was thinking about the copy for the video in her mind. As long as she made good use of it, she would definitely be able to break through and become a million-level internet celebrity. Wang Yao was also standing by with his cell phone in hand, filming his girlfriend's miserable condition and occasionally casting provocative glances at Chen Feng. He looked completely fearless. How dare a worthless loser go against me? Just wait for cyberbullying. What happened? Both sides calmed down. The police arrived at the scene immediately. Chen Feng also saw a pretty face among the policemen. It was Song Qingxue whom he had met before. Officer, this is a shady shop. They threatened and intimidated us, restricted our personal freedom, and asked me to spend 80,000 yuan to buy a broken vase like this. This is extortion. Wang Yao immediately opened his mouth to complain. Officer, these two guests have been spreading rumors and insulting our boss since they entered our restaurant and broke the vases in our store. Here is the store's surveillance footage and the receipt for the vase. Please take a look. Manager Guo spoke. After Song Qingxue confirmed that there was no problem with the document, she saw Wang Yao's arrogant attitude on the surveillance footage and naturally made a judgment. Sir, you are suspected of insult and intentional destruction of property. Please come with us. Song Qingxue spoke in a cold tone. Song Qingxue doesn't have even the slightest bit of good feelings towards this kind of person. What? Why are you taking me away? It's obviously their hotel's problem. That vase must be fake. And Chen Feng, how could he be the owner of this hotel? I think you are colluding with each other to target me. Wang Yao roared. I'm going to expose you all on the internet. Just wait for me. Wang Yao's girlfriend also raised her cell phone, almost putting the camera against Song Qingxue's face. How could Song Qingxue tolerate such provocation? She simply waved her hand and knocked the phone held by Wang Yao's girlfriend to the ground. You accompany my phone. Wang Yao's girlfriend screamed, stretched out her hand, and started scratching Song Qingxue's face. Song Qingxue grabbed Wang Yao's girlfriend and pushed her to the ground. Brother Wang Yao, save me. Wang Yao's girlfriend was pressed to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. You stinky itch, let Xiaoxue go. My brother-in-law is Chen Qingyun from Jiangxin Group. If a little policeman like you dares to offend me, just wait to be fired. Hearing his girlfriend's cry for help, Wang Yao became furious and rushed forward roaring, ready to push Song Qingxue down. However, before Wang Yao could touch Song Qingxue, he was pinned to the ground by other policemen. Chen Qingyun? How come he is another scum? I want to see how Chen Qingyun gets me fired. Take them all away. After Song Qingxue handcuffed Wang Yao and his girlfriend, she spoke coldly. There was clearly surveillance video before, but the pervert Chen Qingyun still escaped. This made Song Qingxue feel very angry. Now that she heard that Wang Yao actually dared to use the name Chen Qingyun to bully others, Song Qingxue was even more furious. Perhaps the name Chen Qingyun is still useful in other places, but mentioning it in front of Song Qingxue will only arouse Song Qingxue's inner hatred. You stinky itch, I'm waiting for you to apologize to me and beg me to come out. Chen Feng, you lousy waiter. Wait until I tell my brother-in-law, and you'll be in trouble too. Even though he was handcuffed, Wang Yao still kept swearing as he was escorted out. Officer Song, everything must be done according to the law. We will not forgive such people. Chen Feng spoke. We will follow the rules and regulations. Song Qingxue spoke, and then left with the other police officers. After these people left, Chen Feng asked the internet celebrities who had shot the footage in the store to quickly make a new video. The title was decided as, A Domineering Man Caused a Scene in the Restaurant, shouting that my brother-in-law is Chen Qingyun. I believe this will bring some public pressure to Jiangxin Group. Chen Feng will not miss any opportunity to bring trouble to Jiangxin Group. In the interrogation room, Wang Yao, who was locked in a chair, was stunned when he learned that he might face more than 5 years in prison for intentionally damaging huge amounts of property. Impossible. I just broke a vase. How could it really cost 80,000? I can't go to jail. I absolutely can't go to jail. Wang Yao struggled frantically, causing the chains to creak. Quiet. This is not the place for you to throw a tantrum. Song Qingxue said sternly. You must be the itch who wants to harm me. I want to see my sister. As long as my brother-in-law helps, nothing will happen. When mentioning his brother-in-law, Wang Yao seemed to gain confidence all of a sudden. We have already notified your family. I want to see how Chen Qingyun plans to take you away in front of me. But I want to know more whether Chen Qingyun will make a special trip just for you. Song Qingxue snorted coldly and spoke. Wang Yao looked at Song Qingxue's attitude and suddenly had a bad feeling. After being tortured by Chen Qingyun for 2 days, Wang Mei was finally released from the mountain villa with her body covered in scars. Wang Mei was just one of Chen Qingyun's many toys. After playing enough with Wang Mei, Chen Qingyun naturally went to find other toys to pass his time. Wang Mei had just finished treating her wounds in the hospital when she received a call from her mother. Wang Mei had just picked up the phone, and before she could even open her mouth, she heard a series of roars coming from the other end of the phone. Where have you gone, you money loser? Your brother was sent to the police station by your damn ex-husband. Yaoer is the root of our Wang family. You must bring Yaoer out of the police station for me. After hearing her mother's roar, Wang Mei immediately went to the police station where Wang Yao was detained to find out what happened. As soon as Wang Mei arrived at the police station, she saw Wang's mother's old face full of wrinkles. The old face became distorted with anger the first time he saw Wang Mei. The Queen Mother rushed to Wang Mei, raised her hand, and slapped Wang Mei hard in the face. "You money loser. Why are you here just now? Your brother has suffered in there for so long. You're still hanging around outside. Do you have any conscience?" After slapping her, Wang's mother continued to stretch out her hands and pinch Wang Mei. Wang Mei was already covered in bruises from the torture by Chen Qingyun, and she was even more tortured by Wang Mu's attack and screamed in agony. Wang Mei's reaction not only failed to make Wang's mother feel better, but made her even angrier. "Okay, you money loser. And you're acting with your mother. I only used a little bit of strength, but it looked like I was killing you. Why? Now that you're older, your mother can't teach you a lesson." The Queen Mother cursed while increasing the strength of her hands. If the police had not pulled them apart in time, Wang Mei might have been tortured to the point of passing out by her mother. "Mom, Wang Yao is your child. Am I not your child too?" Recalling the abuse she suffered from Chen Qingyun over the past 2 days and thinking about how her mother treated her, Wang Mei suddenly felt extremely aggrieved and started crying. The Queen Mother did not hesitate at all and started to reprimand directly. "Bah, how can a money loser like you compare with your brother? I think it's because I haven't disciplined you in the past few years that you've become wild. Hurry up and bring my baby son out, or you'll be in trouble." As the Queen Mother spoke, she broke free from the police's control and rushed forward, intending to teach her wild daughter a lesson. "Okay, Mom, I understand the situation now. Please don't hit me." Wang Mei quickly admitted her mistake. But when Wang Mei learned that her brother might face more than 5 years in prison for intentionally destroying property in huge amounts, she felt a darkness before her eyes. The Queen Mother cried out to the sky. It was already a big deal that Wang Yao was detained in the police station. If he was not detained in jail, it would be like the sky falling. "You are such a money loser. Why don't you save your brother? You're already hooking up with Master Chen, so hurry up and ask Master Chen to come out and rescue my precious son." The Queen Mother hit Wang Mei with her fist and cursed. Thinking of Chen Qingyun, Wang Mei felt the scars on her body ache again. Wang Mei clearly realized that she was just a plaything of Chen Qingyun. When Chen Qingyun is happy, you can ask Chen Qingyun for help, and maybe Chen Qingyun will help you. But Chen Qingyun is in a bad mood now. If I call Chen Qingyun for help, not only will Chen Qingyun not help me, but he will torture me even more. "You're losing money. What are you doing standing there? Call now. Do you just want to watch your brother continue to be locked up in there?" As the Queen Mother spoke, she pinched Wang Mei's thigh flesh hard again, directly squeezing Wang Mei's tears out. "Hit, Mom. I'll hit you right away." Wang Mei gritted her teeth and prepared to call Chen Qingyun. But Wang Mei made several calls in a row but couldn't get through. The policeman standing by couldn't help but feel sympathy for Wang Mei when he saw this scene. As long as you compensate for the damages and gain forgiveness, your brother doesn't have to be imprisoned. Upon hearing that there was a possibility that her son might be sent out, Queen Mother continued to boss Wang Mei around. "Why don't you give that loser Chen Feng a call now? Tell him not to pursue responsibility and let my baby's son out." "Mom, stop hitting me. I'll call right now." Wang Mei begged for mercy again and again. Only then did the Queen Mother temporarily let Wang Mei go. Wang Mei quickly called Chen Feng. Not long after, Chen Feng's phone was connected. "Chen Feng, who gave you the guts to send my brother to the police station? Hurry up and let my brother out." Wang Mei roared into the phone. In Wang Mei's opinion, everything that happened to her during this period was because of that bastard Chen Feng. If Chen Feng hadn't interfered, he would never have fallen to this point. The long-term exploitation of Chen Feng made it impossible for Wang Mei to recognize her mistakes. She only blamed everything on Chen Feng. "Originally, I said your brother is even dumber than you. I overestimated you. It seems you are even dumber than your brother." Chen Feng's voice was very cold. Such an attitude further angered Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, what right do you have to say that to me? I'm warning you. Quickly explain to the police that this is all a misunderstanding, and then release my brother. Otherwise, I'm not done with you." Wang Mei's tone became even more excited. In the past, whenever he was angry, Chen Feng would definitely do what he wanted. But Wang Mei still hasn't realized that Chen Feng is different from before. In the past, Chen Feng indulged Wang Mei because of his guilt and love for her. But now Chen Feng has seen Wang Mei's true face. Chen Feng will only destroy Wang Mei completely and let her spend the rest of her life reflecting on her past. How could he continue to accommodate Wang Mei? Wang Mei, I want to see what you, a toy that is played with at will, can do to me. Oh, maybe you don't know. Chen Xingyun showed me some photos of you to apologize to me. I didn't expect you to be so resistant to blows and have such good flexibility. Chen Xingyun even wanted to please me by letting me play with you as I please. Unfortunately, Chen Xingyun is as disgusting as you. I don't have the same bad taste as Chen Xingyun. Of course, I'm also afraid that if I go too far, I'll make you feel good. Chen Feng's tone was frivolous. Wang Mei's eyes turned red when she heard Chen Feng's words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xingyun would never do this to me. You lied to me. You must lie to me. Wang Mei's tone became even more excited. At this time, Wang Mei was on the verge of collapse. Wang Mei could accept her own inability in front of Chen Xingyun, but she could not let Chen Feng see her inability. That would make Wang Mei lose the confidence to act arrogantly in front of Chen Feng. Even though she knew that her choice was wrong, Wang Mei would never admit it. She would rather pretend that she knows nothing and continue to make mistakes. But now Chen Feng ruthlessly tore off her fig leaf. Hee. Chen Feng did not answer Wang Mei directly, but just sneered. Chen Feng, I don't care what you know. Anyway, let my brother out right now. Otherwise, wait for me to sue you and take all your property away. Don't even talk about half of it. I won't leave you any at all. Now Wang Mei is like a paranoid lunatic who has completely lost her mind. Idiot, you should still worry about yourself. I have another gift for you. You should receive it soon. After leaving these words, Chen Feng ignored the crazy Wang Mei and hung up the phone directly. Money loser. What does that coward Chen Feng say? Can my baby son be released? The Queen Mother spoke quickly. But now Wang Mei's mind was filled with Chen Feng's words. Gift? What gift? How could Chen Feng prepare any gift for himself? He didn't hear the Queen Mother's words at all. This attitude of ignoring her made the Queen Mother furious. The Queen Mother raised her hand and slapped Wang Mei hard in the face. You're a money loser. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? This slap knocked Wang Mei to the ground. Mom, I'm your daughter too. How could you do this to me? All the grievances that she had suffered during this period came to Wang Mei's heart. Her eyes were sparkling with tears, and she asked unwillingly, You're such a money loser, and you're still installing it. Tell me how your brother is doing. If your brother doesn't come out, I'll beat you to death, you money loser. The Queen Mother would not care about Wang Mei's aggrieved look, as it would only make her even angrier. That bastard Chen Feng won't let go and won't release Wang Yao. Wang Mei spoke with a desperate look. Then go ask Chen Feng for help. Kneel down in front of him and beg Chen Feng to let your brother out. Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? What are you still standing here for? As the Queen Mother spoke, she pulled Wang Mei up from the ground. Mom, you want me to beg that loser Chen Feng? Wang Mei couldn't believe her ears. What else? Do you still want to see your brother being locked up in there? How can you be so cruel, you money loser? This is your brother. The Queen Mother said confidently. Mom, don't I have any self-respect? Wang Mei is still making her last effort. What nonsense are you talking to me, you money loser? Your worthless self-esteem is not as important as your brother. Go. The Queen Mother's voice became sharp. She raised her hand and hit Wang Mei on the head. Mom, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll go and beg Chen Feng now. Please stop fighting. Wang Mei was beaten so hard that she begged for mercy repeatedly. Jiangqing Group, Chairman's Office. After targeting Chen Feng, Chen Jianjun asked his secretary to pay attention to Chen Feng's response measures. The secretary is now reporting to Chen Jianjun. Madness. Do you think that canceling the membership system will solve the problem? Giving up the upper-class market will only lower the brand value and lead to an early exit. Chen Jianjun snorted coldly, disdaining Chen Feng's response. Originally, Chen Jianjun regarded Chen Feng as his biggest concern, but now it seems that he is just a young man who knows nothing and is not worth mentioning at all. Find some counterfeiters and go to Marcel's restaurant. I have informed the Market Supervision and Food Safety departments. They will conduct a small inspection every 3 days and a large inspection every 7 days. I want to see how his restaurant can continue to operate. If you offend our Jiangqing Group, don't even think about staying in Jiangqing. As for Qilin Building, I want to see who dares to continue renting it. Chen Jianjun's tone was cold, and it was obvious that he had already planned Chen Feng's ending in his mind. Just when Chen Jianjun was feeling proud and satisfied, the office door was pushed open. "Chairman, something happened again." The public relations director looked anxious. "Is it related to that evil boy again?" This thought suddenly occurred to Chen Jianjun's mind, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "It does have something to do with Master Chen." The public relations director did not dare to hide anything and spoke. Then he handed the tablet in his hand to Chen Jianjun, who frowned and watched the video playing on the tablet. The video content is exactly the scene of Wang Yao shouting in the Marcel restaurant. "Who is this guy? No matter who he is, he has nothing to do with our Jiangxin group. Call this evil bastard Chen Qingyun over here." Chen Jianjun roared. Chen Qingyun, who was playing the special art of the island country with some pretty girls in a villa in the mountains, suddenly received a phone call, which ruined his mood. Just when Chen Qingyun was about to get angry, he learned that it was his father who was looking for him. Chen Qingyun immediately put on his clothes and rushed to Jiangxin Group. "Kneel down." As soon as Chen Qingyun entered the door, he heard Chen Jianjun's majestic voice. Chen Qingyun fell to his knees as if by reflex. "You evil child! Didn't I tell you to behave yourself recently? Why are you causing trouble for me again?" Chen Jianjun's voice was cold. "Dad, what did I do wrong? I've been staying in the villa obediently recently." Chen Qingyun looked confused. "Show him, and tell me, who is he?" Chen Jianjun's tone was cold. After watching the video, Chen Qingyun had the same question in his mind. "Who is he? I'm not even married. So where does the brother-in-law come from? Dad, please believe me. I don't know him. He must be using my name to swindle people." Chen Qingyun spoke quickly. Chen Qingyun didn't want to experience the pain of Chen Jianjun's crutches again. "You don't know who he is, so let me tell you who he is. This is Wang Mei's younger brother. I don't need to tell you who Wang Mei is. I can't control my crotch." Chen Jianjun snorted coldly and spoke. "Dad, I'm going to deal with this BTCH right now. How dare you use my name?" Chen Qingyun was furious and completely lost his mind. "Go away, and remember, don't cause me any more trouble," Chen Jianjun warned. Chen Qingyun left Chen Jianjun's office angrily. He had just taken out his cell phone and was about to call that BTCH Wang Mei to find out where she was, but he received a message from the property management of Yulong Lake Community. This BTCH Wang Mei actually blocked the entrance of Yulong Lake Community. Chen Qingyun immediately drove to Yulong Lake Community. He was determined to teach that BTCH Wang Mei a lesson. At the entrance of Yulong Lake Community, Wang Mei was going crazy at the security guard. "Why won't you let me in? You've seen me and Master Chen go in together. Why don't you get out of the way?" Wang Mei roared. Now Wang Mei feels that everyone in the world is against her. Wang Mei was already feeling extremely ashamed that she was forced by her mother to apologize to Chen Feng, but now she couldn't even enter the door of Yulong Lake Community. "They are just some stinky security guards. How could they have the qualifications to bully me?" "Ma'am, we've made it very clear that we can't let you in without the owner's consent." The security guard spoke. Ever since Wang Mei had a conflict with Chen Feng at the gate of the community last time, the security guards have not had any good feelings towards Wang Mei. If Wang Mei was with Chen Qingyun, then they would turn a blind eye and let Wang Mei in. Now that Chen Qingyun is not with Wang Mei, it is naturally impossible for the security guards to let Wang Mei in and risk offending Chen Feng. "Ms. Wang, if you must go in, call Mr. Chen and ask him to take you in." The security captain spoke. Wang Mei simply ignored these words. After arriving at the community, Wang Mei called Chen Feng more than once, but Chen Feng directly blocked Wang Mei's number, so the call could not be connected at all. As for calling Chen Qingyun, Wang Mei doesn't dare to do that now. Whenever Wang Mei thought of Chen Qingyun, the scars on her body would start to ache. Wang Mei. Just as Wang Mei and the security guard continued to be in a stalemate at the door, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Wang Mei turned around and saw Chen Qingyun's face distorted by anger. "Qingyun, you are here like this." Wang Mei was so panicked that she didn't know where to put her hands. Chen Qingyun will not indulge Wang Mei. Because of this BTCH in front of him, he and Chen Feng became enemies. Because of the BTCH in front of him, he was scolded by his father again and again. "It's all the fault of this BTCH in front of me." Chen Qingyun strode forward, grabbed Wang Mei's hair, and pulled her into his car. "Wang Mei, who was covered in wounds, had no strength to resist Chen Qingyun. She struggled with her hands and feet, but was still pulled into Chen Qingyun's car. During this process, Wang Mei cried and begged for mercy. "Mr. Chen, is there any misunderstanding? Please let me go and stop pulling." Wang Mei's plea for mercy only made Chen Qingyun more annoyed. Chen Qingyun clenched his fist and smashed it hard into Wang Mei's lower abdomen. After several punches, Wang Mei was beaten so hard that she couldn't utter a word. She just kept whimpering and became obedient. "It's all your stupid-ass brother's fault. Do you know how much trouble he got me into? He even called me his brother-in-law. You are nothing but a toy of mine. How dare you say you are my woman? Who gives you the courage? I'll take care of you first, and then I'll take care of your useless brother." Chen Qingyun dragged Wang Mei into the car and said sternly. The security guards had no intention of stepping forward to stop Chen Qingyun's brutality. They are just security guards, so how can they be qualified to interfere in Chen Qingyun's affairs? What's more, they were extremely dissatisfied with Wang Mei, a woman. When they saw Wang Mei being beaten up by Chen Qingyun, they would only cheer in their hearts. How could they lend a helping hand to a snobbish woman like Wang Mei? At this time, Chen Feng knew nothing about the conflict that occurred at the entrance of the community and had already fallen into a sound sleep. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The familiar system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind, and Chen Feng felt that the sound was extremely pleasant. Ding! On the 8th day of filing for divorce, Golden Shield Security Company will be rewarded. Golden Shield Security Company is one of the best security companies in the country. The bodyguards inside are basically retired Special Forces soldiers. With such a security company in control, Chen Feng no longer has to worry about his own safety. Now Chen Feng has directly broken off relations with Jiangxin Group, and no one knows whether Jiangxin Group will do something bad to him. It is indeed a good thing for Chen Feng to receive such a reward during this period of time. Chen Feng also learned through the system that the bodyguards sent to him by the Golden Shield Security Company had arrived at the gate of the community. Chen Feng called the security guard at the door and let the 3 bodyguards in. "Brother, what kind of person do you think our new boss will be? It's been so long, and you still haven't learned not to ask questions that you shouldn't ask." A Hummer slowly drove towards Chen Feng's villa, with 3 energetic men with crew cuts in the car. "Boss." The 3 men with crew cuts took the initiative to greet Chen Feng after seeing him. Then he took the initiative to introduce himself to Chen Feng. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan are all retired soldiers from a special forces unit in East China. After retiring, he joined Golden Shield Security Company and was the most capable person in the company. Chen Feng was also very satisfied with the 3 gold medal bodyguards in front of him. After all, these 3 people have the word professional written on them from head to toe. Not to mention the mission records performed by these 3 people that Chen Feng retrieved through the company. To put it bluntly, as long as Chen Feng doesn't go to some dangerous areas to commit suicide, in China, with the protection of these 3 people, Chen Feng doesn't have to worry about his safety at all. Chen Feng got directly into the Hummer driven by Zhou Weiguo and his team, and went to the Marcel restaurant with Feng Xiaoxiao. At the door of Marcel restaurant, an old woman has been squatting here for a long time. This person is Wang Mei's mother. Last night, after Wang Mei was taken away by Chen Qingyun, Wang's mother called Wang Mei more than a dozen times, but none of the calls went through. This made the Queen Mother so angry that she couldn't sleep well all night. In the eyes of the Queen Mother, Wang Mei, this money loser, is really too powerful. He actually dared not answer my call. He must be enjoying himself secretly. Doesn't this money loser know that his brother is still suffering in the police station? If I had known this would happen, I should have drowned her when I gave birth to this money-losing thing. Wang Mei, a money loser, cannot be relied upon, so Wang's mother had to focus her attention on Chen Feng. The Queen Mother didn't know that Chen Feng lived in Yulong Lake community. But after making inquiries from many sources, Queen Mother found out that Chen Feng was actually working as a waiter at Marcel restaurant. So the Queen Mother came to Marcel restaurant early in the morning and started yelling as soon as she stepped into the restaurant. "Chen Feng, where is Chen Feng, you little beast? How dare you, you bastard, send my son to the police station? You have to die." The Queen Mother's yelling and cursing naturally attracted everyone's attention at the first moment. The Queen Mother was directly expelled from the restaurant. There was no way to catch Chen Feng in the restaurant, so Queen Mother caught him at the door of the restaurant. As long as this little beast Chen Feng dares to show his face, I will make sure he pays. The Queen Mother looked around with her cunning eyes. Don't let go of anyone who is suspected to be Chen Feng. After squatting at the door of Marcel restaurant for more than half an hour, Queen Mother finally saw Chen Feng getting out of the Hummer. The Queen Mother immediately took out the state she was in when she was grabbing eggs in the supermarket and rushed towards Chen Feng. The Queen Mother rushed forward while shouting and cursing. Chen Feng, you damned beast, you finally dare to show your face. You damned little bastard, you're the one who tricked my Wang Yao into being in the police station. God, please open your eyes and take you away, you evil beast with a black conscience. Seeing the crazy old lady suddenly appear, Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan also perked up. Today is their first day as the boss's bodyguards. They must not make any mistakes at work, otherwise the boss will doubt their professional abilities. Zhou Weiguo took a step forward and straightened his chest. The Queen Mother bumped headfirst into Zhou Weiguo's thick chest muscles, fell backwards, and fell headfirst to the ground. This fall caused the Queen Mother to see stars. And in the footage captured by the Hummer's dashcam, it was clear that the Queen Mother deliberately bumped into Zhou Weiguo and ended up falling down while trying to steal a chicken. The Queen Mother fell to the ground, and it took her a lot of effort to recover from the dizziness. It's so unfair. Bullying the old man. The Queen Mother fell to the ground, crying and shouting, looking like she had been badly bullied. Wang Peng looked at the Queen Mother who was lying on the ground and making a scene, and his brows furrowed slightly. Wang Peng flicked his finger, a silver light flashed, and penetrated into the acupuncture points on the Queen Mother's body. For a moment, the Queen Mother could not utter a sound and could only struggle continuously, as if she was performing a funny pantomime. Wu Yuan skillfully called the police. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and took away the Queen Mother, who was lying on the ground and struggling. Wang Peng found a gap and pulled out the silver needle that had been inserted into the Queen Mother's body. The Queen Mother, who was still making a fuss, finally regained her voice. Monsters. Police comrades, they are monsters. You have to make the decision for me. The Queen Mother began to wail, and her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Chen Feng and the others. At this time, Wu Yuan had already handed over the video clip of Wang Mu trying to attack Chen Feng to the police. After seeing what Wang Mu did, the police took her away directly. Sitting in the police car, Queen Mother actually felt a little more fortunate. Now we are finally away from those scary monsters. Wang Peng, what were those two you just saw? Chen Feng was very curious about Wang Peng's previous methods. Boss, I am a fan of traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Peng replied. Besides making people dumb, are there any other effects? Chen Feng became even more curious. If you encounter someone with a weak constitution at a special time, it can induce a heart attack and death in them, and it is not impossible for them to cause blood clots. After thinking carefully for a while, Wang Peng gave his answer. Now Chen Feng kept sighing in his heart, thinking that he had found a treasure. Wang Peng is so good at using silver needles, so Zhou Weiguo and Wu Yuan must have their own skills as well. When I have some free time later, I will need to learn more about them. In the police station, Queen Mother finally got her wish and met her beloved son. The only downside is that they met in the place where they were detained. Mom, how did you get in? Where's my sister? Why hasn't she rescued me yet? Wang Yao looked at his mother with a look of disbelief. My son, I am your mother, and I have such a hard life. That money loser didn't answer my calls, so I went to talk to that damn Chen Feng, but ended up meeting a monster who could perform witchcraft. And then I was sent here. The Queen Mother's voice was shrill. That itch Wang Mei. Now that she's in a high position, she actually dares to ignore me. When Wang Yao heard the Queen Mother's words, he became furious. Wang Yao was furious when he thought about how he was suffering in the police station while that Ich Wang Mei was enjoying the good life with Chen Qingyun. That damn money loser. If I had known, I should have drowned her when she was born. The Queen Mother echoed viciously. Wu Xiufen, you can go out now. The police's voice came. After all, Wu Xiufen is old now and has not caused any actual damage, so criticism and education should be the main focus. After some handling, Wu Xiufen was released. Wang Yao also took this opportunity to speak to Wu Xiufen. Mom, you can't be soft-hearted towards that. It's Wang Mei. Isn't Xiaotian still at home? I can't bear it. How can Chen Qingyun and Wang Mei be so cruel as to not want their own son? After hearing Wang Yao's words, Wu Xiufan felt her eyes light up. Okay, son, just hold on in there, and I'll get you out right away, Wu Xiufan assured. Wu Xiufan was already thinking it over in her mind. He used Qin Xiaotian to threaten Wang Mei and Qin Qingyun, not only to rescue Wang Yao, but also to demand a large sum of money from Qin Qingyun. Of course you need a car and a house too. Wang Mei has given birth to a child for Qin Qingyun. The Chen family is so rich, how can they not give them this little thing? Wang Yao is going to get married. It won't do if you don't have a house, a car, or savings. A fierce look flashed across Wu Xiufan's eyes. As for causing trouble for Chen Feng again, Wu Xiufan doesn't dare to do that now. The people around Chen Feng all know magic. If he is killed by them, he will suffer a great loss. But when Wu Xiufan walked out of the police station, she found passers-by on the street pointing at her. Look at the whole person. Is he the one in the video? Yes, it's her, the one who's throwing tantrums and performing pantomime. You don't even have the dignity to show for your age. What's going on now? The old people have become bad. What are you talking about? It's obviously just that the bad guys have grown old. Wu Xiufan put her hands on her hips and walked towards the girls. You little lut, your mom didn't teach you to respect the elderly, did you? You are qualified to point fingers at me behind my back. Who are you trying to seduce by wearing so little? You can tell from the looks of it that he's not a decent person. He must be a prostitute. Wu Xiufan put her hands on her hips and cursed. How could a little girl be a match for a shrew like Wu Xiufan? She scolded him until her eyes turned red and she looked aggrieved. Just when Wu Xiufan was feeling smug, a few middle-aged women came out. You old rascal. You're relying on your foul mouth to bully the little girl, aren't you? You don't even want to let anyone tell you about the SHD you did. Like mother, like son. The son was sent to jail for throwing tantrums, and he came to the door the next day. Is your mother going to crawl out of her grave and come to your house to make trouble tomorrow? You really bring shame to us old people. Several middle-aged ladies kept arguing with each other, leaving Wu Xiufan helpless. Even though Wu Xiufan has extraordinary abilities, she cannot defeat many enemies alone. Someone in the crowd took the lead in shouting, "Old witch," and everyone started shouting at Wu Xiufan in unison. The embarrassed Wu Xiufan ran away like a rat crossing the street. And all this was done by Chen Feng. The scenes of Wu Xiufan throwing a scene in the Marcel restaurant, trying to scam Zhou Weigua, rolling on the ground, and being taken away by the police were all edited together and made into a short video that was released. The relationship between Wu Xiufan and Wang Yao was also marked in the short video. The short video generated quite a bit of heat as soon as it was released. Today, everyone on the internet is discussing this strange mother and son. The only thing that made Chen Feng feel regretful was that he had not made a video of Wang Mei and was unable to make this family complete. However, Chen Feng doesn't have time to worry about this problem now, as he has more important things to deal with. Boss, we're here. Zhou Weigua spoke after parking the car in the parking lot of Longhu Manor. Well, let's go. Chen Feng nodded. Tonight, Chen Feng will meet with respectable people in Jiangxing Circle as the owner of Longhu Manor. Of course, the most important thing is to say hello to Chen Jiangwo and his son Chen Qingyun. Behave yourself tonight and don't cause any trouble. Chen Jiangwo warned Chen Qingyun, who was beside him. Originally, Chen Jiangwo did not plan to let Chen Qingyun come along. However, even if Chen Jiangwo is disappointed with Chen Qingyun is still Chen Jiangwo's only heir. For such an important occasion, Chen Jiangwo still has to bring Chen Qingyun along. Dad, I see. Chen Qingyun nodded and acted like an honest child. Chen Jiangwo nodded, picked up a glass of wine, and went to socialize with a few partners. Boss Chen, long time no see. It is said that recently a young man in Jiangxing has offended you. Isn't this just provoking the emperor? Yes, I heard that too. Now the tenants of Qilin Building are not renewing their contracts, and Marcel Restaurant has also canceled its membership system. Now they are trying to win over the common people. I'm sure it won't be long before he gets kicked out of Jiangxing. Chen Jianjun also showed a smile on his face in response to his business partner's flattery. You guys are talking like I'm some kind of bully. Chen Jianjun joked. What are you talking about, Mr. Chen? It's obviously that young boy who didn't know the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Chen is teaching him a lesson, letting him know the cruelty of society. He should pay Mr. Chen some tuition. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for teaching him a lesson. Ha ha ha. Old Wu, please stop flattering me. I think the project cooperation in the west of the city is not bad. You guys should submit a plan in the next 2 days, and we can finalize the details. Chen Jianjun nodded, his face full of satisfaction. Okay, Mr. Chen, when doing business in Jiangxing, how can we avoid your Jiangxing group? It seems that the young boy's surname is also Chen. They both have the surname Chen, so why are they so different? After getting the promise of cooperation, Lao Wu flattered even more diligently. In this business, a somewhat discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Do you think this kid named Chen Feng will show up at this dinner party today? Before Chen Jianjun expressed his opinion, Chen Qingyun spoke first. Chen Feng? Who is he? It's just that I don't know where I got some money from, which allowed me to be eligible to participate in our circle's cocktail party. Chen Qingyun's tone was full of disdain. Mr. Chen is right. Chen Feng is just a poor man who suddenly became rich. How can he be qualified to attend our dinner? Yes. Those attending the dinner today are all people of status and position. I have never heard of Longhu Manor having a member like Chen Feng. I don't think that young boy Chen Feng is even qualified to enter Longhu Manor, let alone attend the dinner hosted by the new owner. If Chen Feng, that ignorant fellow, sneaks in, we must drive him out. This is not a place where they can mess around. Everyone also gave face to Chen Qingyun, the prince of Jiangxing Group, and praised him one after another. You bastard, when is it your turn to say such things? Why don't you just behave yourself? Chen Jianjun looked serious and scolded Chen Qingyun. However, at this time, Chen Jianjun very much agreed with what Chen Qingyun said. Chen Qingyun was right. Even if Chen Feng suddenly had so many assets, he would not be qualified to attend the dinner tonight. Mr. Chen, what Mr. Chen said is not wrong. Don't blame the child. Old Wu spoke. Several others also tried to persuade him. Obviously, everyone present has already determined that Chen Feng is not qualified to attend the dinner tonight. But speaking of this, Mr. Chen, you are always well informed. Do you know the identity of the new owner of Longhu Manor? Old Wu took the opportunity to ask. Upon hearing this, everyone present focused their attention on Chen Jianjun. After learning that the identity of the owner of Longhu Manor had changed, all members were very curious about this mysterious new owner. Because of this, they were also very curious about Chen Jianjun's answer. Old Wu, you really overestimate me. How would I know the identity of the new owner of Longhu Manor? But to be able to manage Longhu Manor, he must be an extraordinary person. Besides, everyone will know tonight. Chen Jianjun said with a smile. Yes, Longhu Manor has a strong background. The person who can run Longhu Manor must be a great figure. Old Wu agreed repeatedly. The other guests present were also increasingly impressed by the powerful identity and background of the owner of Longhu Manor. Even Chen Jianjun couldn't get even a little bit of information. Fortunately, this mysterious new owner will show up tonight, and they must work hard to improve the favorability of this new owner with a powerful background. In this way, their future in Jiangxing will be much easier. However, not everyone was attacking Chen Feng. Lin Sa and Song Qingxue were two exceptions. At the same time, Lin Sa was also looking forward to Chen Feng's appearance at this dinner. Although Chen Feng appeared very late, the fact that he could drive that Wolf Cub supercar showed that Chen Feng was not an ordinary person. What's more, through subsequent investigations, Lin Sa learned that Chen Feng's residence was Villa Number 9 in Yulong Bay. You know, even his own father couldn't afford that villa. How could Chen Feng, who lived in that villa, be just an ordinary person? As long as the new owner of Longhu Manor has a bit of brains, he will definitely invite Chen Feng to attend today's dinner. It is definitely not a wise move to make enemies with such a mysterious and powerful person. Because of this, Lin Sa looked at those guys who belittled Chen Feng and flattered Chen father and son with a cold look. There was no need to cooperate with these people who could not see the situation clearly. They can cooperate with bad guys because they know what common interests are. But you can't cooperate with idiots. They'll just be smart and mess everything up. In Lin Sa's eyes, those who agreed with Chen's father and son were all idiots. Just then, there was some noise among the crowd. I'm coming. Everyone quickly turned their eyes towards the entrance. 3 men in black suits and with crew cuts entered the banquet hall first. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the shield embroidered with gold thread on the black suit. I've seen this badge before. It's the bodyguard of the Golden Shield. And they are not just ordinary bodyguards. Only the shield badges of the highest level gold medal bodyguards are embroidered with gold thread. It seems that the person who came this time is indeed the new owner of Longhu Manor. Hearing this, everyone became even more excited, looking forward to the appearance of the new owner of Longhu Manor. After the 3 bodyguards stood on both sides, a man with a handsome face slowly walked into the venue. This man is much younger than everyone imagined. Chen Feng, why is it you? Today is a banquet hosted by the new owner of Longhu Manor. Do you think that you can be looked up to by hiring bodyguards from Golden Shield Security Company at a high price? You are stealing the show. You will only make the new owner of Longhu Manor hate you if you do this. Just wait to be driven out of Jiangqing. When Chen Qingyun saw Chen Feng, he immediately walked out of the crowd and spoke. After hearing what Chen Qingyun said, the admiring and flattering looks that everyone had towards Chen Feng gradually turned into disgust and contempt. Young people really don't know their place. How can you mess around in a place like this? Get out now. So as not to let the new owner of Longhu Manor think that we are bad guests who don't know etiquette. Old Wu snorted coldly and spoke. Now Old Wu has firmly stood on the side of Chun and his son, so naturally he has to express his attitude clearly. Yes, but we can't let you affect the influence of the new owner of Longhu Manor on us. You really don't have any upbringing at all. I don't know how your parents taught you. Haven't you heard? He is an orphan who has never been raised by his parents since he was a child. He must have just been found by his parents, and that's why he made a fortune. Everyone was talking about it. Chen Feng didn't take these gossips to heart. Anyway, after today, these people will not be eligible to enter Longhu Manor again. Chen Feng focused his attention on Chen Jianjun. Chen Feng used to work at Jiangxing Technology, so naturally he had seen the photo of this chairman. Chen Jianjun looked energetic in the photo, but seeing him in person now, he is no different from an ordinary old man. If we must say what is special about Chen Jianjun, we can only say that in Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Jianjun is like a greedy old dog. It's obviously just an old dog, but he's pretending to be a lion. It's really inappropriate. Are you Chen Jianjun? Chen Feng looked at Chen Jianjun and spoke, his tone filled with indescribable contempt. Chen Feng, you are not worthy of speaking to my father like that. Chen Qingyun was obviously angered by the tone of Chen Feng's voice. He raised his fist and rushed towards Chen Feng. Chen Qingyun has always respected and feared Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun started from scratch and founded Jiangxing Group, the largest group in Jiangxing, in a few decades. All the privileges that Chen Qingyun obtained came from his extremely capable father, Chen Jianjun. Even though this father would beat Chen Qingyun violently at every turn, causing Chen Qingyun's psychology to be distorted, Chen Qingyun would never allow anyone to insult his father. Chen Feng's contemptuous tone had already stepped on Chen Qingyun's minefield. Chen Qingyun, the spoiled child, obviously forgot that Chen Feng has 3 gold shield gold medal bodyguards by his side. How could they allow Chen Qingyun to hurt their boss? Zhou Weiguo took a step forward, grabbed Chen Qingyun's hands as soon as they met, and pressed him to the ground. Zhou Weiguo grabbed Chen Qingyun's hands and pulled him back. Gaba! And everyone present heard an extremely clear sound. What followed was Chen Qingyun's scream. Chen Qingyun's hands hung limply on the ground. In one encounter, Zhou Weiguo dislocated Chen Qingyun's hands. Chen Feng, you are so brave. How dare you lay hands on my son? Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Qingyun, who was lying on the ground howling like a ghost, and spoke to Chen Feng viciously. In Chen Jianjun's opinion, Chen Feng should kneel in front of him and beg him to let him go. Who gave him the courage to challenge him face to face and let the bodyguards cut off his son's hands? This is simply a slap in his face. Your son? Is he amazing? Chen Feng's tone was full of disdain. Chen Feng walked to Chen Qingyun, raised his foot, and stepped directly on Chen Qingyun's head. Then he leaned down and slowly spoke to Chen Qingyun. Hey, are you amazing? Everyone present was shocked by Chen Feng's behavior. Is Chen Feng really just a kid without any foundation? If Chen Feng did not have a powerful background, how could he dare to do such a thing to Chen Qingyun in front of Chen Jianjun? Chen Jianjun's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Chen Feng, let go of my son. Chen Jianjun spoke through gritted teeth, his tone filled with hatred. At this moment, Wang Quanqing, the housekeeper of Longhu Manor, also walked in. Mr. Wang, someone is causing trouble in Longhu Manor. I think you should be held responsible for this matter. Chen Jianjun snorted coldly and spoke. The people below were also talking about it. I'm afraid Chen Feng is doomed. He caused such a big incident at the first banquet of the new owner of Longhu Manor. This has offended the new owner to death. Yes, no matter how powerful Chen Feng's background is, he has offended both Jiangxing Group and Longhu Manor in Jiangxing. There is absolutely no way he can continue to gain a foothold in Jiangxing. What a pity. Chen Feng looks like a big shot. Unconsciously, everyone's attitude towards Chen Feng has changed slightly. Of course, if someone dares to cause trouble at the first banquet hosted by the new owner of our Longhu Manor, it is a provocation to our Longhu Manor, and we will not let him go. Wang Xuanqing's tone was cold. Hearing this, Chen Qingyun, who was being stepped on by Chen Feng, became arrogant again. Did you hear that, Chen Feng? You're finished. You are simply a brainless lunatic. You have offended both our Jiangxing Group and Longhu Manor. Just wait to be kicked out of Jiangxing. As Chen Qingyun spoke, he burst into crazy laughter. Your smile is really ugly. Chen Feng frowned and stuffed the tip of his shoe directly into Chen Qingyun's mouth. Chen Qingyun's crazy laughter disappeared instantly, and Chen Feng's frown gradually relaxed. Okay, it's quiet now. Chen Feng still looked so arrogant. Wang Quanqing, why don't you take action? Chen Jianjun became even more furious when he saw Chen Feng's increasingly arrogant attitude. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We will deal with the troublemakers right away. As soon as Wang Quanqing finished speaking, several bodyguards in black came in, picked up Chen Qingyun, who was lying on the ground, and carried him out. Originally, everyone thought that Chen Qingyun was going to be sent to the hospital first. But looking at the attitude of the bodyguards, it didn't seem like they were rescuing a wounded person, but more like throwing away a piece of trash. Wang Quanqing, what on earth do you mean by Longhu Manor? Didn't they say they were going to deal with the troublemakers? Why did they carry my son away? But the lunatic Chen Feng is still here. Chen Jianjun began to question. In a rage, Chen Jianjun no longer cared about his dignity and roared at Wang Quanqing. Wang Quanqing still spoke politely. Mr. Chen, we did nothing wrong. We have dealt with the troublemaker. The dinner can continue. Looking at Wang Xuanqing's calm tone, Chen Jianjun became even angrier. Wang Quanqing, do you mean that my son is the troublemaker? Chen Jianjun laughed out of anger. That's right, Mr. Chen. It seems you have understood. Wang Quanqing nodded, agreeing with Chen Jianjun's statement. Good. Wang Quanqing, I don't know what benefits Chen Feng promised you to make you stand on his side. Do you think everyone here is blind? You are just a butler. I am your master's guest. Who gave you the courage to offend me? When I meet the new owner of your Longhu Manor, you're done for. Chen Jianjun threatened. Mr. Chen, the new owner of our Longhu Manor has arrived. If you are dissatisfied with anything, you can tell our new owner. Wang Quanqing still had a professional smile on his face. After hearing Wang Xuanqing's words, everyone present began to look around, apparently looking for the new owner of Longhu Manor that Wang Quanqing mentioned. As for the dispute between Chen Jianjun and Chen Feng, it was temporarily put aside by them. Well, where is your master? I want to see if you can still maintain your composure when I mention this to your master. Chen Jianjun stared at Wang Quanqing. Then Wang Quanqing turned around and bowed in the direction of Chen Feng. Everyone present was shocked when seeing this scene. Then, an extremely bold idea came into their minds. Could it be that Chen Feng is the new owner of Longhu Manor? How can that be? Chen Feng was just an unknown young man not long ago. It was a blessing for him to be invited to tonight's banquet. How could he be the owner of Longhu Manor? Under the surprised gaze of everyone, Chen Feng spoke loudly. Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng. I'm sure you all know me. But tonight, I am meeting you all as the new owner of Longhu Manor. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. How could Chen Feng be the new owner of Longhu Manor? All of a sudden, those who had previously spoken and belittled Chen Feng in order to flatter the Chen father and son changed their expressions. They actually offended the new owner of Longhu Manor. These guys all turned their eyes to Chen Jianjun. If they didn't want to please Chen Jianjun, how could they possibly offend Chen Feng? But soon, they withdrew their resentful gazes. In Jiangcheng, the Jiangxing Group is a behemoth, and it is definitely not something that people like them can afford to offend. They had no choice but to swallow this loss. The most they could do was to find a time to explain to Chen Feng that they were just bewitched by Chen's father and son, and hope that Chen Feng would be magnanimous and forgive them and not pursue their faults anymore. Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Feng with an extremely solemn expression. It was not until this moment that Chen Jianjun finally realized that Chen Feng's background was even more profound than he had imagined. Mr. Chen, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, we can still benefit from each other and make the business bigger and stronger together. Chen Jianjun smiled and spoke. There is no doubt that Chen Jianjun is a very qualified businessman. For Chen Jianjun, the development of Jiangxing Group is the most important thing. In front of Jiangxing Group, personal honor is nothing at all. After learning about Chen Feng's background, choosing to resolve the conflict with Chen Feng and achieving mutual benefit and win-win is indeed the best option. Good. After hearing what Chen Jianjun said, Chen Feng suddenly applauded. No wonder Mr. Chen was able to create Jiangxing Group and expand it to such a large scale. I am really ashamed of myself for having such a broad mind, Chen Feng said with a smile. Chen Jianjun's expression eased a lot. The other guests present also had smiles on their faces. Even the tense atmosphere was completely resolved. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng and Chen Jianjun could actually reconcile. But this is a very good thing. In this way, these small fry will not be caught up in the vortex caused by the fight between Chen Feng and Chen Jianjun. Just when everyone's faces showed joy, Chen Feng's next words once again brought the atmosphere in the meeting room to freezing point. I've had your son's arms removed, and you still want to cooperate with me. You're really willing to sacrifice your own skin for the sake of cooperation. With such shamelessness, no wonder Jiangxing Group has been able to grow so big. I don't know how many people Mr. Chen bowed to and gave in to during the development of Jiangxing Group. You don't care if your son is bullied. So you don't care if your wife is bullied. Okay, I get it now. Is it because Chen Qingyun is not your child at all, so you don't feel sorry for him at all, Mr. Chen? Chen Feng's tone was full of sarcasm. Chen Jianjun's smile also froze on his face. His hands were shaking constantly because of Chen Feng's anger, as if he had Parkinson's syndrome. I'm not some old bastard who can pretend nothing happened even if I'm bullied. Since Jiangxing Group has taken action against me, there will be a fight to the death between me and Jiangxing Group. Send this eyesore out of here. Longhu Manor will never receive Jiangxing Group again. Chen Feng's tone was cold. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards immediately lifted up Chen Jianjun and pushed him out. Let me go. I can walk by myself. Chen Jianjun struggled frantically. But he is already old and frail. So how can he be a match for the bodyguards? He was dragged out like this, without even a hint of the dignity of a chairman of Jiangxing Group. Soon, Chen Jianjun's voice completely disappeared in the conference hall. Okay, it's finally quiet. Then it's time to talk about our business. I heard that everyone present here has some opinions about me, Chen? Chen Feng said this, scanning the people present with a dangerous look. Those who had spoken ill of Chen Feng felt uneasy and uneasy. In their eyes, the current Chen Feng is no longer an ignorant young man, but a ruthless man who drove Chen Jianjun out without giving him a name. Let's start with you. Xingchen Construction Company, Wu Qingcheng. You just said you were happiest, right? Chen Feng directly mentioned Wu Qingcheng's name. In order to gain the opportunity to cooperate with Jiangxing Group, Wu Qingcheng had spared no effort to flatter Chen and his son and spoke rudely to Chen Feng. What Chen Feng has to do now is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After dealing with Chen's father and son, Wu Qingcheng would be the most suitable fat chicken. Wu Qingcheng was already nervous, and his face turned even more pale when he heard Chen Feng call his name. Mr. Chen, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Wu Qingcheng forced a smile and spoke. As long as you use insulting words to greet Chen Jianjun and Chen Qingyun again, I can pretend that nothing happened. Chen Feng gave an understanding smile. But in Wu Qingcheng's eyes, this smile was more terrifying than the devil's smile. Wu Qingcheng is not a child. He would not believe that Chen Feng was willing to forgive him. He has already offended Chen Feng. If he continues to insult Chen Jianjun and Chen Qingyun, his company will no longer be able to operate in Jiangxing. Now Wu Qingqing only has one last choice, which is to stand firmly by the side of Jiangxing Group and hope that Jiangxing Group can defeat Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you are just a young boy. I wasn't the only one scolding you just now. Are you planning to offend all of us? Wu Qingqing spoke. But after saying this, Wu Qingqing found that no one agreed with him at all. Now Wu Qingqing was like a clown who was performing hard. Well, now that you've made your decision, get the hell out of my manor. Wang Peng, show the guest out. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Wang Peng walked towards Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing had already thought of the very undignified scene when Chen Jianjun was carried out before, and he quickly began to struggle. What do you want to do? I can walk by myself. Wu Qingqing struggled frantically, using his hands and feet. Wang Peng simply flipped his hand, and a silver needle shot into Wu Qingqing's body. Wu Qingqing couldn't utter a word afterwards, and even his body lost the ability to resist. Only his eyes kept rolling around, looking extremely terrified. Then Wu Qingqing was taken out by Wang Peng like a puppet. Looking at the extremely strange scene before their eyes, the venue fell silent again. Don't be so nervous, everyone. I'm not Chen Qingyun, the psychopathic mad dog, nor am I Chen Jianjun, the sinister old dog. I will deal with those who are against me. I have no conflicts with you all. You all have been deceived by Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun. I don't intend to pursue anything. Today I am just meeting you as the new owner of Longhu Manor. I hope you have a great night. Chen Feng said this and raised his glass. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the anxious guests finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, the guests and hosts drank and chatted happily. After enjoying the attention of the guests, Chen Feng saw Lin Sa in the crowd and walked towards him. Then the two of them walked towards an empty terrace together. Zhou Weigua and the other two stood guard to prevent anyone from interrupting their conversation. I didn't expect you to be the new owner of Longhu Manor, Lin Sa said with a smile. Actually, I didn't expect it either. Chen Feng said this sincerely, but to Lin Sa it sounded like Chen Feng was just joking. Are you really planning to take action against Jiangxing Group? Lin Sa got to the point. Of course, Jiangxing Group and I are irreconcilable. Chen Feng spoke frankly. If you really want to bring down Jiangxing Group, I can help you. Lin Sa raised his glass, clinked glasses with Chen Feng, and spoke. Who are you to say this to me? Is he the owner of the Speed Racing Club, or the son of Mayor Lin? Chen Feng asked. During this period of time, Chen Feng also learned about Lin Sa's identity and background. Lin Sa is the child of the mayor of Jiangxing. Both. Lin Sa was not surprised that Chen Feng knew her identity. If Chen Feng still doesn't know his true identity, then there is a problem. Can you tell me why? Chen Feng asked. Although Chen Feng also hopes to get more assistance, he must know the reason. Jiangxing Group has done too many outrageous things. But Jiangxing Group is too large and provides too many jobs. Jiangxing Group cannot go bankrupt, but it can be acquired. This is what my father meant. Lin Sa emphasized the last sentence. Why do you think I can take over Jiangxing Group? Chen Feng continued to ask. Own a Wolf Cub supercar. I live in Villa number 9 in Yulong Bay. In the past few days, we have acquired Marcel Catering Group, Jixing Cold Chain, and Shilin Building, and now we have become the new owner of Longhu Manor. Not even my father knows your background. Chen Feng, can you tell me which family's hidden heir you are? Lin Sa did not answer Chen Feng's question, but raised her own questions. I'm sorry, I can't answer this question for you. Chen Feng shook his head. It's okay. I understand. Those big families always have some inexplicable rules. Lin Sa nodded, obviously misunderstanding what Chen Feng meant. Chen Feng had no intention of explaining, so it was better to just go with the flow. Not to mention that Chen Feng, who possesses the system, will definitely not be inferior to those so-called big families. In that case, in your opinion, where should I start to deal with the Chen family? Chen Feng asked Lin Sa for his opinion. Since Lin Sa proposed cooperation, it means that Lin Sa already has an idea. Jiangxing Group has recently taken a fancy to a piece of land in the west of the city and plans to open a real estate project there. I can tell you that within 3 years, the city government offices will be relocated to the west of the city. If possible, I hope you can take this piece of fat meat away from their mouths. It seems that Jiangxing Group intends to cooperate with Wu Qingqing's Qingqing Group on this project. Lin Sa said, I don't have a real estate company right now. How can you be sure that I can get this piece of land? Chen Feng asked back. If there is none today, what if there is one tomorrow? When we first met, I couldn't believe that you would be the owner of Longhu Manor now. Lin Sa smiled. Okay, if I have the ability, I will definitely take that piece of land. Chen Feng spoke. By the way, you said before that you would invite me to watch the car race. Why hasn't it started yet? After finishing the main business, Chen Feng changed the topic. There's a game tomorrow night if you're interested. But Chen Feng, it seems that someone else wants to see you now, so I won't disturb you and the beauty. After saying this, Lin Sa raised his glass and left. Chen Feng looked in the direction where Lin Sa left and saw Song Qingxue wearing a cheongsam. Cheongsam is extremely suitable for the body shape of Oriental beauties. When wrapped around Song Qingxue, it highlights her graceful figure. Whether it is the dotted lines of her curvy figure or her long legs, they are all extremely eye-catching. Not to mention Song Qingxue, who was wearing a cheongsam tonight. She lacked the heroic air of a police uniform, but instead had the gentleness of a Jiangnan beauty. Miss Song, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Feng spoke politely. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. You are actually the new owner of Longhu Manor. My purpose in coming to see you today is the same as before. If you find any evidence against Chen Qingyun, please let me know. Of course, if you find any evidence against Chen Jianjun, you can tell me. Song Qingxue had a business-like attitude. It's natural. It's every citizen's responsibility to cooperate with the police. But I think as a police officer, I don't have the power to sanction Jiangxing Group. So Miss Song is now asking me for cooperation on behalf of the Song family? Chen Feng asked back. I can only represent my own attitude. Song Qingxue's answer made Chen Feng feel a little regretful. But it makes sense. The demands of the military and police are different from those of the political circles, so it is normal that Lin Sa and Song Qingxue have different attitudes. Chen Feng would just ignore Song Qingxue's request. With Song Qingxue's ability alone, it is impossible to cause actual damage to Jiangxing Group. If he could really find evidence, handing it to Song Qingxue would only alert the enemy. It would be better to continue following Lin Sa's path and let Lin Sa's father take action, which would be more effective. Chen Feng, do you doubt my ability? Song Qingxue noticed the change in Chen Feng's attitude, frowned, and spoke. No. Miss Song, you misunderstood me. I know you are a good police officer who is dedicated to serving the people. If I have any clues, I will definitely contact you in time. Chen Feng spoke quickly. Song Qingxue was quite satisfied with Chen Feng's answer. She nodded, then turned and left. After the banquet, Chen Feng got on the Hummer and drove towards the Yulong Bay Villa. Chen Feng drank a little too much tonight and felt a little dizzy sitting in the back seat. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind, which lifted Chen Feng's spirits, and even his drunkenness completely disappeared. Ding! Random mission has been triggered. Resolve assassination crisis. Task reward. Physical fitness improvement card. Boss, we're being followed. Zhou Weiguo's voice sounded after the system prompt sounded. He is truly worthy of being the gold medal bodyguard of Golden Shield Company. Are you sure you can handle them? Chen Feng spoke. Don't worry, boss. We are professionals, but we need your cooperation in our actions. Zhou Weiguo's tone was firm. Since it concerns his own life and death, Chen Feng naturally would not have any opinion. At this time, Chen Feng took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, Officer Song, my bodyguard told me that I seem to be being targeted. I'm seeking your help. Chen Feng went straight to the point. Share location, I'll be there soon. Song Qingxue didn't waste any time and directly shared the location with Chen Feng and rushed towards Chen Feng. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng was extremely nervous. This was the first time he had ever been assassinated. Even with Zhou Weiguo and 3 others protecting him, Chen Feng still felt very uneasy. As for the assassination attempt on himself, it was definitely the work of the Chen family father and son. Even in Chen Feng's opinion, it was probably done by the mad dog Chen Qingyun. If it were the shrewd Chen Jianjun, he would definitely not be so anxious. Boss, hold on tight. As soon as Zhou Weiguo finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the Hummer sped away at full speed. The road from Longhu Manor to Yolonga Villa is relatively remote. After Zhou Weiguo sped up, Chen Feng also saw an SUV following behind them. The SUV also suddenly increased its speed, obviously staring at them. "Don't worry, boss. It's an amateur," Zhou Weiguo said. Hearing this, Chen Feng relaxed a little, and at the same time, he became more and more convinced that this was definitely Chen Qingyun's own decision. Even if Chen Jianjun wanted to assassinate me, he would never be so rash. Although the opponent was not a veteran, the three people who were trying to assassinate Zhou Weiguo did not let down their guard. The Hummer quickly entered an intersection. At this moment, a dump truck suddenly roared over and rammed straight into the Hummer that Chen Feng was riding in. Just when Chen Feng felt that his life was about to come to an end, Zhou Weiguo turned the steering wheel hard, and the Hummer drifted on the spot, thus avoiding the impact of the dump truck. Judging from Zhou Weiguo's posture, he had obviously been prepared to prevent being hit. He is truly a professional. As for the dump truck, it crashed heavily into a big tree on the green belt, and black smoke came out of the cab. As for the black SUV that had been following the Hummer, it also stopped. Just at this moment, the sound of sirens was heard. "Don't move, police." An Audi SUV with police lights on also arrived at the scene, and the person who got out of the car was Song Qingxue. When Song Qingxue received Chen Feng's call, she immediately rushed to Chen Feng. He even witnessed the thrilling scene of a dump truck crashing into Chen Feng's car. Fortunately, Chen Feng's bodyguards were professional enough. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Under Song Qingxue's coercion, a man in black also got out of the black SUV. "Officer, I was just driving home." "Is that wrong?" The man's face was full of surprise. "Wait here and follow me back to the police station for investigation." Song Qingxue didn't care about the man's glib talk and spoke sternly. Soon, several police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene, sent the driver of the dump truck to the hospital, and took the man in the SUV back to the police station. Zhou Weiguo cooperated with the police and went to the police station. Wang Peng and Wu Yuan escorted Chen Feng back to Yulong Lake Villa. At the same time, in order to protect Chen Feng's safety, the two of them also stayed in the guest room of the villa. "Chen Feng, what happened?" Feng Xiaoxiao noticed that the atmosphere was not right. "It's okay, this is their professional habit." Chen Feng comforted. Then Chen Feng went straight back to his room. The assassination crisis has been resolved and the system's reward has arrived. Chen Feng directly used the physical fitness improvement card rewarded by the system. All of a sudden, a strong feeling of pain spread throughout Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng felt that all the muscles in his body were torn in half, and it seemed that even Chen Feng's bones were crushed and reassembled. Chen Feng subconsciously wanted to shout, but he found that he had lost control of his body. He could not make even a sound, and his body could not move at all. If Chen Feng screamed, it would definitely attract the attention of Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, and then it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, this kind of pain did not last long. After more than a minute, Chen Feng finally regained control of his body. At this moment, Chen Feng discovered that a layer of black dirt appeared all over his body, and it smelled as if he had rolled in the mud. These dirt are exactly the impurities in Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng also personally experienced what it means to cleanse the essence and marrow. Chen Feng quickly took a shower, and the clothes he was wearing before were thrown away directly. There was no need to wash them at all. After Chen Feng washed off the dirt on his body, he found that his skin had become exceptionally white and he looked younger. More importantly, Chen Feng could feel that his whole body was filled with endless energy. "My physical condition has indeed improved a lot. However, the specific level of Chen Feng's physical fitness still needs to be professionally evaluated." Chen Feng is also planning to ask Zhou Weiguo and others to help him with the test tomorrow. After all, they are professionals in this area. At the police station, Song Qingxue had already learned that the man who got out of the black SUV was named Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's resume was very clean, and it seemed that he was really just rushing home, as he said. As for the driver of the dump truck, he died on the spot, and the hospital was unable to save him as there was a large amount of alcohol in his blood. Song Qingxue continued to communicate with the driver. As for Zhao Yang, although Song Qingxue was reluctant, she had no choice but to let him go. "Evil boy, you asked someone to assassinate Chen Feng. Are you crazy?" At the Chen family, Chen Jianjun slapped Chen Qingyun mercilessly. There are no secrets in Jiangqing. The news that Chen Feng was nearly hit and killed by a dump truck on his way home had spread throughout the circle. Who made Chen Feng so arrogant? He dares to say anything and do anything. I just hate that dump truck didn't run him over and kill him. Chen Qingyun spoke viciously, his expression looking particularly ferocious at this moment. Where did you find that person? Chen Jianjun's expression became even gloomier. I just mentioned it casually. He was the one who approached me. He said he would only charge me if the work was done. Don't worry, I won't be held responsible. Chen Qingyun said proudly. Not surprisingly, what awaited Chen Qingyun was a slap in the face from Chen Jianjun. However, once it is confirmed that there was no financial transaction between Chen Qingyun and the uninvited killer, Chen Jianjun can insist that they do not know the killer, and the matter will be left unresolved. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! On the 9th day of filing for divorce, rewarded with 60% of Heuyue real estate shares. Heuyue Real Estate is not well known in China, but it is an old real estate company in Jiangxing. To put it bluntly, most of the real estate projects in Jiangxing have been acquired by Heuyue Real Estate. Even the Yulong Lake community where Chen Feng currently lives is a property under the name of Heuyue Real Estate. It was just that the CEO of Heuyue Compensation Company had an accident a few years ago, and there were huge equity changes within the company, which led to the weakness of Heuyue Real Estate in recent years. However, now that Chen Feng has acquired 60% of the company's shares, he has become the company's largest shareholder. Chen Feng did not expect that Lin Sa had just mentioned to him the matter of the piece of land in the west of the city yesterday, and today the system rewarded him with such a real estate company. Chen Feng even suspected that if he stayed in Jiangxing for a while longer, the whole city would belong to him. Not long after, a phone call came. It was Lu Zhihui, CEO of Heuyue Real Estate, who called. On the phone, Lu Zhihui first congratulated Chen Feng on becoming a major shareholder of Heuyue Real Estate, and asked Chen Feng when he would be free to visit the company and give instructions on their work. The current Chen Feng is no longer the unknown boy before. Since Chen Feng became the owner of Longhu Manor, Chen Feng has become one of the most important figures in Jiangxing Circle. Lu Zhihui also hopes that Heuyue Real Estate can restore its former glory under the leadership of Chen Feng. I will go to Heuyue Real Estate today. Chen Feng made a decision immediately. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Heuyue Real Estate should also make preparations early and take over the land in the west of the city in one go to officially announce their return. After hanging up the phone with Lu Zhihui, Chen Feng also found that he still had many missed calls. Among them, Chen Feng was particularly concerned about the calls from Lin Sa and Song Qingxue. Chen Feng first called Song Qingxue back. Chen Feng, please be careful recently. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Song Qingxue went straight to the point. Is this matter related to Jiangxing Group? Chen Feng directly raised his question. I also hope that this matter has something to do with them, but there is no evidence. We can only show that this was an accident caused by a drunk driver. We can't find any evidence of guilt against the man who was behind you yesterday. Song Qingxue spoke. Oh, Chen Feng responded softly. Chen Feng, you have to believe us. We will try our best to find the problem. Song Qingxue obviously noticed something wrong in Chen Feng's tone and spoke. Well, I believe you. Chen Feng's tone became even more perfunctory. Chen Feng didn't expect that this matter could be traced back to Jiangxing Group. It was enough to know that they did it. Chen Feng, my grandfather invites you to visit our home. What time? Tomorrow evening. I'll be there on time. Chen Feng naturally would not refuse the invitation from the old man of the Song family. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng called Lin Sa again. Lin Sa, can you find out if this matter is related to Jiangxing Group? As soon as the call was connected, Chen Feng asked. It cannot be found out. From all aspects, this is an accident. In short, you should be careful during this period of time. Lin Sa's tone also sounded somewhat helpless. Well, I see. Also, I have good news for you. Heuyue Real Estate is now mine. I need to get more information about the land in the west of the city. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Lin Sa was obviously stunned for a moment. Dude, you're amazing. What big family are you the heir to? Don't worry, I'll send the information to your phone in a moment. The land in the west of the city will definitely be yours. Lin Sa spoke. As soon as he hung up the phone, Chen Feng received a file sent by Lin Sa. As soon as Chen Feng went out, He saw Wang Peng and Wu Yuan. Has Weigua not come back yet? Chen Feng looked around but didn't see Zhou Weigua. The boss is following Zhao Yang. Wang Peng spoke. By the way, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, I need you to do a physical fitness test for me. Besides that, I also hope that you can teach me some fighting skills so that I can at least have the ability to protect myself. Chen Feng spoke. Neither Wang Peng nor Wu Yuan had any intention of refusing Chen Feng's request. Anyway, in their opinion, most rich young men like Chen Feng cannot endure hardship. They're just doing it on a whim now. Once they experience the hardship of training, they will naturally give up. There is a dedicated gym in Chen Feng's villa, which is equipped with a variety of professional equipment. Chen Feng's physical fitness test was naturally carried out in this gym. Feng Xiaoxiao was also very curious about the test results, so she followed the others into the gym. In order to perform better, Chen Feng took off his shirt and wore only a pair of sports shorts, revealing his muscular body. Originally, Chen Feng only had some muscle lines, but after last night's cleansing of his essence and marrow, Chen Feng's figure had undergone a complete change. Chen Feng's muscles all over his body seemed to be cast in steel. Although his muscles were not big, they looked extremely powerful at first glance. When Wang Peng and Wu Yuan saw the muscles on Chen Feng's body, their impression of Chen Feng changed. The explosive power and endurance of this muscle are immeasurable. This is the type of muscles that the military special forces have. Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be a little dazed when she saw Chen Feng's strong muscles. By the time Feng Xiaoxiao came to her senses, her face had turned as red as an apple. Chen Feng's handsome face and strong body made it impossible for Feng Xiaoxiao to resist him. Under the guidance of Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, Chen Feng conducted a test on his physical fitness. During the entire testing process, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's expressions became more and more surprised. Boss, your physical fitness has reached the standard for Special Forces selection. Boss, have you undergone any systematic training? After the test was completed, Wang Peng gave the answer. No, I just go to the gym on weekdays. Chen Feng's expression was indifferent. After hearing this answer, the expressions of surprise on Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's faces became even more difficult to suppress. Talented players are so hateful. Originally, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan were just planning to give Chen Feng a perfunctory treatment. But now that they discovered that Chen Feng's physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, they also planned to give Chen Feng formal training. At this moment, Zhou Weigua, who had disappeared earlier, came back. Boss, why are you back? When they saw Zhou Weigua appear, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan both had a look of confusion on their faces. They were all prepared to take turns keeping an eye on Zhao Yang. Zhou Weigua shouldn't be here until someone takes over. Sorry, boss. I lost him. My judgment was wrong. Zhao Yang is definitely a professional. He just deliberately let us find out last night. Boss, we need to increase the level of security around you recently. Zhou Weigua's eyes were solemn. Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's expressions were equally serious. They are very clear about the abilities of their big brother. Even Zhou Weigua is more embarrassed than others, so don't be simple. Although they didn't know why this kind of person targeted Chen Feng, it was absolutely necessary to increase the level of protection. Just do as you say. Questions arose in Chen Feng's mind. Was it a mistake in my judgment? Can Chen Qingyun really find such a powerful person in a short time? Could it be that what happened last night was led by Qin Jianjun? How could that old dog Qin Jianjun be so reckless? This matter was weird from beginning to end. But it's always better to be careful. After receiving this news, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan decided to train Chen Feng well. Relying on Chen Feng's physical fitness and systematic training, even if some accidents occur, Chen Feng will be able to save his life. Boss, this goal is not as simple as you said. Don't worry, I will find a chance to do it. After accepting the mission, I must be worthy of the bounty. At this time, Zhao Yang, who had left Zhou Weigua behind, was sitting in a dark room and making a phone call. 5 identical Hummers set out from Chen Feng's villa and headed for Heiyue Real Estate's headquarters, Heiyue Building. Zhou Weigua and the other 2 also mobilized a security team of 12 people to be fully responsible for Chen Feng's safety. The employees of Heiyue Real Estate received news early in the morning that the chairman was coming to inspect. When they saw such a huge convoy of Hummers, they were sure that this was the chairman's car. When Chen Feng and his group entered the building, The company receptionist, who had already got Chen Feng's photo, came up to them, twisting her body coquettishly. "Chairman, I'll take you upstairs," the receptionist said sweetly. At the same time, I felt emotional in my heart. The chairman's photo is handsome enough, but I didn't expect that he is even more handsome in person. He also exudes a special temperament. He is simply a domineering president who walked out of a novel. I just don't know if the chairman has a partner. It would be great if I could become the chairman's girlfriend. Even if I can't become the chairman's girlfriend, it would be worth it to be able to spend a night with him. Chen Feng nodded and was led to the general manager's office by the receptionist. "Chairman, please wait here for a moment. The general manager is meeting with an important guest in the conference room. I'll see you after the general manager has dealt with his issues. Here is my business card. If you have any questions during this time, you can contact me." The receptionist's tone was full of unconcealed coquettishness, and then she left, twisting her peachy hips. Chen Feng casually threw the business card in his hand into the trash can beside him. Now Chen Feng has no interest in this kind of woman who comes up to him actively. Chen Feng had not been sitting in the office for long when Lu Zhihui, the general manager of Heyue Real Estate, returned to the office. Lu Zhihui is a steady middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a suit and tie. The moment Lu Zhihui saw Chen Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Chairman, I'm glad you came to inspect the company," Lu Zhihui said with a smile. "Did you encounter something that was difficult to solve? Is it related to that guest?" Chen Feng didn't care about Lu Zhihui's smile, but focused his attention on Lu Zhihui's brows, which had not yet relaxed. Li Zhihui seemed a little hesitant. "I am now the chairman of Heyue Real Estate, and I have the right to know information about the company," Chen Feng emphasized. "Chairman, the guest in the reception room is Wang Qiangxing from the Urban Construction Group. Our company had some friction with the Urban Construction Group on the project. We have not yet reached a consensus with the Urban Construction Group," Lu Zhihui spoke. "Due to the internal problems of Heyue Real Estate in previous years, Heyue Group has shown signs of decline. The City Construction Group has been making great strides in real estate in recent years, and naturally has its eyes on a big piece of fat meat like Heyue Real Estate. This is why there is the current conflict." "Wang Qiangxing? I'll just go see him." Chen Feng said this and stood up. Lu Zhihui saw that Chen Feng looked so confident and also took into account Chen Feng's current identity. If Chen Feng came forward, perhaps he could really solve the current problems of Heyue Real Estate. Lu Zhihui hurriedly led the way. As soon as Lu Zhihui opened the door of the reception room, Chen Feng saw Wang Qiangxing sitting in his seat with a bold gesture. To be honest, Wang Qiangxing's appearance and his behavior make it hard to believe that he is the general manager of a large company. He looks more like the boss of some criminal gang. "Manager Lu, I'm still waiting for your answer," Wang Qiangxing spoke in a firm tone. But when he raised his eyes and saw that the person who walked in was Chen Feng, he was frightened. Wang Qiangxing immediately stood up and stood aside obediently, like a well-behaved primary school student, fearing that he might not do something well and offend the big Buddha in front of him. As the general manager of Heyue Real Estate, Wang Qiangxing was naturally qualified to attend the dinner at Longhu Manor last night. Wang Qiangxing also knew that the young man in front of him who had had a conflict with him on the road was the new owner of Longhu Manor, and he was also a ruthless man who could pick up Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun, father and son, and throw them out. "Fortunately, I kicked that spendthrift woman out early on, otherwise I would have been in big trouble." "Mr. Chen, why are you here?" Wang Qiangxing said this modestly, without any of his previous tough attitude. "This is the chairman of our Heyue Real Estate." Lu Zhihui, who was standing next to Chen Feng, spoke. "Mr. Chen, look, the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding." Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly. Wang Qiangxing was already wondering in his heart that this year was a bad year for him. Why was he so unlucky? "I hope Chen Feng doesn't hold a grudge against me today, otherwise I won't be able to survive in Jiangxing." "Boss Wang, don't leave so quickly. Do you have any conflicts with our Heyue group? Tell me about it." Chen Feng showed a kind smile on his face, but this smile looked so scary in Wang Qiangxing's eyes. "Mr. Chen, I've already told you that this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't understand the situation. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Our Chengjian group will never become the enemy of the Heyue group." Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly, looking as if he was about to swear. Looking at Wang Qiangxing, who is now humble, there is no trace of his previous arrogance and domineering attitude, as if he has already taken over the Heyue group. Lu Zhihui couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Mr. Chen was worthy of being Mr. Chen. In the hands of Mr. Chen, Heyue Group will definitely be able to restore its former glory. Oh, Boss Wang, are you really willing to be my friend? Chen Feng said with interest. Of course, Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly, fearing that he would miss such an opportunity if he spoke too slowly. In that case, I want to acquire the urban construction group. Chen Feng's words were like a bolt of thunder, striking Wang Qiangxing straight on the head. Mr. Chen, you are not kidding, right? I just did something wrong. You shouldn't kill me. Wang Qiangxing's voice trembled a little, and his hands clenched subconsciously. The urban construction group is Wang Qiangxing's hard work. If Chen Feng wants to seize it by force, I will fight him with my own hands. Boss Wang, don't you want to hear the price I propose for acquiring the urban construction group? Chen Feng stretched out his hand and pressed it, then spoke. Mr. Chen, please go ahead. Wang Qiangxing controlled his emotions and spoke. 10% of the shares of the Heyue Group. Chen Feng directly stated his conditions. Mr. Chen, you are not kidding me. Although my urban construction group is not large in scale, its development momentum in recent years is very good. This is not something that can be acquired with only 10% of the shares of Heyue Group. Wang Qiangxing's tone became a little tougher. Of course, 10% of the shares of Heyue Group is not enough now, but this 10% of shares will be different in 1 or 2 years. Chen Feng's tone was meaningful. Mr. Chen, I'm a rough man, so please don't beat around the bush. Wang Qiangxing said with a bitter face. Chen Feng didn't intend to keep the secret any longer and directly revealed his trump card. Mr. Lin and I have reached a cooperation agreement. Young Master Lin Sa will cooperate with me to take over the land in the west of the city and suppress the Jiangxing group. Wang Qiangxing, I'm giving you a chance to become one of my own. Do you dare to bet on this game? As Chen Feng spoke, he threw a piece of information on the table. Chen Feng's words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Wang Qiangxing's heart hard. The way Chen Feng treated Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun last night made it clear that Chen Feng and Jiangxing Group had been at war to the death for a long time. There can be no peace between them. Chen Feng's background was mysterious. Within just a few days, he owned many industries in Jiangxing and even became the owner of Longhu Manor. And today, it directly took down the Heyue Group, which had been involved in a share dispute for many years. The energy Chen Feng possesses is self-evident. What's more, Chen Feng now has the help of Lin Sa, which is equivalent to having official support. Although Jiangxing Group is indeed the largest group in Jiangxing now, in Wang Qiangxing's opinion, Jiangxing Group may not be a match for Chen Feng, who has the help of Lin Sa. Just as Wang Qiangxing was hesitating, Chen Feng made a video call. On the other side of the video, Lin Sa's face suddenly appeared. What's wrong? Are you in any trouble? Lin Sa asked. Mr. Lin, this time you didn't run into any trouble, but you met an acquaintance. Chen Feng said this and pointed the camera at Wang Qiangxing. Hello, Lin Xiao. Wang Qiangxing quickly greeted him. In front of Lin Sa, Wang Qiangxing was just a driver and naturally didn't dare to put on airs. Tell me, you fool, are you harboring any evil thoughts? This was caught by Chen Feng. Lin Sa's tone became a little colder. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. If I knew that Heyue real estate was Chen Feng's property, how could I come here? Wang Qiangxing said with a smile. Mr. Lin, aren't we planning to take action against Jiangxing Group? What do you think of Wang Qiangxing? Chen Feng directly stated his purpose. Old Wang is indeed a bad guy, but he is still loyal to his friends. We can give him a chance. Old Wang, what do you think? Lin Sa asked. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chen, I'm grateful for your support. I'll join you. Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly. Lin Sa and Chen Feng have already said this to this extent. If I refuse again, it would be really ignorant. Rather than making these two feel dissatisfied, it is better to take the initiative to join. What's more, in Wang Qiangxing's opinion, Chen Feng is very likely to defeat Jiangxing Group and replace their position. At that time, I can also get a piece of the pie, and the achievements I get will definitely be something I will never achieve in my lifetime. Although Wang Qiangxing made his choice somewhat passively, he did not regret making such a decision at all. He was even glad that Chen Feng called Lin Sa and allowed him to take this step. Okay, this information was given to me by Master Lin. Study it for yourself. Mr. Lin has inside information that the government departments will move to the west of the city in the future. We must take over this piece of land. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Lu Zhihui and Wang Xiangxing's eyes sparkled. Such inside information is worth a fortune. With this relationship with Lin Xiao, Jiangxing Group has no basis to fight against them. Mr. Chen, what about the acquisition of Urban Construction Group? Wang Xiangxing took the opportunity to bring it up. No rush. Let's sign a contract first and don't transfer the equity for now. In the eyes of others, we are not yet a family. Chen Feng spoke. Mr. Chen, I understand. I understand. A wicked smile appeared on Wang Xiangxing's face. In the evening, Chen Feng drove a Hummer to the speed racing club on the outskirts of the city. As for the Wolf Cub supercar, it was driven by Wu Yuan. Chen Feng, who was being targeted, naturally could not drive this kind of sports car in a high-profile manner. The modified Hummer could give Chen Feng more sense of security. If Lin Sa's friends had not been interested in this Wolf Cub supercar and had mentioned it many times, Chen Feng would not have specially asked Wu Yuan to drive over. Chen Feng, you are really a big shot when you travel now. Lin Sa looked at Chen Feng and joked. I can't help it. I'm being targeted. I'd better be careful. Chen Feng shrugged. Today our club invited many drivers to hold a competition. You are lucky today. Well, do you want to go out and run for a bit? Lin Sa was very excited. I don't have this hobby, but I can let Wu Yuan drive my car down the field. Chen Feng spoke. Okay, I'll put your name in. Lin Sa also agreed immediately. At this time, Wu Yuan had already gotten off the Wolf Cub supercar and handed the Wolf Cub's key to Chen Feng, who then handed the key to Lin Sa. Aren't your friends interested in this car? Just return the keys to Wu Yuan before the competition. Chen Feng, you are really nice. Don't worry. Lin Sa took the key handed to her by Chen Feng and said with emotion, this is a supercar worth more than 60 million, and it was handed into my hands. Should we say that Chen Feng is wealthy? Or should we say that Chen Feng believes in himself? Lin Sa took the key and went to the club members to test the super sports car with them. Wu Yuan, I'll need you to run a car race later. The ranking is not important. Just run as fast as you can. Chen Feng's tone was casual. Trust me, boss. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Wu Yuan's eyes sparkled. Wu Yuan doesn't think he will lose to others in racing. Chen Feng found a seat at random and sat down, watching the sports cars gradually gathering around. These luxury sports cars that were once out of reach are nothing more than small toys to Chen Feng now. However, Chen Feng's attention was attracted by a fiery red Ferrari. To be more precise, what attracted Chen Feng's attention was not the car, but the beauty who got out of the car. The beauty is wearing a racing suit, which makes her curvy figure look even more sexy. The heavy makeup on her face is both wild and charming, and it makes her look even more beautiful with her delicate facial features. More importantly, the beauty who got off the Ferrari was Gao Huan, the head of the East China region of Extreme Cold Chain and Chen Feng's subordinate. As soon as Gao Huan appeared on the stage, he attracted a lot of attention. Those who can afford sports cars are naturally rich young men. They tried their best to find a happy marriage with the flamboyant beauty in front of them. But unfortunately, none of them could capture the beauty's heart. Gao Huan directly dispersed these annoying pursuers and walked straight towards Chen Feng. Boss, I didn't expect to meet you here. Why, boss? Are you also interested in racing? Gao Huan asked with a smile. I just received an invitation from a friend to watch a game. You look like you're preparing for the next game? Chen Feng spoke. Yeah, there aren't many things I like in my life, and racing is one of them. I hope I can have a good time tonight. Gao laughed wantonly. For a moment, Chen Feng was a little confused as to which side of Gao Huan was the real one. Just at this moment, a discordant voice was heard. Beauty, are you also participating in tonight's competition? I see you are a stranger. Have you just arrived in Jiangxing? A man in his 20s walked over. I'm sorry, sir, but I have no interest in meeting you. Gao Huan spoke bluntly. Come on, beautiful lady. I have so many brothers watching me. Can you please give me some face? Add me as a friend. If you encounter any trouble in Jiangxing in the future, I can help you solve it. The man spoke. Oh, so you're amazing? Gao Huan looked at the man in front of him with interest. Of course, beauty. Maybe you don't know me because you just came to Jiangxing. My name is Wu Xin, and Qingqing Group belongs to me. My family has recently established a relationship with Jiangxing Group. If you are willing to be my friend, I can bring you into the top circle in Jiangxing. Wu Xian's gaze scanned Gao Huan from top to bottom, finally stopping at the fullness of Gao Huan's chest. His eyes looked obscene and greedy. It's amazing that you can bring me into the top circle, Gao Huan said with a smile. That's not the case, but the premise is that you have to be friends with me. Otherwise, I have no reason to take you in. Wu Xian's tone focused on the word friends. The implications are self-evident. Wu Xian had been so mesmerized by Gao Huan's beauty that he didn't notice the sarcasm in Gao Huan's words at all. Mr. Chen, did he say he would take me into the top circle? If you don't express your opinion, then I will have to throw myself into the arms of someone else. Gao Huan looked at Chen Feng and spoke, his eyes full of cunningness and intent on causing trouble. Hearing this, Wu Xian also looked at Chen Feng. Wu Xian looked at Chen Feng from head to toe. Although Chen Feng was wearing luxurious clothes, none of them were custom-made. He doesn't even have an expensive watch on his wrist. Wu Xian has already made a judgment. At most, Chen Feng's family has some money, but he is definitely not within their circle. How could a man like Chen Feng be qualified to own a beauty like Gao Huan? Hey, if you know what's best for you, get out of here. Don't stop a beautiful woman from moving towards a better life. If it satisfies me, I might be able to bring you into our circle. Wu Xian's words were extremely arrogant, as if he was giving alms to a beggar. Looking at Wu Xian showing off to him, Chen Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? What's so funny? This is an opportunity you will never get in your life. Hearing Chen Feng's laughter, Wu Xian seemed to jump up and down. Who gave Chen Feng the courage to laugh at him? Chen Feng really doesn't know his place. Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like that. You are more powerful than your father. Chen Feng sighed. Who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth off. Wu Xian originally wanted to suppress Chen Feng in order to show off his powerful background in front of Gao Huan and win the beauty's smile. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng dared to speak so arrogantly, which not only made Gao Huan look down on him, but also made him lose face in front of his brothers. Wu Xian's violent temper could no longer be tolerated. Wu Xian rolled up his sleeves and planned to teach Chen Feng a lesson. At this moment, three big men suddenly appeared from behind Chen Feng. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan looked at Wu Xian with cold eyes. Zhou Weiguo and the other two had all been on the battlefield and had even killed people. This murderous look frightened a rich young man like Wu Xian. Wu Xian subconsciously took a few steps back, and the momentum he had accumulated was completely dissipated in an instant. What do you want to do? This is a civilized society. This is not a place for gangsters like you to act arrogantly. Wu Xian spoke quickly, fearing that he would be beaten up by Zhou Weiguo and his men. But Zhou Weiguo and the other two still kept their eyes on him. The way we solve problems in our circle has always been gambling. Do you dare to bet with me? You guys are here to race too, right? Let's bet on who's faster. Forget it if you don't dare to gamble. Wu Xian continued to pretend to be arrogant, but at this moment, he seemed to be weak inside. Okay, let's bet. After seeing Wu Yuan nod slightly to him, Chen Feng also made a decision. The minimum bet in our circle is 500,000. Can you afford it? After returning to his familiar field, Wu Xian once again made harsh remarks. But as soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, Chen Feng couldn't help laughing again. Why are you laughing? Can't afford it. What can you pretend to be if you don't have money? Wasting my time. Wu Xian said this and prepared to flee the scene. But Zhou Weiguo's hands were already clasped on Wu Xian's shoulders, and no matter how hard Wu Xian tried, he couldn't move his body. Too cheap. 10 million a bet. Let's bet on whose car runs faster. Chen Feng spoke. The amount of 10 million yuan made Wu Xian dumbfounded. The previous 500,000 was just Wu Xian's bluff. Even though Wu Xian is the young master of Qingqing Group, his monthly pocket money is only 200,000 or 300,000. 10 million is an astronomical figure for Wu Xian. After the fear, greed arose in Wu Xian's heart. Who is your driver? Wu Xian asked. Wu Yuan walked out. Seeing Wu Yuan's unfamiliar face, Wu Xian's greed became even stronger. I have to make it clear in advance that you are not competing with me, but with the drivers in our club. If you lose to the driver from our club, the 10 million will be lost to me. Wu Xian spoke. Wu Xian is a member of another racing club in Jiangxing, the Wind Chasing Club. Most of the members in Lin Sa's Speedy Club have official backgrounds. Most of the people in this chasing club are second-generation rich. The drivers of the Zhuifeng Club mentioned by Wu Xian have all won prizes in professional competitions. As long as Chen Feng dared to agree to his conditions, Wu Xian would never think that Chen Feng had any possibility of defeating him. Chen Feng confirmed Wu Yuan's determined look again and resolutely agreed to the condition. It is good. Since you want to bet, then take out the chips first. I don't want someone to default on my win. Chen Feng's tone was firm. In that case, let me be a witness. You can't default on your debts in my place. Lin Sa's voice came. Lin Sa noticed early in the morning that there was some commotion coming from Chen Feng's side. By the time Lin Sa arrived, Chen Feng and Wu Xian had already reached a bet. Based on Lin Sa's understanding of Chen Feng would never do anything without confidence. The loser of this bet is definitely Wu Xian. Lin Sa also planned to take this opportunity to severely suppress the prestige of the Wind Chasing Club. More importantly, to take this opportunity to suppress the Qingqing Group. In this way, Chen Feng and his team will have a greater chance of getting the land in the west of the city. Seeing Lin Sa suddenly appear, Wu Xian knew that he could no longer pretend. Compared to Lin Sa's background, Wu Xian is nothing. Wu Xian has no qualifications to offend Lin Sa. Wait a minute, I'll get the money right away. Wu Xian said this and ran to his friend. Wu Xian, are you crazy? You want to collect 10 million to make a bet? The other members were very puzzled by Wu Xian's behavior. Dong Feng is a professional racer who has won prizes in international competitions. How could I be defeated by such an unknown person? As long as I collect 10 million, their 10 million will be given to me. Why wouldn't I make this kind of bet? Now Wu Xian has been blinded by huge profits. After hearing Wu Xian's words, other members also became interested. Okay, I'll lend you the money and write you an IOU. I'll give you red envelopes after you win. Is that okay? Wu Xian's words also made these members make up their minds. Everyone took out their own savings and finally managed to collect a gambling capital of 10 million. On the other hand, after Lin Sa confirmed that Wu Xian had indeed raised 10 million yuan, he placed the drafted contract in front of both parties. Wu Xian couldn't wait to sign his name, and then looked at Chen Feng with a provocative look. Why, you don't want to sign? Are you scared? Chen Feng signed his name slowly. I hope you can laugh again later. Wu Xian looked at the name signed by Chen Feng and felt that the name was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember it for a moment. Afterwards, Wu Xian and Chen Feng each deposited 10 million into the guarantee account provided by Lin Sa. After completing all this, Wu Xian immediately went to the club driver Dong Feng. Brother Dong, you must outrun the car called Wu Yuan later. As long as you can outrun him, I'll give you a reward of 500,000. Wu Xian spoke. Dong Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Wu Xian's words. As long as he beats a driver whose name he has never heard of, he can get a reward of 500,000. For Dong Feng, this kind of thing is no different from pie falling from the sky. Don't worry, Wu Ge, I will definitely beat him. Are you still not confident in my strength? Dong Feng's tone was firm. After getting Dong Feng's assurance, Wu Xian felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, the bet between Chen Feng and Wu Xian also reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone was surprised by the sky-high bet price, and the emotions of everyone present were aroused. Boss, is this what you call spending a fortune on your beloved? Gao Huan looked at Chen Feng with seductive eyes. No, I'm just waiting for someone to send me money. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Boss, has anyone ever told you that you are boring? Okay, I'm ready to get in the car and race. Wish me good luck. Gao Huan left these words, waved his hand, and turned away in a leisurely manner. As the race began, Wu Xian's eyes were fixed on Wu Yuan, and then he watched Wu Yuan get into the Wolf Cub supercar. The Wolf Cub is a super sports car that was born to attract everyone's attention. As soon as this car appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone in the audience and was accompanied by waves of heated discussions. That's the Wolf Cub supercar. I actually saw it here. Doesn't this mean that the mysterious Chen Feng has also arrived at the scene? I really want to know what this big guy looks like. If I can become his friend, It would be like climbing to heaven in one step. Wu Xian just felt his brain buzzing and the world became quiet. Now Wu Xian finally understood why the two words Chen Feng looked so familiar to him. It turns out that the man just now was Chen Feng, who is now famous throughout Jiangxing. People like Wu Xian were not qualified to attend the dinner held at Longhu Manor, so naturally they did not know Chen Feng's true identity. At this moment, Wu Xian felt cold sweat all over his body, and even his legs felt a little weak. Chen Feng was indeed not bragging. Even his own father didn't dare to speak to Chen Feng in that manner. I must have not checked the almanac before going out today. How could I have offended such a great god? Thinking of this, Wu Xian was about to cry. Wu Xian, why are you looking so gloomy? Do you think Brother Dong will lose? The other people in the club immediately spoke up when they saw Wu Xian's expression. The game hasn't even started yet, and he's already got this expression on his face. It's really unlucky. Hearing this, Wu Xian suddenly felt as if he had suddenly realized something. No matter how powerful Chen Feng is in Jiangxing, this is the limit. How could the drivers under Chen Feng be a match for Brother Dong? As long as Brother Dong beats Chen Feng in this game, he will be able to get a full 10 million from Chen Feng. As for whether doing so would offend Chen Feng even brought his father out at the dinner that day. The conflict between their Qingcheng group and Chen Feng had already reached an irreconcilable level. I can get this money from Chen Feng and slap Chen Feng in the face. If my father knows about this, he will only praise me. Now Wu Xian is no longer afraid of learning Chen Feng's identity, and feels that his decision is extremely wise. Chen Feng, don't think you can do anything in Jiangxing. I'm sure to win this bet. Wu Xian threatened Chen Feng. The brothers in the club behind him also cheered. Wu Xian is so brave that he even dares to challenge the owner of Longhu Manor. These second-generation rich people love to watch the fun, and they even hope that the conflict between Wu Xian and Chen Feng will become more intense. Boss, do you need me to tell that kid to shut up? Zhou Weigua asked considerately. Zhou Weigua couldn't stand Wu Xian, a rich second generation who was always causing trouble. If he continued to provoke him again and again, Zhou Weigua wanted to teach him a lesson. Can Wu Yuan win? Chen Feng asked. Of course, Wu Yuan's driving skills are at the level of a car king, but the nature of our work does not allow us to participate in the competition. I have to thank the boss for giving Wu Yuan a stage. Zhou Weigua gave the answer honestly. Then let's wait and see. The more arrogant he is now, the more frightened he will be later. Chen Feng was already looking forward to Wu Xian's next expression. Wu Xian looked at Chen Feng's calm expression and thought that Chen Feng was afraid of him, so he became even more arrogant. At this time, Wu Xian had not only begun to fantasize about winning 10 million from Chen Feng, but was also imagining what kind of impact it would have if the news that he had won the bet against Chen Feng spread throughout the circle. By that time, I will definitely become well known in this circle. On the track, Dong Feng watched Wu Yuan get on the famous Wolf Cub supercar and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's just a toy for the rich. It's a joke to think you can get a good ranking on the track. Dong Feng now believes that running faster than Wu Yuan is a piece of cake, and there is no difficulty at all. That 500,000 yuan reward is simply giving yourself money. It really wasn't a wasted trip tonight. Then, Dong Feng's eyes fell on the fiery red Ferrari next to him. Especially when he saw the profile of the woman in the driver's seat, Dong Feng became even more disdainful. Another rich lady trying out racing. How can a woman drive a car well? Running this kind of race is just a waste of my time. If they hadn't promised to sponsor my event this year, I wouldn't have come. Dong Feng's attitude was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, other drivers were not at the same level as himself. 3, 2, 1, go. The racing lady waved the flag vigorously, and accompanied by the sound waves caused by the roar of the engines, all the vehicles rushed forward like arrows. The one in the front was the Wolf Cub supercar driven by Wu Yuan. Even the fiery red Ferrari ran faster than Dong Feng's car. Dong Feng just ranked third in disgrace. Hateful. What's wrong with this guy Dong Feng? Isn't he a professional racer? How come he can't outrun an amateur? Seeing that Dong Feng was not in the leading position, Wu Xian suddenly became anxious. This bet is worth 10 million. Even the 10 million gambling capital he had was borrowed. If I lose, I'm doomed. Thinking of this, Wu Xian became more and more anxious. What are you in a hurry for? You look like an amateur at first glance. What's the point of going fast on a straight road? Just press the accelerator to the bottom. Going fast on a curve is the real fast. Once we get into the bend, Dongfeng will definitely be able to overtake the person in front of him. The other members of the club spoke up. Yes, 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 fast in a curve is really fast. It's just relying on its leading performance, but it's exposed when it reaches the corner. I don't believe they dare to keep stepping on the accelerator when they reach the bend. How could that guy named Wu Yuan be a match for Dongfeng? I'm sure to win this bet. After hearing his friend's words, Wu Xian felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and became more determined to have this idea. Now Wu Xian is extremely determined to have this idea and is looking forward to the arrival of this bend so that Dongfeng can surpass the two guys in front of him in one fell swoop. Finally, as Wu Xian expected, the first bend on the mountain road appeared. Wu Xian widened his eyes, afraid of missing Dongfeng's wonderful operation. Keep speeding up if you can. Dongfeng looked at the two leading supercars and spoke viciously. Dongfeng, a professional racer, was defeated by two unknown guys, which made him feel frustrated. Dongfeng is counting on this turn to narrow the gap. Sure enough, when about to enter the curve, the fiery red Ferrari driven by Gao Huan had slowed down. Although Gao Huan loves racing, he is ultimately just an amateur. Dongfeng drifted neatly and surpassed Gao Huan from the outside. Racing cars are not toys that women should touch. But when Dongfeng came out of the corner, he discovered something horrible. The distance between him and the Wolf Cub supercar in front of him did not get closer, but instead got further away. I must have seen it wrong. He can't be that fast. Dongfeng remained determined and continued to step on the accelerator to catch up. The thing that the mountain road has the most is curves. After a few more turns, I will definitely be able to overtake the guy in front of me. The helicopter cooperated with the cameras at various intersections to transmit the images on the track to the big screen. Even though there was no host explaining the race in real time, everyone present was excited by the speeding cars. It is good. Wu Xian couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw Dongfeng overtake Gao Huan at the first corner. Dongfeng is indeed a professional racer. Professionals are professionals. Wu Xian saw that the 10 million was waving at him. Chen Feng, you are considered a well-known person in Jiangxing. If you lose the game later, don't deny it. Wu Xian danced in front of Chen Feng with an arrogant attitude. If I lose, I will accept the loss. After all, 10 million is just a small amount of money to me. It's not like you, who had to write more than a dozen IOUs just to get over 10 million. Chen Feng's tone was full of ridicule. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Wu Xian became even more anxious. What do you mean? How could I lose? Wu Xian spoke a little faster. You either don't have eyes or you can't see the situation clearly. The car in front now is mine. Wait until your club's drivers overtake me before you start talking nonsense to me. Chen Feng's tone remained cold. Only then did Wu Xian notice the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan. Previously, Wu Xian was completely immersed in the joy that Dongfeng surpassed Gao Huan, so he came to Chen Feng to show off. But after hearing what Chen Feng said, Wu Xian suddenly felt that the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan had not shortened, but had become even farther. Impossible. This is impossible. I must have seen it wrong. Wu Xian's expression turned ugly, but even so, Wu Xian still made harsh remarks. Even if it was to refute Chen Feng, it was also to strengthen his own beliefs. What's the point of going fast on a straight road? Going fast on a curve is the real speed. Just now, Dongfeng just spent some energy to overtake Gao Huan at the corner. By the next corner, Dongfeng will be able to overtake your driver. It's only a matter of time before you lose the game. The more Wu Feng spoke, the more confident he seemed. Apparently, Wu Feng himself believed this statement. How can an amateur driver be a match for a professional driver? Don't use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. During this time, the next bend loomed. Wu Xian also held his breath, looking forward to the performance of Dongfeng and Wu Yuan in the corner. Wu Yuan still maintained his own rhythm and drifted through the corners easily. The Wolf Cub supercar drew a graceful arc on the curve and came out of the curve gracefully. This drift is a pleasure to watch. It is simply the aesthetics of speed and power. Even Wu Xian had to admit that there was nothing wrong with this drift. Wu Xian was already complaining madly in his heart. Isn't Wu Yuan an amateur driver? Why is it blooming so well? Dong Feng won't lose. If Dong Feng loses, how can he possibly pay back the more than 10 million? Fortunately, Dong Feng used his strength to deliver an answer. Dong Feng's drift point is further back and the drift angle is more radical. Although this kind of crazy drift can make the car go faster, it can result in the car being destroyed and people being killed if you're not careful. The fact that Dong Feng was able to perform such a drifting technique clearly showed her absolute confidence in her own abilities. And Dong Feng did indeed narrow the distance between himself and Wu Yuan with such radical drifting. Under normal circumstances, Dong Feng would never adopt such an aggressive drifting method. But his dignity as a professional driver would not allow him to be left behind by Wu Yuan. The 500,000 yuan reward offered by Wu Xian is also tempting enough. In addition, Dong Feng's absolute confidence in his own strength made him use such crazy drift. It is good. Wu Xian's eyes lit up. According to Dong Feng's current momentum, it won't take more than a few turns for Dong Feng to overtake. Even though Wu Yuan was able to create some distance on the straight road with the performance of the Wolf Cub supercar, the second half of the track was a series of bends. As long as he reaches the second half, Dong Feng will definitely be able to win the game. See, Chen Feng? This is the difference between professionals and amateurs. You don't have many turns left to be proud of. Wu Xian said proudly. Let's talk about it when we exceed it. Pouring champagne at halftime never ends well. Chen Feng spoke indifferently. At this time, Zhou Weiguo leaned down and spoke into Chen Feng's ear. Don't worry, boss. Wu Yuan is just driving at his own pace. He hasn't yet exerted his full strength. Dong Feng can't possibly surpass Wu Yuan, I promise. Zhou Weiguo was afraid that the slight distance he had just narrowed would make Chen Feng unhappy, so he quickly began to explain. It's okay, I believe Wu Yuan. Chen Feng's tone was extremely firm. Zhou Weiguo felt warm in his heart when he heard this. My new boss has a really big vision. This is a bet worth tens of millions. Chen Feng was able to trust Wu Yuan without even seeing his driving skills. This kind of courage is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. It is their honor to be able to serve such a boss. After passing a few more bends, Wu Yuan and Dong Feng had left the other cars far behind, and this racing race had become a game between the two of them. In these turns, Dong Feng was always able to close the distance with aggressive drifting, but he was never able to overtake Wu Yuan. The Wolf Cub was hanging in front of Dong Feng like an untouchable ghost. No matter how hard Dong Feng tried, he couldn't overtake it. Dong Feng's heart became more and more manic. In the audience, Wu Xian was becoming increasingly uneasy. What is going on with Dong Feng? I can get closer every time, but I can never surpass it. How long will it take to overtake? The game is almost over. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.